What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Listen, man, it's a little fucked up out here today, man. It's raining and shit. Y'all give me a minute, man. We're gonna wait on some of the folks to come through and things like that. But up until Kevy Kev.
Can you hear
Kev.
me?
Kev.
Oh, yeah, shit fucked up.
Kev.
Yo, yo, yo. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you. What's up, Kev?
Oh, okay. I'm
Hey,
good, man.
hey,
Nigga
this
have
is
fell asleep.
hey, no, it's all good. Hey, for the next for the next 30 minutes is White Girl Chronicles, man. Tell as many stories about these white women as possible.
All right, cool. All right, I'm down.
Uh,
Hell yeah. You know, I love the white women. Most definitely. You at work, ain't you? Oh man. See who else is gonna jump up in here. White Girl Chronicles. I love the dough. Must be the money. You know I can't go wrong. Must be the money. Who that is? Must be the money. She ain't no damn sleep. Blind ass. No, her ass ain't sleep. I don't trust the bitch now. Hey, Steph, that nigga at work. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
What up? Hold on. Steph, I can't really hear you like that. Oh, wait, say something?
1 second.
Bro, you sound muffled as hell. I don't know if that's my phone or yours.
No, that's me. That's me. Hang on.
Oh. What you doing, hiding? What you in the closet, nigga?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. What up?
Not much. Just getting ready for work myself.
Oh, for real? Damn, would you work the overnight?
Yeah,
Oh,
normally.
yeah. I feel you, man. I've done it before. I couldn't stand that shit.
It's been well, yeah, it's kind of been all week, man. Since boss gave us some time off, and then I worked, took some extra shifts, so it's almost like I've been working regular hours.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to work
But I'm good,
overnight.
man. I'm
At
well.
oh, would you say?
Yeah, I normally work ground
Yeah,
shifts. I usually work 11 p.m. to
bro.
7 a.m. But work has been so slow. Um, I kind of make my own
I
hours.
used to work overnight at a gas station. Like I had a lot of fun. I'm not even gonna lie, but man,
I was gonna say I've always wanted to do
but
that.
dude, I used to be tired as fuck, bro. But look, I had worked at a gas station right down the street from this motherfucking over right college, right? Man, I seen so much titties, so
Oh,
much.
of
Man,
course,
I had a
of course,
blast, bro.
of
And this
course.
was the cool thing too, right?
Right.
Yeah, like so Russell Westbrook, he used to live or whatever, right? Like not too far from the whatever college or from the gas station that I had worked at, and he
I bet
used to
y'all
whatever,
missed
right,
that.
come in there all the fucking time, and Russell Westbrook brother, his name is Ray, and he used to
Did
just
he
like come
pass
up there,
away or
just chop it
something?
up with us. Say what?
Did he pass away or like
Oh, Russell
something
Westbrook
happened to
brother?
him? Yeah, I'm
Uh,
not tripping.
Not that I know of.
I guess I'm thinking
Um,
about Dak. My bad. My bad.
I don't know. Probably so, but this was years ago though. This is probably like 10 years ago, probably. And
Right.
he used to come in there and just like go to bro, chop it up with us and shit because
That's what's up.
yeah, because he played football for the college that was like right down the street. And but yeah, good times, man, good times. I had a whole lot of fun, bro.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Well, uh, yeah, man. Right now, I'm working pretty hard. Right now, I'm trying to get into this union. Hopefully, in the next couple weeks, man, I get this call. So once I get the call, I'll kind of be on my way to start learning how to be a pipe fitter and be a journeyman.
Hey, hey, so Steph, let me ask you, bro. So, what did you do? Did you go like just through the hiring hall and just start like that, or what's going on? Because I'm thinking about transition. It's really crazy though, because it's like I I've gone to school for so long, got my master's, all that stuff, but I'm really thinking about transitioning into a trade. So, I'm interested to know how you got into a trade.
Well, what's up, by the way, Money Man? It's good to hear your voice. Happy
What's going on,
holidays,
bro?
happy
Happy
early New
holiday.
Year, all that good stuff, all that jazz.
Look at man, you just such a
Uh,
positive person, brother. I like that, man. Keep going.
um, well, it's in my blood, man. For starters, my my father, he's a master plumber. You know, that paved the way for my brothers and I growing up. And as long as I've known, I'm 33, man. I've seen my dad, do that. So, and of course, growing up, I've been on so many different jobs with him, whether it be commercial or even maintenance, new construction, pretty much. Whether it be a building, whether it be a expensive custom home or something like that. So I've always kind of been around it and kind of just dreaded it, really. You know, my dad once told me that he pushed my brothers and I for education and schooling, mainly because he wanted us to have a better education and to kind of pursue those type of ventures. But you know, I always kind of just had a hunkering of working with my hands, really. And then about 5 years ago, I was sitting at a mortgage bank. I was a loan officer, and I was sitting there, and I was just struggling, man. Just struggling, kind of going through the motions, not really knowing what I really wanted to do with my life, and just going through that. And then this was I don't want to say, I don't want to disparage them or anything like that, but I guess you could say shady kind of business. And I ended up getting fired. But like, what do you know? Like, dude, I ended up firing so many of my like coworkers that I was working with because this company was just so fucked up. And I was just like, man, you know what? Like, I'm tired, man. I'm tired of like kind of running the rat race, hustle and bustle. So I was like, you know what? Let me just try the trade. And I remember one of my best friends, he drove me up to the trade school, whatever, that I was going to be thinking about, going to vocational school, whatever. And it took me, I almost had to like convince myself to do it, but just one way or another, kind of my personality is like, if I sign up for something, I'm gonna be loyal to the end of whatever it is that I'm doing. So got through all that, and I would say really just kind of fell in love with it because it started out to be kind of what I wanted to be for like financial gain because I was tired of working for, $20 an hour and all that kind of good stuff or less. But I was like, I'm just gonna do this for financial gain. But it's turned out to be a love because what I realized is like, and this goes for anything. It doesn't matter if you're working at McDonald's or pounding rocks like what I do. Uh, it takes a lifetime, gentlemen, to master something. So that's what I signed up for. And I almost have to remind my own dad that and my own friends because sometimes they'll be trying to get me to do something else or other friends in earshot try to do me something else and I have to like pump the brakes and tell them like, look, man, that's cool, that's great, but I don't want to do that. Not because I don't want to do that or I have something personal against that. It's like, no, I haven't mastered what I'm into now. And that's kind of what I realized. I've had about 3 different welding jobs, whether it be production based, um, maintenance based, or now that I work for a family owned company, and I want to be a pipe fitter slash pipeline welder. And that stuff's kind of really popular throughout where I'm from and where Kevin's from in the South and so forth. But uh, basically, someone who lays, fabricates, assembles piping structures, whether it's gas or liquid, and then of course weld that sucker up. So I'm just kind of going through a bunch of different stages right now because I'm not gonna lie to you, gentlemen, it is hard, man. And I've had to motivate myself and I've had to pull my britches up and make sure this is what I want to do because I've had some pussy moments where I've wanted to like give up on some shit. So, but
So, so it's like, all right. So you said your people wanted you to transition. Like, what were they trying to
no, no, no,
suggest?
no, no, no one, no one. Well, when I said what I said then, I was just saying that like sometimes someone might want me to do something else. Or like I'm gonna use my friend for an example, like my best friend. My best friend, he's an HVAC salesman. He's in HVAC, and he's always trying to convince me to like come work with him, or he's got some client that will hire me, or we could start a company or something like that. And that's I'm not gonna lie to him. Like I told him all the time, like, look, man, that sounds good, all hunky dory, all gravy, all gravy. But like, look, man, I signed up for this. I'm trying to accomplish this and it took me a long time because I was kind of insecure about it to like kind of really break that down to family and friends. Like, look, man, like I I signed up for something that I didn't realize that's gonna take my entire life. So
Well,
I'm
well,
trying to get there.
well, let me interject this right. I'm listening to you, right? And I don't know. I'm kind of in agreement and kind of have a different look at it as well.
Yeah, that's
I
cool.
understand. I understand. Wanting to focus in and be hyper focused on something so you can be the best at it. But I'm also hence why I'm thinking about going into a trade. You know, exploring. I also think it's a good thing to explore options of advancement. And when I hear you talk about your friend that has, that's doing the HVAC and has these opportunities, I think sometimes, situations like that can be the turning point. You know what I mean? And let me give you an example, right? And I'm not saying that the path you're choosing is wrong because I respect it to stay focused and do what you're doing and accomplish something. Definitely, I'm in agreement with that because that's what I did with my master's. But I'm also, that's why I said I'm kind of, in agreement and, have other thoughts because now I see like when my friend kept telling me, man, you can get way more money, you know, da da da. Yeah, you got a cool job, it's remote, and you don't have to do that much, but you're not getting that much money. You know what I mean? And a little background on that. It's like my homeboy always tells me shit, but I don't get it. You know, it doesn't really register for me, you know, for a while. I don't know why, but so, you know, when I first came to Cali in the first couple of months, he was like, man, you don't make enough money, man. You need to fuck that job, man. I'm like, nah, man, I did, you know, 8 years of school. I got my master's and all this shit. I'm not leaving this job. You know, I'm remote, da da da. But he like, yeah, all that's cool, but you not making no money. You like you really got to dedicate yourself to this job, and you really can't live life the way you want to because you don't have the monetary means to. So I was like, man, fuck that. I'm just thinking like, not really that he hating on what I'm got going on because he wasn't making way more money than me, so he's not hating on me. But it was just more like, I don't know. I was just kind of like I hear myself in what you saying, like, dang man, I ain't trying to get out of this because this is what I already signed up for. I've already put a lot of time into this, and this is what I'm doing. Ain't nobody gonna sidetrack me because I gotta stay focused. So, but at the same time, it's like there may be opportunities that present themselves. You feel what I'm saying? That could
Yeah,
really put you in a position to where you could really win. Like your friend, what if you and your friend start this business and it really take off, and you like, man, if I wouldn't have transitioned out of this, I would have been capped off at what 200,000. But now I make that every quarter. You know what I'm saying? And this is our
no
second
money. Let
year.
me let me pause you real fast.
Go ahead.
Uh, I'm with that. I tell him this all the time. I tell him this all the time. I'm with that. I'm cool with that. But I'm going to get personal now. And then when I say get personal, I'm talking about myself and my current situation. That's all cool, man. That's gravy. I just haven't mastered what I need to master in order to produce such fruits that are coming from my labor. It's one thing to have an idea, implement some things, and then put it to action, put it to work, and then see some results. But that's just it. You're gonna have to put in the work, and the type of work that I got to put in, man. For I want to be a pipe fitter. I mean, scratch me out for a moment, forgive me for a moment. 20 years ago, it took 10, maybe even 20 years of being an apprentice to become a journeyman. Now it only takes 5.
And you're gonna
So
make some good money.
and I'm not, and right, and
And,
I'm not even, and I'm
and
not
I'm not
even
and
married.
I'm not even saying I'm opposed to that or or for it. All I'm saying is like I guess at this point I'm trying to not be so hyper focused and be more open to suggestion and opportunity. That's all I'm saying. I'm
Well,
not even
right,
saying that
right, right.
that I would choose,
But hang on now, but
HVAC
hang
over
on
the
now.
piping. But go
Oh,
go
for
ahead.
sure, for sure,
Go
for
ahead.
sure, for sure. I no beef with that at all, brother. But like I said, let me get personal on you with my current situation. You see, I do have to be hyper focused because hell, the reason why I even want to get into this union is because they're going to teach me the necessary means to become a pipe fitter. And frankly, a union is, I mean, obviously you pay to get in, but there's always work. And once I get into a certain level, I'll be able to, I'll be a professional, simply put, and I can take those solid foundational grounds and really go from there, which I do plan to. And let me give you a
And
quick
they can't take
example.
your certifications away either. So I
Exactly.
know about the pipe fitting union because I'm a stationary engineer by trade.
Beautiful.
And dude,
Uh,
when I say it's money. Like I got a buddy who was a mortgage broker and he got quarter charge and had the degree and everything, quarter charge. And he got into pipe fitting and he said the 5 years he spent in the Marine Corps and the 4 years he spent in college was a waste of his time. He
Now
got
sure, sure.
the money
No,
because they
real
teach you
fast
all
though.
the HVAC and everything.
I wanna
No,
say
money, real
again.
fast though. Money, real fast, real fast. But that's cool too. That's cool too, brother. No beef with that too. Um, but again, I don't have any beef with anything. What I'm really trying to say, gentlemen, is whatever it is that you guys decide to do, you're gonna have to get this work. There's no shortcuts.
And I
And if
hear
there
you.
are, and if
But
there are, cool, great, that's fine. I'll get there. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. However, I'm not even at the first stage where I'm trying to get to. So when I do think broadly and I do generalize and I do daydream and I do have a vision, of course, I still write all this down and I have my plan. I'm sticking to my plan. But all that at the end of the day is going to help me get to the next level. I do plan on being a business owner for myself because I want to be a functional member of society and produce and bring good to wherever I'm at to my community by offering my welding services plus more. Again, though, um, I'm gonna have to get this work, and I already understand right now where I'm at that it's gonna take the rest of my life to get there. I could use my father for an example. My dad only has a high school education, and he built the house that I grew, both houses that I grew up in, with his bare hands. My uncle's house next door, and our neighbor Lance's house when we moved from the ghetto to the suburbs. Now, there's not many. I don't know many uh, I was just brothers doing that, especially guys who my dad's 70 now. So what, you're born 53, um, you know. So
But
there's that. But go ahead.
my bad. They gonna have you doing way more because I hear you keep saying welding.
Of course, of
Like
course, of
pipe
course.
fitters, man, you got to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
your tears
It's
down, your
everything.
delta
It's
H. You're
everything.
gonna be going through HVAC and everything. That's why I
Yeah.
like the boilers. Me personally, I like dealing with the boilers and chillers. And like
Well,
when
well,
I do,
exactly that too.
yeah,
It's boilermakers, steam fitters, and
yeah,
pipe
no, no.
fitters.
All y'all
That's
gonna
what
do
this
with that
is.
is just gonna just be the pipe fitters. All they do is just get the pipes to the boilers or to the chillers, and then actually the
Yeah,
operating of it. Like that's why I like. So like right now, I'm at a part-time job where all I do is just sit back and look at the computer and make sure that shit doing what it's supposed to be doing. I might walk around and stupid stuff like that. That's just what I choose to do. But it's always good to do it. Like you said, you focus on one thing. But like I was saying, I was going to say to you, there's nothing wrong with living both worlds. Like having that blue collar, like I have a blue collar trade, but I work for the federal government full time. So
hmm
it gives me a little bit of, I don't know what market you in, but like how the other dude was talking about California, bro, that shit is expensive here in DC. Like I literally worked two jobs and run a security company just to fucking get over the top.
and
Like that
it's
shit
and
is
let me
it's
interject
fucking
on that right
crazy.
there, right? And that was my whole point, Steph. Like, it, what I'm trying to say is like, what I've learned in the time that I feel like I've lost, like you said, whoever told that story with the Marine and the Corps, he wasted that time. Now he doing that. That's how I feel with college, and that's what I'm not even saying it because I'm not even saying it against what you're trying to do because you are going into a trade. So that's like opposite of what I did. So I feel like you are going in the right direction. All I'm saying past that point is motherfuckers that may be older than you that have lived this life a little longer, if they telling you, like, if they trying to guide you, or you know what I mean, just be open to it. That's the only point. You know what I mean? And I don't want to, make it specific to your shit because, like I said, I think that's a great trade. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to, what I mean? I'm trying to go into a trade, but all I'm saying is don't limit your options being so hyper focused because that's, I feel like, was a mistake. If you got somebody that's older than you that you respect their opinion and they telling you something, like, even though you know that you got a strong game plan, still be willing to listen to their plan and mull it around in your head. That's all I'm saying. And again, I'm gonna
But
reiterate
that
again.
might be what
I
works
still
for
feel
him.
like trade. No, no, and I'm not saying I'm not. Again, that's why I keep putting a
Yeah,
disclaimer
yeah,
out there that I feel like what he doing is hella good, and that's what I'm trying to transition into, like, a trade. So I'm not saying that at all. I'm more saying, like, but I do hear what he's saying and hear and you know what I mean. And the only thing that I can say to that with my experience is, like, I wish I would have listened more. Not even that I would have changed my mind, but I would have opened my ears up a little more because I was the same way. I was like, damn, no, I got to be hyper focused. And I agree. That is how you got to be to be successful in life. You know what I mean? In certain things,
me,
I just feel
me
like,
personally, I was just hard headed. Like my boy, he told the pipe fitter, he had came home from jail. He was like, man, I'm about to go down here and take this test for this apprenticeship program so I got the halfway house. And I was like, man, I'm not doing that shit. It's raining. I'm not going out there. And I watched him get the joint, man. I'm talking about the first year, he making a little bit what I was making. The second year, he, you know what I'm saying? Like by the time the second year came, he was making more than me. I said, how the fuck? I look up
Man.
3 years later, I said, well, hold on, I need to go get into one of these trades.
No, man, listen, I'm telling you,
I was
that's
like,
what
man, what the
happened with
fuck?
me.
I
I'm
look back,
look.
man. He
Oh,
say
me and my
5 years
homeboy in
in.
Minnesota. Me and my homeboy in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
He gonna go to Cali, and he gonna get into a trade, because he feel like he moving slow. He originally was from Cali. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I had went to a little college tour, down south. I went to Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee. So I wanted to go down south and go to college. So I'm like, nah, I'm finna go down south. It's hella bad bitches down south. I'm like, I'm going down south. He like, man, okay, boom. We went in that split in a row right there. Boom. He got into a trade. I got into college. It took me hella long to get out of college. I wasn't even making no money in college. He started off at
20,
whatever the
21,
rate is.
20.
Yeah, it was going up,
He
going
got a
up.
house, got a boat. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That
he
shit's
going up
crazy.
and going up and going up. I'm just watching him. I'm still in college. Like, man, I'm gonna graduate. I'm gonna make all this money. Man, when I got out of, I was in my master's program. He called me one day. He said, man, when I tell you I made a quarter all, he said I don't want to exaggerate the numbers, but he made a stupid ass number in the first quarter. And I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
understand. I was like, this nigga made more than I would make in a year in the first, however, what is it, 12 months in a year, 4, 8, 12, whatever, in that
Yeah,
many months. What? I'm like,
yeah.
God damn.
And with the
That's,
union, you always got a job. Like, not to put too much of my boy business. I remember he came to one of the spots and brought a gun in there and everything, got into it with the dude. All they did was transfer him to another spot. I
yo,
was
yeah, the
like,
union shit
God
strong.
damn.
See, that's,
I was like,
ooh.
yo, that's
I'm
job
see.
security. Like,
I'm from the transition. I'm telling. See, the thing is, with me, that's why I was asking him about it, right? How he got into it, like what was the process? Because my
they got
homeboy telling
trade
me,
schools and they got the union hall. Now, if you do the
yeah,
union
see,
hall, they just
that's
take
what I'm
your
saying.
dues out, you take your fees, you go to work early in the morning, and then you get out and you go to school. Your supervisor sign off on your time and everything like
Oh, you
that,
got
and
to
they
go to school.
guarantee.
To see, he didn't tell me about the school part.
The schooling is your trade. So like how he talking about welding and stuff, they're gonna have a class for welding. They're gonna have a class for because he be doing pipe
So you
fitter.
go,
He gonna do
so you go
either
to, so you go
commercial
to
side.
school during the day and get the real life
Yeah,
thing, and then you
you get
go
the
to
work.
get
Yeah,
the school at night. Okay, okay.
yeah, but you're gonna be done probably like 4 or 5, maybe 6 o'clock at the latest,
But see,
because they
my
know you
thing
gotta
is,
be up in the morning.
but
But they
see,
gonna teach them how to thread pipe and all that shit. So you gotta understand how to do the die rods, how to put a die rod on a pipe and thread it, and then get the fittings on there, and how to get the tilt and its pivot the right way. So, but they teach you, and you get a certificate for each phase as you go through,
hell
point by
yeah,
point by point by point. So, okay, it's just like your college degree, but
see,
nobody can take it from you. So, like my
hell
man,
yeah,
when he caught that charge, they not gonna let you work in the bank when you got a certain type of
right, right,
charge.
right, 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 right.
So that was out. So he got his master's or whatever the fuck it was in accounting,
Yeah,
and that shit went down the drain.
yeah. He
You know
probably
what
had an
I'm saying?
MBA or something. But see, my
Yeah,
thing is this, right? What's so kind of like unnerving for me is like, you know,
she bad as shit.
I don't wanna quit a job to go and basically do a temp job. You feel what I'm saying? Because basically that's what the hiring hall is. You go down there, yeah, they gonna send you out to
Yeah,
work if they got work. You're not really
that's
guaranteed to
the
go out.
hiring hall. You got to
Yeah,
go
that's what I'm
take the
saying.
test. You take the test, and you go to the union hall, and you test in. And the pipe, you got pipe fitters, electrical, sheet metal, stationary engineers, plumbing, and for real, all that shit. None of them people stupid, bro. The math is a whole nother level of it. It just depends on how much
Yeah, see, that's I ain't
like
good
that
at
pipe
math
fitter
though.
joint, that pipe fitter shit. But see, I know at least here in DC, they got classes they give you. You know what I'm saying? You go to the union hall, you can take the test, and if you ain't ready, they got people that will help you with it, help you get
Tutors and
ready for
shit.
the test. Yeah, so
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
pipe fitters though, but pipe fitters you carrying pipe around. So you got commercial side, you got the commercial, you got construction, and you got residential. And the residential includes the commercial. So if you're doing like the dry fit and the roughing and all that, or you doing like it's already in, you checking out units because pipe fit is a lot of HVAC. Pipe fit is pretty much HVAC because
Yeah.
HVAC isn't a quote unquote trade. It's a part of the trades. Like
Mm.
electrical is just purely electrical. Elevators, they just purely elevators. But
See,
yeah, if we going speed,
I
that shit
need to
gonna be
go to
right.
something that electrical shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm damn near not trying to fuck with that. My nigga be throwing that shit on the TV sometimes and shit. They be doing
Yeah,
inside and outside. And all. I'm like, I ain't fucking with that. Plumbing, cool, but that's sewage and all that shit and everything and all. And I think they fuck with some kind of
they fuck.
gas and shit too. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? So I'm
you fuck
cool
with
on
the
that.
gases. Yeah, but they
Yep.
teach us a thing. They teach you all that. Like he talking about welding. Like he want to do that arc welding, and you probably want to do that under the water weld and all that shit. I'm not.
I'm
I
trying to
can't
do
do that.
I'm
But
trying
I
to do
don't
the
answer your phone.
safest shit that ain't gonna blow me up. I ain't trying to do nothing that can blow me up. You feel what I'm
Fuck
saying?
that.
I'm trying to. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Shit. I don't know what the fuck, man. Steph, I might be over there with you welding some shit or something, cause I don't know, man. Motherfuckers be my nigga called me just the other day. His ass was walking in like 3 foot of water in the sewers and shit, fucking with some electrical shit. I said, see, I wouldn't be doing that. You in 3 feet of water touching electrical shit. I don't give a fuck what kind of rubber they got in between me. I don't need to be down here fucking with this. And I know
Yeah,
they
I
gonna
Don't
know.
be
send me because
scared,
I'm
man.
new.
You gotta go
Like
get
I
it, bro.
said,
Don't be
money,
scared. They
you
going
gonna get this work.
He
You
yeah,
said
gonna
they
get
gonna
this
get
work.
this work.
Yeah, you what's up,
yeah. Like
fellas?
that
What's
shit.
up, fellas?
That shit
What's
did.
up?
When
What's
I'm
going
telling
on?
you,
What's
it's
In
money
going on?
though.
shade. In shade
It's
with it.
money. It's money and it's learning. Like you learn. You learn a lot. Like me personally, like I said, I'm
Oh
doing
yeah,
both. I work the white
but
collar and the blue collar. Hey, yeah, I
see,
got something for. Yes, sir. I have something downstairs for you. If you come right on down, you can get some.
yeah, put that
Hey, and
business
just
All
on.
right
right.
quick, man, a lot of pipe fitters because I mess around. I'm from a refinery town. You know what I'm saying? I don't work union jobs and I don't work regular jobs, man. A lot of like pipe fitters, they're gonna tell you they don't mess with no screw pipe. Like I heard y'all talking about cutting threads and doing stuff like that. The HVAC, you was talking about plumbing stuff. A lot of steam fitters, pipe fitters, and guys that do like heat exchangers and stuff like that. When you really messing with real pipe, you can get up to 72 inches, stuff like that, like in a
Yeah,
refinery.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can walk in the pipe, and
yeah,
he's right. Like when you start trying to see about being a fitter and stuff like that, takeoffs and the math, man, what he was saying, making sure that your bevels are good, that your flanges meet up. You're doing stuff over miles. I think Black
yeah,
Pipe said he did it too, because I'd have done pipeline work too. So when they saying pipe, man, don't just imagine that little pipe you have in your house, man. It's some stuff that's like, it's unheard of when you can drive machines inside of it. So
yeah.
you're gonna be on stuff sometimes like with hammer guns. You ain't using no regular wrenches and all that a lot of times either.
Real tunnels. Like if you go to a
Yeah,
pipe fitter,
yeah.
like so, like me personally, I can thread pipe and do all stuff like that. But like I said, I just because you uh, working as an stationary engineer, you kind of see what they do, and I'm pretty decent at picking up. So I learned how to thread the pipes and do the dye and all that. But I'm doing nothing but 3 inch, maybe 6 inch pipe. Man, they
See, that's
laugh
why when
at you.
you
Them
said
pipe fitters
thread, and
laugh
I'm
at
like,
you.
nah, it ain't no
Yeah,
thread, nigga. But
that's what I'm
no,
saying. They
yeah.
laugh at man. Them pipe fitters like, yeah, okay, you over there playing with that kid stuff.
So y'all
Bring
know
the
about the
forklift
field,
in.
right?
You still can make bread. No, I'm not gonna disrespect because the plumbers they make money. Like I like
Yeah,
even
yeah,
when I
yeah.
was younger, there was a female I fooled around with. She was doing that plumbing. Like, but the thing is, when y'all were like the dude kept saying he want to switch from something to pipe fit. That's why I was saying, did he look up any schools? Like I heard you were saying the union, they also got like ABC, Associated Builders and Contractors, different people like that, to where you
See,
want to
you
kind of
you answering the
Or
questions I was
Napa,
just finna
Napa.
ask though, because it was like,
yeah,
see,
yeah.
what
It's
I was
it's a
just
few
finna
different
say,
places
like,
I could point you to, like
if you,
NCCER. When you
but
start
hold
Yeah,
hearing
on,
that's
no,
what
these
it's called.
terms,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, the
before you
National
even
Center for
say that
Construction.
though, what I was gonna ask you was more like, with y'all know the different genres and trade fields, right? If now that y'all know all the different fields you could have gone into, you know what I'm saying, which one do you think is the best field to go into? Which one would you guide me towards? Like, okay, I went into pipe fitting, but man, them niggas over there don't do shit in plumbing. They ain't doing shit and they getting
Nah, they
paid
all
triple
say
me.
that about each other. But looking at it, man, I would say personally, what I got into station engineer because it's all computers and gauges, and
Station
all you
engineering.
yeah, stationary engineer because all you're looking at is the computer making sure that the alarm's not going off, and you just need to know enough to know who to call and what to call the issue for. Is you're dealing with boilers now? Yes, you gonna have to learn how to punch boiler tubes
Oh,
and
that's a
all that.
boiler's license.
Steam boilers, yeah, but it's
Okay.
stationary engineering. And the sweet thing about it is I watch people parlay. Like me personally, I got into the federal government as a maintenance mechanic slash plumber. Right, knew nothing about plumbing. I was doing HVAC work. Got the job, and I was able to parlay that into a GS level position where I just do contracting. I'm 1102, and I just do all contract work. All I do is make sure contractors are doing what the fuck they supposed to be doing. and I got a high school diploma, and I got a hell of a I'm a decent, not a high level, but I'm a decent level GS on a pay scale. And I'm talking about, just because you know the trade. So like, I oversee a lot of maintenance contracts. So the people that like do maintenance in the government buildings, a lot of them are contractors. So I just make sure I know what the fuck they supposed to be doing, and just go look and be like, oh, there's light been out for a fucking week. Write them up.
Yeah.
Like, this shit
So
is sweet.
I was hearing something like that about a safety manager, man, and they were saying that it wasn't much
Yeah,
training to do that either. You know what I'm saying? Basically, a
OSHA. You
motherfucker
got to
just
take your OSHA for that, but it's a lot of
hey, we on this motherfucker dropping jewels, man. You know,
Well,
it's
that's
it's
what I
a
do
definitely
right
lot
now.
of
I
young
work in
black
safety.
males
That's
on
why I
here
told
just
you I work through all those different trades. I'm a little bit older
yeah.
now, but what I do now, I'm like either I'm a coordinator, or I do site safety, or I do training.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Teach OQ stuff, which is operators qualifications for pipeline
Right,
stuff.
sir.
And what it is that I ain't never had no degree in all that, Ken, folks. So when you were saying what you were saying, I did everything. I bumped my head. You know, I did it the hard way. I worked a lot of these jobs and was watching around, checking different cats out. And when I would see certain brothers moving in certain ways, because you know when we do what we do, if your uniform clean, that's what I'm starting to look at you. You feel me?
yeah.
That's the biggest thing is your uniform and your hard hat clean. You
No,
start
sir, but
peeping
the
little
CVS
stuff
is up
like
on the
that when
corner.
you on jobs, you know. But
So which one would you suggest? Which field would
well,
you
I wound
suggest?
up in safety, but that's because I started off
No,
doing
not
like
where you wound
FCD.
up, but where would you guide me to go? You know, seeing all the
I
different
don't know if we have
fields
all
and
these.
you know what I'm
yeah.
saying, and then you know where would you say, man? I would go over there, man, because it seemed like they ain't doing that much and they getting paid crazy, and I like this, but the benefits about that genre, that field. Well, which one would you choose?
You're
See, I
funny,
got to know
man.
about you though, man. That's really on you. You know, I
No,
can't
no,
really.
that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
I can
Which
tell
one
you
would
what
you choose?
the thing that I can tell you is how much they make and what they do,
Max,
but
you
it's
in
still.
here? My bad, in shape. My bad.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on,
yeah. My bad. I was on mute. What's up? In shape, long time no see, big homie.
What's up, man? What you talking about, man?
You know, I came in peace with peace and love and happiness on my heart today.
You go with that nonsense already.
Man, I'm confused. I'm like I'm trying to find the fucking. Oh, here it goes, man.
So
Hey,
Damn, I
Tank ain't
almost
do it.
lost for a
Tank
second.
ain't do it. Tank innocent. Tank ain't do it.
what you was already doing it right now, you know what I'm saying? What kind of job you said, or what paperwork you said you went to school or something, huh?
Oh yeah, man. I got a master's in counseling psych, and then I work as a vocational rehabilitation counselor. So you know,
Well,
yeah, my homeboy he work in he work as an electrician. You know what I'm saying?
well, since you
So
have something like that already, you might just have to go straight to management anyway, which is, you know, you may not have to do all that. Now, going into the field and doing some of these jobs and making the good money, it will let you see from the other side. Because the one thing that I got on most of the cats, even if they have college degrees, is that I just didn't put my hand on something before. How old are you now?
oh man, I'm like 30 something. I'm in the late
Oh yeah, you
30s.
still young then, yeah. Because one of the last things I started doing, I got like right at 30, maybe 32, and started. I switched up again because you know it was fear with me. Like you said, I was trying to make a certain amount of money. I got kids. You know, you make mistakes when you're young. You start to see some stuff that you thought was outside of your reach. It really was just because you lacked the information. So I normally I've been jumping off and on, man. But I heard y'all. I was messing with my car, but I was trying to listen in the background. And when you started saying about the pipe fit and all that, that was one of the things they told me too when I was a little bit younger. The first thing I was able to do in a refinery, and I kind of just fell into that job, was pipe fit. So I went in with no
In shape.
experience.
What did you pause real fast? What did you do in the refineries?
Well, we built them. I did new construction. I did live units. I've hydroblasted. I've sandblasted. I've done pipe work. I built scaffolds. I've done trenching and excavation. I've done boilermaker work. Like I told you, once I got out of the military, man, I kind of went back home. And one of the things we avoid at home is either working in the prisons or working at the plants, just depending. But I mean, the biggest plant in the world is where I'm from. So when I say that I know about this, it's like generation after generation that does this. You either work offshore, because I'm originally from Port Arthur, so you know what I'm saying, everybody know, like I said,
Oh,
that's
okay. Shout out
yeah,
Texas
yeah.
County.
So
Word.
whatever you do, I done because we got
That
pipelines on it,
Waterburger.
we got refinery, you got dry dock, you got longshore, because it's an industrial town. So you got folks that do management, we got union jobs, you got straight jobs, you got private jobs, you got government jobs. It just depends on what your background is like.
So
Most of the time, if you got any trouble.
you said I need to get into safety management though,
Yeah,
since I
because
already
you
got
just
that
said something
background.
along that psych and all that other stuff. Whenever you go
Hmm.
start, you know, talking to certain people, since you already are college educated, you know, they know that you show that you're gonna stick with something. That's the biggest thing. A lot of times they don't care about your degree. They just want to see if you would sit there and spend your time doing stuff. And you've already
you the
proved.
second person I heard say something about that safety, because my buddy I was telling him, talking about the pipe fitter. He said that safety is the money, man. He was like,
most of the time, everything is pretty much a 1 or 2 year, depending on what you want to get in at first. Because you can do something like basically take a 40-hour course and get an OSHA 500 in construction or OSHA 500 in the industrial side. And once you get
which
that,
one would be the best one? Because like right now, like I teach, like
that's why I keep trying to tell you, there's no best. It's about what you do. If you do construction, get your construction one. But if you're gonna be doing, construction is when you're gonna build stuff. Industrial is like when you're gonna be working, and both of those are gonna cost. Say again, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's when you're gonna be working inside, like when it's already up. It's already up, put together, right?
Yeah, live units.
That's what they're trying to send me
transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't want to cut off. I heard both of y'all say something. Go ahead. What you say? I thought you had said something, Bass. I didn't mean to cut y'all off, man. I know sometimes I'll be rambling, so y'all, my bad.
No, you good. I was just agreeing with what you said, but let Bass go.
Yeah.
He's saying what's best, and that's why I told him there's really no best. You just gonna have to do a little bit of research and your temperament, because I've made good money on certain jobs, and as I got older, I realized what old heads was telling me, like, you might make that bread, but you're gonna hate your damn job. So the thing is, you start to slacken your performance. So quality of life being important, and if you've already been kind of a person that work with people, and you've been in the management, well, normally you're responsible for people, you might want to do something. I'm not just saying safe because of the bread, because we all jump at the bread, but the big thing is, he said he wanted to be somewhat safe too. So if you're the person that's in charge of safety, that'll give you a lot more confidence, because that's one of the reasons why I eventually just sucked it up, because Cat started just telling me on the job, hey, bro, you good at the paperwork. Hey, bro, you know how to talk to people. Hey, man, you said, I was like, nigga, I just don't want to blow up. Excuse, me saying, nigga,
nah, you right, though. You right.
It was some of the stuff that I really took for granted, though, money.
It's all right, in shape. I'll let you say it.
Yeah, it was common sense to me, but it wasn't common sense to other folks. So I took advantage of that. That's why I said, and in the beginning, you feel that imposter syndrome. You're gonna jump from one thing to another. They're gonna be looking at you because of that. But what are you really doing it for? Of course, the bread. So if you can stay focused on the bread and the workload itself don't bother you, then you good. Because you may get 3 or 4 years down the line doing that. And since you work around other people, other trades, other positions, you might want to start doing timekeeping. Never thought you wanted to be a timekeeper, but I've met people like that. I know guys who've been in safety 20 years, they wind up getting back on their tools, as they say, doing pipe fitting or hanging this or being iron workers. And it just depends. So it ain't no real what's best.
Yeah, no cookie cutter.
Get out there, you may want to get
I've heard,
yeah.
I've heard that welding is the worst, man. Because of the fumes, man. I always heard
it's up to you. See, some cats don't mind that.
Life expectancy.
Yeah, your life
expectancy. On your health, life expectancy on that welding.
Welding is that pipe fitting?
He welded, but he stopped because of his eyes. I got a homeboy who hated everything else, but he wound up doing electrical. Now he a master electrician working for the union in Las Vegas. And I'm talking about some hood cats who you probably meet them probably 20 years ago, be like, this dude right here? But yeah. And it's just kind of what he fell into. Like real talk. They always say you don't really know what you come with yet. That's what I was saying, money. You're going to have to look at these things, and when they start popping out at you, you'll hear certain words and you'll talk to certain folks. And then you'll start kind of see what you want to do, because the bread gonna be there. On average, they're gonna pay you anywhere from 50 to 100,000, just depending on what you're doing. And safety, the median income, like say for instance, you just go get an OSHA 30 and run a crew. Depending on where you at in the country, you might start around 75. That's real good though in a lot of places. In some of the slower places like Oklahoma, not to disrespect certain states, but it's just the way that it is because of how they do it.
The cost of living and everything.
See, 75 in Cali ain't shit though. Yeah. I'm damn near.
But you're not gonna make 75 in Cali. You're gonna make more than that because you're going to higher market.
There you go, Carl. You feeling what I'm saying? So some cats hear that. Some places $15 is the truth. Other places people like, man, you crazy. I made $15 20 years ago.
But this is the thing I can say about the trade. You could take that anywhere. So like
anywhere,
even though like I can lose my job at the government right now. And I can say, fuck, I'm moving to, I don't know, New York, Buffalo, New York. They gonna need a station engineer there. I'm gonna get it because I got my trade cert. I'm going to get the job.
And you can contract yourself out too, money. What I started doing when I got around certain cats, they taught me the game to where I'm on a job, and where I messed up, they were like, you don't ever get no percentage. You don't ask for a laptop. You don't do that. And I was like, no.
Yeah, the
So
laptop be the
you
big
start
thing.
learning.
Ask for the
You
laptop.
learn the basic benefits. So if you come into a meeting and start rapping with folks, they're going to kind of know where you at because you don't ask for certain stuff. Now I'd be like a vehicle. Can I get a gas card? Do I get a laptop? Do you pay travel? You know what I'm saying? Do you reimburse me? Do you pay for stuff up front? It's all my room and board gonna be. And when they start seeing that you kind of know that, that's when your money come in too. But that's later on.
What's
I don't
your per
want
diem?
because I contract out sometimes. But what you said earlier, sometimes it dried up. I did contract work. I did third party. And you start learning where you at. Now I'm finna try to do a permanent duty. I'm like, I'm done with that. I'm done with traveling. I'd have made a lot of money, but I haven't kept a lot of money. That's the other side of it. You travel around, you start making a lot of bread. But the thing is, if you don't have somewhere to really be sitting and being invested, I made all my mistakes when I was younger. Now in this time, this is what I'm doing, which I'm trying to take permanent duty. Because if I travel, I make way more. People gonna probably pay you double pay during the holidays. You get per diem. You get travel.
I'm telling you, my homeboy working. He working this whole holiday week. Every time I FaceTime this nigga, he walking around somewhere downtown San Francisco. I said, "Damn, you still work?" He said, "Yeah, man, it's the holiday. You know, I'm getting double time. He getting stupid money right now." And he got a truck and shit with a.
What's your danger level? Do you want to work inside a live unit? Can you wear a mask somewhere? Because I tell people that, are you comfortable with machinery? You got to keep it a buck with yourself. I see some people, they don't like climbing heights. Do you have a problem with height?
I'll climb a height, but I ain't trying to fuck with no alive electricity. That's where I start getting nervous and shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't fucking with no electricity. I'd rather dig through some shit and step through some shit and all that sewer water and shit before I touch some shit that could kill me, if that makes sense. So
no, I feel you. You might want a line pipe then. Yeah, that's the thing. I did both up for a while. Like I didn't really get into the
sewer water gonna kill you too.
That
family. But that's the fear I had. Yeah. Like that's the same exact fears I had. That's why I got into the stationary engineer joint because I was like, I don't want to get shocked to death.
See, I gotta damn near write.
I'm not about to drown, and I'm not about to go up on the roof. I don't do anything over. I've been on jobs like where they like go up there and check the gutter.
Tell them I don't climb. I feel you tell them they gotta respect that. Yeah, you tell them I don't climb.
I'm 5'7", 5'8". If God wanted me up there, he'd have made me that big. That's not happening. Yeah. But with the union,
they might not have a harness to fit certain cats too.
There you go. In the union, you gotta
even have a harness for you. Yeah,
you gotta be over. Yeah, it gotta be over 6. Anything over 6 feet, you gotta be tied off. Anything over 6 feet, you gotta be tied off by OSHA and union rules. So like I've had people come on site because like I said, for the federal government, I'm a contractor officer representative. So I've had contractor officers call me like, yeah, the contractor did, but they say they can't do the work. So they're gonna have to charge us for another day coming out. So since I work in the best interest of the government, I gotta go and figure out why woo. They're like, well, we need X, Y, Z. We can't go up there because we gotta be tied off, or we need to have this type of safety equipment.
Hit that like button.
I'm supposed to provide it.
Yeah.
And
money, I would say just because of kind of how you come across right now, you probably would want to see something along management. And it can be any construction. You can be a superintendent, or you can be a general foreman or whatever. And that's just basic courses that you take just in management. The first thing you would do is get an OSHA 30. That's the easiest thing you can do. First and foremost, just because it gets you to understand the OSHA 10, which is these little classes. I'm telling you, you can go to OSHA, any website or anything like that and put it in. You probably have a lot of local people that do it. You can even do it online. You can just put it in and pay. But the online, if you're not the type of person that can kind of sit through, the films and the 2 or 3 hour type stuff, you have to sign out, come back to it, then you might want to go sit in the class. That's why I keep saying, what's your temperament? How well do you study and stuff like that? Because it's not hard. A lot of it is just remembering and, like they say, regurgitation.
You talking about you can do that straight from nothing, or you have to have experience?
Yeah, straight from nothing. Just off the grip. Yeah, it's just nothing. Just
and it's called OSHA 10.
But the OSHA 30 will get you to be where you could be in charge.
Hey, what about if you're a felon?
It depends on where you're gonna be working at.
Bro, y'all dropping some real game on here.
So man, I'm over here taking notes.
Me too, nigga. Me too.
Man, I got my notes app open. I'm telling back up like what he
said. Hey, ain't this so much better than talking about race?
Yes.
The trade.
I heard y'all say something about Max. Oh my God, shut up, Max.
You gotta make sure
you gotta put that money over here, boy. Come on.
Yeah, I'm looking
at look, I forgot one of y'all said y'all was cool with the schooling. So they had this thing, FEMA had this thing called IS, Independent Studies Programs, right? And I'm doing it right now. It's for emergency preparedness. And you get the certification, which turns into an associate degree. You just got to find whatever college will take those credits and transfer them for the cheapest price. So like where I'm at, there's a college that's like up in the boonies. Like I'm in DC, but if you go like way out fucking Maryland in the boonies, it's a college that charge you $5 per credit, and then turn it into an associate degree. So now then I can officially be like, I got a degree, so I can go and get other jobs to pay more money on the back end. And when you're looking at the trades, also look at something called, at least when you go on like usajobs.gov, you look for federal job positions, look for engineering technician. Only thing you do is you just got to know what, like engineering technician, like I watch people parlay HVAC certification, CFCs into an engineering technician where they're making 100 plus a year. And all you do is just go look at it and be like, oh, okay, the fuse is blown. Let me go call the contractor to get the fuse put in. That's all you do. No high school, no, just a high school diploma. I know some of them barely speak English, bro. Like it's some paper to be made. Like I said, I can't spell. I can't spell for nothing, and I'm making it. So y'all can really do it. Y'all smarter than me.
Hey man, I'm telling you. See, my thing is like, it's just so hard for me to give up a bird in the hand to go down here to this union hall and do it that way. Or even because no matter which way I go about it, I have to basically quit my job so I can either go start getting training.
No, not just to do your stuff online, money. You can just look into the little OSHA stuff and you can train, and that's yours. If you pay for the little class and you
so they got some little online shit
that's just to get familiarized and see what you're gonna look at. They're gonna teach you about canisters and ladders and working in places with overhead electrical stuff and how to deal with like say for instance electrocutions, and because you're gonna have to get your mind into what you're finna be doing, which is going from, like you say, just more or less dealing with people on a psychological standpoint to actual hands-on stuff as far as building. You know, you got to understand hazard awareness because things are going to be changing. Even if you are working in management, when you work out on job sites, the biggest thing is that if you do new construction, say for instance, you're going to go out to an open field probably being in the beginning, and by the time you leave, there's going to be a whole goddamn building up there. So it's going to be stuff changing constantly. And you need to have the basic understanding of what they're going to be doing. Like what's going to happen if they lay concrete? What happens when the machinery come through? Are they going to be sinkholes because we're going to have to try to see about getting permits because this is new land? Is this swamp? You know, just basic little stuff that you don't think about. But after you see it, you're going to be like, damn, this is just like what going to building a house or trying to make sure a school, but your mind is not on that yet. That's why you asking me, like most of us want to know, what's the money? What's this? What's that? Nah, just start off
money gonna come, bro.
With the field itself. Start off with the industry. Like
my thing is how do I get in them without, because like I said, I'm working a 9 to 5. So it's
how
like
much you
start on the computer. You got it. That's what I'm telling you. Once you see that, because I can't explain everything to you in this video. We'd have to be here for 12 hours.
What I don't think y'all miss what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like I'm trying to, unless I can do this OSHA 30 at night online. Okay, if that's what you're saying, cool. Boom.
Yeah, it's at your convenience. Some places you don't have to do it overnight. It's as long as it takes you to do. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's at your leisure, as they say. These are things that you can do passively.
So you can do like an hour a day or something like that if you want.
I was straight up, bro. I'm telling you, I'm an older man. I got kids. I did some of this stuff, bro. Like I get off at 12 and stay up and do a course. And one of my last ones when I actually got my construction site safety tech, I had to do that after work, and I worked 12 hours. On average, you work 16.
Does this shit ever expire? Because you know what, I really
certain things do expire, but my safety doesn't. But certain certifications with your safety, because once you got your safety, you got it. But when you go up to certain individuals, they're going to ask you like maybe the last time you work, and do you have certain certs? I can just watch a job site just with the class that I took. My first class was right at what? It was supposed to be $2,000. I paid $16 because I worked for the people. I took it at the office where I applied for my job because I was working for them. Because some of these organizations will have what they call satellite classes, where they come out to different job locations and they teach people while they're there. Because you're already employed by the people, you already can be working in the refinery. So if you do happen to go into whatever field you're doing, switching from working in maintenance and now you want to do pipe fitting, or you might want to be a scaffold builder and you're going to switch over, you're going to actually be getting off of work and going back to the office where you were hired in at and doing a class. That's why I'm telling you it's so hard to explain to you until you kind of just do that little basic 10 or 30. And then you'll start seeing like, oh, that's what that old boo. Oh, okay, that's what old head was talking about. I'm like, yeah, because you don't have to quit anything. But the thing is that, you know, I don't have to tell you how to manage money or nothing like that. When you get ready to make your transition, like they say, a bird in the hand, you know, you just make sure the job is set up. You have a full understanding of what you finna get yourself into and what you expect from them. Because even in between jobs, one of the reasons why people do this is because they get unemployment. You know, a lot of construction workers, even some people in the union, once you get either laid off or get an
They get
ROF,
paid.
which is a reduction of force, because you may be on a job, it may be a 6-month job. It may be a 2-year job. It may be a 5-year new construction. It may be a permanent position with a company of 300 people. We just don't know. It's up to you, because you may want to move around the country because you never had a chance to do that. So they're going to have companies that hire people, give you a truck, or they'll fly you all over the country or different parts of the world. I missed out on jobs like going to Africa. When I say, bro, I'm hood and I done had some issues to where I didn't think because of my record, but then everything was straight. I'm so I know it's possible, because I'm straight up did not believe at times that I could this, like you hear the brothers them say that you can get this kind of money. So when they say they take trades, that's a real thing. I started seeing that, because most places, jail, school, and everywhere, you can still take trades. Since when I was younger, the trade started kind of shrinking up, and a lot of cats who was getting out of jail wasn't doing it, because you're gonna make some bread depending on what you do, you know. So the biggest thing now is just to get online and start looking, because you got that access. Information is so fast now. I did it the hard way. Like I had to, I had to walk the ground. I had to go to the employment commission. You know, I worked under old heads who had retired, but all of a sudden they tell me, hey man, you know what you can do is work on this screw pipe, like he was saying earlier. I go do a screw pipe job because I just need the money, because I got a baby on the way. Me, the dude over there that does this, little stuff like that. But the biggest thing is just getting that first information and then kind of walking around, because you can do all this while you're working. You know, it's not.
COVID made it easy.
30.
COVID made it a lot easier. Like everything is online now, to the point where you can probably just pay somebody and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how can I say it? Dude, you can pay somebody
on
to take
YouTube,
that
bro.
shit.
We on YouTube
You know
now. I still do training on
YouTube. Nah. You gonna
learn
get
on
this
your
work.
own.
You gonna get this work.
You gonna get this work.
Man, y'all got me over here excited and shit. Boy, I'm about to start looking up all kind of shit now.
Nah, bro, the shit. I'm trying to transition,
I'm
bro. I'm trying to
gonna
get some
make it
money,
real
man.
simple for you. I'm 34. I didn't get my high school diploma until I was 28. I make 6 figures.
I started everything in Job Corps, Combo.
He
That's what
said,
I'm
and I
trying
make.
to tell him.
Hey man, say that
Yep, I had
again,
went
bro.
to
He
Job
said, and I
Corps
make
too, but I
6
fucked it off.
figures. I feel that.
I tried to go
man.
to Job Corps, but I got caught selling weed to some New York dudes who snitched. And
yeah, they was zero tolerance. They gave me a pass. I messed up one time, but they did.
Yep,
give me a
I had
pass.
got kicked out of Job Corps, man. Like
Hey,
I had fucked around and broke this nigga nose, man.
Hey, most important question though: is there a lot of drug testing in this field of work? Because it sounds like it.
Yeah,
he would be the one who
Yes,
drug
of
tested you. He would be
course.
the one who drug
Yes.
tested you. The safety
But
guy.
hey, Max,
He hate
one of the things,
guy.
to be honest with you, if I'm teaching classes or whatever, ain't nobody drug test or nothing, because you hire me to do a class. A friend of mine turned me on to this other little plug he gave me that I felt kind of smart and I was impressed with myself. Just on some clown stuff. But I was working with him and he was like, well, say, man, they got a technical school over here. You want to teach a class? And, in my mind, I'm like, bro, I ain't got no degree. No, he say, no, man, I'm telling you, you can go out. And one of the places was, because y'all know this name if y'all work. God, man, I'm having a brain fart, bro. The name of it's a trucking company. Golly. I wound up doing one
Swift.
Swift. Swift is somebody that I did, because I've also driven. He was talking about trades. I said, I don't
Snyder.
know if the road. I'm trying to think what it
CR
is.
England.
It was Baker Hughes was doing the job.
Okay,
that's what it was. Baker Hughes. That's the name of the company. But anyway, they got a corporation stuff they was doing, but they needed people to come out and teach cats about heights and being tied off above head. And it blew my mind. I'm like, dude, this is a Fortune 500 company. He say, nah, if you think about it, most of the time what they doing is on a vehicle or yada, yada, yada. He said, but now, like what you were saying, what you were doing, Combo, they building these stations. So since they build these stations, they got to get out of their trucks and climb up on something to hook up something. They didn't have to do that at first. So a guy like you,
and
Combo,
insurance
would be
make
there
them
too,
happy.
because they would have to have some of the stuff is so corrosive. You got to have a guy like you on site to be testing stuff, to replace stuff, and show these cats what's going on. So I'm on them making bread, teaching people who you would never think to just use a harness. And it's something that I take for granted, because I thought I wasn't at that level of safety. But then I started to understand that a lot of different corporations, they don't do everything that you do. So what you have is a specialty. You specialized. And when I realized that, I'm like, I can just tell some dudes how to turn some valves.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, all right.
You know,
So when you showed me
I don't
that,
even know how to
yeah.
use a harness, bro. I don't know how to use no damn
Yeah,
harness
I
at
know. You
all.
see what I'm saying? So
And I promise you, because they be like, go up there. I'm like, no, it's not happening. I
and
don't
when
even
we
want to
talk
know.
about a harness is what you strap on your body when
Yeah,
you're working
I
at
don't
heights,
care. I
buddy.
ain't doing it.
You got to
I
hook
ain't
off
doing
to
it.
something. Yeah, in case you fall, it keeps you from, hitting the ground. Because like I
Yeah.
say, the fall don't kill you, it's the landing. So this keep you from landing, basically.
You know what I'm saying?
You wondering what we talking about a harness.
But because, like I said, you don't have to know nothing about it. Like literally, on top of that's public information. Like the Department of Commerce headquarters in downtown DC, right? We had no fall protection. I don't know shit about fall protection. Just know that you don't want to fall. So we had to go up there and get a safety guy. Our safety guy goes up there and says a whole bunch of smart people words and was like, basically, we need to get it done. The government comes out, GSA comes, and they start putting in the fall protection. You know how I learned to make sure, because my job as a core was to make sure that the contract was fulfilled up to the standards of the contract. So in the contract, it will have certain jargon that I just don't understand. But when I looked at the information that they gave in that packet for the fall protection, I was able to understand everything. Like, okay, it looked like this is an accordion and it slows you down. It's all the fuck I need to know. Make sure the accordions are here. Make sure this falls you down.
What is the O-ring?
And
What's your
like,
D-ring?
okay.
And man, I'm teaching men that's twice my age this, and it's just taking stuff for granted. I just took it for granted because we had to use it on all my jobs. The first thing they do is strap you in this thing because sometimes you're gonna be at 250 feet. It just is what it is.
They tried to tell me I could go up there. They said we can hang a car from there. Come on, take a look. I said,
nah,
take a picture.
You ain't got to never do nothing. If you say you don't feel safe, that's a wrap.
Take a picture and send it to my email, and we'll get you. We'll get your invoice paid.
Yeah, because I was stupid. Sometimes I did stuff when I was young, man. And you was just trying to get that bread, and your ego gets you the way you trying to show people you're not scared. But man, you was retarded doing that. Now I'm older and I think about that. You're just young and thinking that you just gonna wake up every day. So that's always another reason why I said I wound up in safety. Because man, we've been on some gigs and bro, gas leaking, like y'all say, y'all walking through stuff, electrical things, working without the right mask.
Hey, Shay, I was just saying that shit the other day on here. I said I could tell that a lot of these motherfuckers don't value life enough. If you ain't really been through no close death situations, you don't value life enough because you don't know when it could really be gone. Like,
yeah,
I bet
you know I do. You see the way I was walking through LA. You know I value my life.
I've been shot. I've been stabbed. I know I bleed. I'm good. We ain't even gonna take those chances. We ain't gonna play
like math? Do you think that you'll probably be like you? Would you like to be an engineer? Because they do that on computers. All you doing is just
that's what I'm talking about. That's a station engineer. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's
but
what
everything
you do.
is done on the computer. So right now I'm at this hotel.
So you talking about drafting and all that other stuff? That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now I'm working at a hotel overnight. Right. I'm making $45 an hour. I'm just sitting behind the front desk talking to y'all.
Was it a lot of math involved in that though?
In the class, but humble yourself, bro. Like, so the reason why I was able to get in, and I ain't gonna lie, I went to take a test and I failed horribly. But I'm a junior, and my didn't know my father's father sat on the board. I didn't even know. So when the dude seen my name, my name is not common, right? The dude wound up knowing, and he was like, "Listen, man, all right, boo, 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 sit your ass in the back, don't say nothing." So I studied, I took the class, and then after I got in it, then I took the union. I went the union route. So I was like, man, I need to make the money. Because with the union, you get a bump every 6 months, I think? Like every 6 months, you get a pay bump. And I was still, like, man, I don't know, I might catch a charge, I might not do something. But I did that for a while, but I did that. I bounced from there, quit the union, went to the government. Like, I did do the dumbness of not staying in one place. So I kind of set myself back over time. So I got up to making like 26 an hour with the union, and then left there, went to the government, and then got with the government, made it up to like 32 an hour, and then transferred over to another job in the government. But now look at me, I can still literally take the experience I have and be like, yo, I got my third-class station engineer license that came from the union. You know what I'm saying? I might have to test for it every few years or do a certain amount of hours, but I can sit here and make the money doing nothing. All you doing is looking at the computer. That's all you doing is looking at the computer. Everything I do at both jobs is looking at the computer.
So to what extent did the math go to?
You got to be able to. So it's the formulas. So you got to be able to multiply, which I'm not even good enough to really multiply. If you ask me right now 6 times 9, I'm gonna pull my calculator out. I can't do it. I'm not even gonna lie to you, right? But you just got to know the formulas. Once you know the formulas and everything, and trying to get like so you have these things called a riser. A riser is, and you got to be able to get the volume of the riser. So they got a mathematical equation to tell you, and it tells you this is how you do it. And no matter what the teacher always said, unless you leave Earth, the equation is always going to be the same because it's always going to be the same pressure on Earth, the same pressure on the gravity, and you just always the same. And you just, you do your math a certain way, but after a while, bro, you don't have to use it because everything's in the computer. Unless you go into an old ass
I didn't
building.
want to like disrespect you, but I was just gonna say a lot of that stuff after a while they teach you in the class, but once you get out in the field, he gonna tell you everything is gonna be easier because it's plug and play with a lot of stuff. Yeah.
The only time I had to do it was my computer went down, right? And I kind of got a job on the outside. I got a job on the outside, right? And I put my resume up. I was like, yeah, I can do this, I can do that. And the computer was down and they was asking me for my readings. So like my whole life, I looked down on my father because he worked with his hands. I'm like, this is a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? I'm always be out on the block doing my thing. Like, man, I could never be like him. First person I called was my father. Dad, I don't know how to get these readers. My boss said he need these readers. He come past. He opened up the joint, said, you go up here. This is the temperature. You go down here. This is the temperature. Then you do the math. I'm like, this motherfucker do math? He multiplied in his head. I'm like, what? And that was right there. It was it. But outside of that, man, you don't need to do that. Everything good, boss man? She coming in? Don't let her in. She can come to my room.
These regular dudes, some of my homeboys, some of them, they like you said, ex-felons. Some work at GM. Yeah. It just depends, I see cats who never ever really even finished school, but they wind up realizing they sharp in math.
Hey, asbestos is a good one too. Oh, y'all looking to asbestos, so I got my.
You got to be careful with that.
Hey, Money, send me your notes, bro, so I know where to sign up and start doing these classes, bro.
I got you. I'll share that note with you.
Fucking Max.
Hope I don't go back to singing, yo.
She looks good. I'm gonna try my hand.
Yeah. Oh, you bet. Yeah, that E40. Yeah, I hear that.
You know it.
Yeah, I hope I don't go back.
Well, shit, man. Hey, y'all remember Murray Hanks in the video? He was doing the chicken head across the screen.
Yeah, man, that's player. That's that North Cali player right there.
I see you, Rob G. Yeah, he said there's good money in the trades and the knowledge of things you learn. Yeah, you're right.
Big stepping.
You okay?
Man, you know what though? One of my biggest regrets is not taking Job Corps seriously. Man, I fucked that shit off, man.
Man, we just young and dumb and you in it, bro.
Hell yeah.
You in it. You don't think about that shit.
Yeah.
Not just keep cussing, but you don't think about that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You did. We all cuss here.
I tell my kids, your brain don't stop developing till you're 25, man. It just is what you learn that now as you get older, that even at 25, you just really starting to kind of halfway know who the hell you are. That don't let them influence you too much. You still be bitter about stuff from when you're young, and you it's easy to blame everybody else, and the biggest thing is just your emotions. You just always so emotional.
You be on your own way. I call it walking. You stepping on your own dick.
That's all it is. Because a lot of times, if you just be quiet and just sit back and watch folks, you be straight. That's what I learned. The biggest thing is always, why am I always interacting with everything? Because I was feeling insecure. I say that when I get on there all the time. That insecurity was killing me. Coming from the hood, doing this, all the same stuff you deal with, especially men. They just value what you can do. Because I was always trying to come down on them spokes and let everybody see and poke my chest out. And all that old type stuff like that. But like I said, making the money was one thing. Keeping it was another.
That's a lesson I'm trying to learn now too.
Man, say it again, man.
How to really.
Hey, I'm gonna go play some Fortnite with the kid, but I'm gonna stay on here because I know Kyle ain't gonna be up later. Let me in, so I'm gonna be on mute.
All right, man.
I'm trying to learn how to keep that money.
Kyle ain't gonna be on here. But yeah, that's the biggest thing. Because even now, I'm still getting that. I hear them talking about all this tank stuff and everything else. When I hear the brothers,
he messed my money up.
Stuff with women. We all got certain stuff to where if you can just be by yourself, you'll still find some reason to be, dropping the ball. But if you got a family, you got women, whatever it is that you're dealing with, that's going to be another thing. Because I try to remind myself, man, it'd be so hard. I'd be like, bro, remember when you're tired. Remember when you're sick, when you're cold, when you're hot, when you're hungry, when you're irritated, because that's going to always determine your thought process. And I try to catch myself, bro, because I make the mistakes, man. Yeah.
The worst thing to do is to sit in that cell, man. When you're sitting in and you want that drink cold, you like, damn,
bro.
Was it worth this shit? Damn, I could have just.
Because that mistake after, I tell my kids, they say, Daddy, what's the worst thing you always talk about? That really this, because, kid, I say regret, that taste of regret in your mouth. When you feel stupid, when you know that all you had to do was go home, when you know all you had to do was turn around and walk away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
In the moment though, you don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
And
know
I
you
think that
don't.
could have been what happened with him.
That's why you get that personal time to sit there and think about it. And then you don't want that personal time because you posted up thinking about who gonna bail you out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Like then you really trying to figure out what's going on, who taking your money while you in there, because you know you get caught, especially if you get caught outside. Let's say you on some other stuff, you get caught outside. You might pass your money and your phone to somebody, say give it to my mom, give it to my brother, or somebody like that, but that shit gonna be gone. They gonna sell that, they gonna break that down before you get home, you know, and the cops gonna take some of that, and it's just not worth it all over some dumb stuff.
I mean, Max said it earlier, man, when you just start valuing stuff, some stuff, so a couple of drive-bys, a couple of times the police take your money, what you gonna do? You just start looking at stuff and realizing how much you put your autonomy, as they say, your own self-control in other people's hands. Because I tell my baby this, I say, maybe I don't like to go into these job interviews and different stuff with no desperation. Like we got bills or I've been out, you know. I started understanding that if I can really just keep my mind stay straight when you go most places, man, you'll be straight. But if you always kind of haggle from a place of need, then you
not
can't
gonna get it
straight. Yeah. And that was the big thing. So I had to stop staying up at night. I had to stop getting my head bad. I had to, you know, just really like, why am I doing this? And most times you're trying to, it's like you don't want to deal with something. You know, I started getting on here because I needed to rap with other folks. I don't never do this. I always get the same speech when I jump on here, my little disclaimer. I ain't trying to beat nobody. I don't need to win. I'm not going to disrespect you, blah, blah, blah. I'm really learning from y'all. I like talking to my people, you know, all that type stuff. But the biggest thing is that I had to start bouncing my mind and how I think off of other folks. The easiest thing was to do this, but just to get on here was a big thing for me because I don't do a lot of social media. So that was part of the growth process. So now that I've been kind of getting on here, rapping with folks here and there, you see what it is too. You know, I remember like moving around the country when I could, and you kind of remember you can hear people's voices and think about stuff. So you start to understand like stuff be cultural, stuff be local, you know what I mean? And you can get past all that if you just willing to, because my baby, she can be prideful. I always bring up,
can't let you in.
The first time that you say you don't know something, that's when you finna fix something. You know, if you forever trying to pretend like you can't, you know, you want to know everything. That's the big thing I've seen on here is that a lot of times cats they be beefing so hard.
They be bluffing.
Yeah, and it's just to win. But what's the win? I don't understand that win part. Because the thing is that you really, we all know that you don't know, but you think that if you don't like submit or relinquish, then you didn't win. I'm like, nah, excuse me, my friend, you fucking up your perception. Because even lying, like when I was hustling when I was younger, if you always lying, it really do mess up your perception. You know,
if you go out there and sell soap one time, you lose your customer.
You're afraid of something when you lie. You know, so being a man means that, bro, sometimes you just gonna have to sit in your mistake. Yeah, I did such and such, you know, like they say, whoop de bam, blah, blah, however you want to say it. And once I was able to deal with that, oh yeah, bro, it don't nothing really be bothering you too much. Yeah, you still got insecurity. Yeah, you still got other stuff that you're dealing with. But when you can see that on average, when you start to get mad, people was interacting with you. People was coming after you. Because if you kind of just sat off in the corner and did whatever, the fact of the matter that you were what you were is the reason why they came over there. So it's nothing really wrong with you. You see what I'm saying? It's just that folks don't understand certain things, or they feel like if they can conquer you, use you as a measuring stick, they're gonna feel better about themselves. That's empty, bro. Because you got
there's nothing wrong with staying in your own lane, and I think that's something that
I don't. That's why I say I don't have to win.
Yeah, that's something my father used to tell me. So I'm raised by one. I was raised literally by my father. So he's always telling me, man, stay in your own lane. Stay in your own lane. I ain't understand this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hear you, but now as a 34-year-old man, I'm like, man, I stay in my life. Because it alleviates a lot of problems. Like I be watching the other show, Fred, on the Barbershop Conversations. A lot of he be saying be sounding goofy, but really it's just he stay in his own lane. He don't be in a position where he needs to act a certain way or be in a certain manner. So he in his own lane. So he just, if anything comes that way, it's because it was brought that way or brought to you. Like I remember the first time I got shot. And looking back into it, hindsight 2020, it was me just like ego, being young, dumb ego. I seen somebody we had a problem with. I didn't even have a gun on me, but I just wanted to back him down just cause I'm like, man, I'm gonna back him down. Well, guess what? He had his gun. I could have walked away. I could have just got on the bus and went about my business and not been in the fucking hospital. But I, for some reason, had something to prove to somebody who don't even fucking matter, to people who don't even fucking matter, and I get holes in my body. That shit is stupid, man. When you young, you just dumb and you do stuff for no reason, man. That shit. Now just stay in your lane. I stay in my lane, stay in my place, stay busy. You know what I'm saying? I get on this joint, listen to everybody. A lot of times I'm always in the joint, but I just don't even get on. But like I like it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a fellowship. Even though it be some people here that irritate the fuck out of it.
Yeah, because I had some bad run-ins at first. I didn't understand. I got a B. Like I stayed off in the cut, like you say. I practiced first. I watched. I didn't chat. I paid attention. I was in different communities as you start seeing. And the reason why I tell everybody, I found out most of these cats because they was hating on them, hating on the LDBC, hating on black boxers, hating on black channels. Because I started seeing it. You know, your algorithm start going to whatever you're looking for. That's the reason why I started asking folks why are you over here? What you looking for? When I started kind of, and initially I just wanted to talk to folks. Then I started understanding what they talking about the cooking and you know, even on here it's a pecking order, you know, and it's about if you're gonna piss in my yard, I'm gonna piss in your yard, and you know, all that type of stuff was going on. And I wasn't really trying to get off in all that, but some folks just gonna try you know, it just is what it is. They hear you. They think they know something, you know, you sound like something from something. And because I got backed into stuff sometime, man, I didn't even realize I was in the fight. I was like, hold on, what's going on? Am I tripping?
Yeah, I feel you.
You know, because I don't want you to think I give that much of a, you know, because that'll show like, bro, you in the internet sphere, bro. I don't know you. Now, certain stuff, just because if I plan on returning, like Mix would say, that I'm gonna stand on my square, you know. But the thing is what we really talking about. Because if you using me as a measuring stick, then, you know, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down because I don't have no switch in my back. Like if you keep coming at me and I plan on staying here, I'm gonna say something. But otherwise, man, I'm just gonna get off of here because you got something going on with you. You know, and I tell people all the time, I hope you get better, bro. You know, not to be sarcastic or nothing like that, because I had to realize, like I said before, cats be under the influence. Cats be young, you know, and they be like, hey, man, yeah, you can't tell me. I'm like, bro, I ain't trying to tell you nothing. I thought we were just having a conversation. But that other thing is a hit dog collar, like I say to folks.
Beefing on their own.
It's trolls on here for sure. I remember when I first started getting on here, and I would just look at the comments and laugh, man. And I really expected to run into some of these guys. You know what I mean? When we go out and be out places and stuff like that. But this is the internet, man. So you know, I look at it like that, and I treat it accordingly. I move accordingly on the internet. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mean to bring y'all down. My bad. He'll tell you a lot of times I'll be my bad, and I don't mean to cut you off and all that. But especially when now I see younger brothers and I hear y'all talking, I always say the future feel better. I know it sounds cheesy. Cats maybe think I'm blowing smoke, but it's like, nah, because when you really get a chance to make it on the other side, quote unquote, you don't take stuff for granted. And when you see youngsters doing stuff like y'all making money, y'all inventing new stuff, man, that right there make me feel good. He always a stereotype. You know, he gonna be violent. You don't read well. You don't swim. You don't take care of your kids and all this old nonsense. So when some of y'all get on here and I hear what y'all do, I'll be like, see what I'm saying? It's like people exist. That's the biggest thing. And then I listen to them because my son tell you, like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna be hating on somebody younger than me. You know, even if you do what you do, and I tell them that, I'm gonna still live vicariously through you. I'm gonna take credit. That's my boy right there. You know, I said, but I can't really wrap my mind around being upset with you for being successful. You know, that's when we say about the crab syndrome, and you hate to use these same terms that they often say about our, let me say, community, our ethnic group culture. But yeah, you start to see that we feel like we gotta attack something. We gotta down, you know, and I hear that a lot on here. When folks come from other places, I always use the same examples.
Yeah, I hear it too. I hear it too, man.
Yeah. Not to cut y'all off. Go ahead, man. I'll jump on you.
No, go ahead. I hear it.
But let me say this part, since we're talking about building, I've been listening to you fellas. We gotta kind of in the earlier, because some of you fellas are in a younger age. Y'all got to concentrate on getting a home and purchasing a home. The earlier you do that, the better off you'll be on your later years.
Well, the interest rates is crazy right now. I was just trying to do that.
Nah, brother. Listen, it doesn't matter. Don't zero in on no interest rates. Like your house is gonna be your biggest asset as you move forward from most working class people. So don't zero in on no interest rate. Say it again.
I said I don't want to be underwater because, you know, I'm thinking about trying to buy a house here in Nashville, man. And interest rates, man. I think last time I checked was like 8, 7 something, 8 something. And then,
But
the
you're not
house
going.
prices ain't dropping. So it's like, yeah,
I
I
thought
can
they said it was dropping
refinance.
money. Recently, they in the
It
news
is
said it.
dropping.
Didn't they
It
say it
is
was
dropping.
dropping? But not
It
to,
is
I
dropping.
don't want to call him wrong,
The
but
rate.
I don't know how recently he'll look.
It's
But I
dropping.
just,
Well,
it's my
I
sister.
ain't, I ain't just been
I don't
2
own
pages,
no house
man.
no more. I don't want to think
When it
I
went
don't
up,
own. Yeah.
It's dropping.
when it went
It's
up into
dropping,
the
brother.
sevens and shit, when it went up, I stopped looking. I just, you
It's
know what I'm
at
saying?
5 now, brother. It's at
Is
5.
it
It's
5?
not at 7.
5?
It's at 5.
Pittsburgh.
And remember, if you own your
Hmm.
house, listen, brother, if you
I
own a
might have
house,
to
no matter
go.
what interest rate you pay for it, if you buy a house today, 10, 15 years from now, it's not going to matter what you have going on. And even if you, let's say the house value drops, your mortgage isn't going to change. Your taxes and your insurance might change, but your actual mortgage payment will not change over the term of that life of that. Now what will change is your rent. Rent gonna keep going up. You're gonna keep paying that money every month, and
Oh
you're not
yeah,
gonna get
no,
nothing out
I'm
of
not
that.
in disagreement about
No, I'm just
renting
saying, like,
versus owning, but what about being underwater and then emergency come up and then you got to sell, but then you owe more than the house, you
how could you?
owe more on the house than it's worth.
Okay, let me ask you this: How could you be underwater? Let's break this down. Let's just go through this exercise with me. Just humor me for a moment. Let's say where you're renting at now, right? Something comes up. What could you do where you rent at right now?
You
You
said,
can't do
what could I
anything with
do?
that money, right? Can't do
Oh yeah,
nothing with
yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
no. Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
right.
so now if you purchase a house, you purchase a home, let's say 2 years in, some kind of dire emergency hit, right? And you have to refinance that home. You're able to do that. So you're either able to stretch out the payments a little bit further to bring down the payment every month. You're able to go into that house, God forbid if you need to. You're very flexible with the house, even with the interest rates. You should
But
not
I'm
touch your
saying
home, but if
underwater.
you do need to do that, but how are you going to be underwater if you're not selling the home? Is what I'm saying. If you're not
I'm
selling
saying
the home, you're not going to be
if
underwater.
need be, if need be, or if I need to borrow against it. You know what I mean? Ain't
But
that
you
the point
shouldn't.
of having the asset is being able to borrow against it?
No, 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 not that asset.
Well,
Okay,
long as you make your
let
payments, you're gonna be all right. Long as you're making your payments, and then
Right. That's
after you
why I
make a certain
say
amount of payments, you'll be able to
that's why that's
refinance,
why
but
that's
you'll be
why
able
I
to
gave
use
the
equity against
scenario
it.
of losing the job or you know what I mean, running into
They when
hard
it when it
times.
when it when it comes to that type of money, bro, they'll give you that. It's not like apartment where they're gonna want you out in 30 days. Nah, they're gonna give you 2 3 months or whatever it may be. And they got so many grants and the loans and everything that deferments. It's more security in having a home depending on the market that you're in.
Oh no, yeah, don't
Yeah.
don't don't get it confused. Let me put out my disclaimer again. I was just in the market of buying a house. You know what I mean? I got my realtor, my finance guy, all they got. You know what I mean? So I just when the rates kept going up, you know what I mean? The house that I was trying to get, you know what I mean? The owner just stopped responding for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? So then when I went to try to get the next house, I didn't know that. I thought I was locked in on the rate that I signed for the first house. Because they were sending me so much shit. I'm just sending that shit. Whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah, I want the house, man. Just signing the shit. Whatever. So then he was like, "Nah, the rates is this now." And he like, "We gotta run your numbers again, make sure you can even afford it." I'm like, "Man, damn, man, this shit was just the interest rates was killing me." And then I'm watching all these different little things, and they talking about how the housing market is going down right now. And then it's like if you buy at a premium, because just 3 months ago, houses was at an all-time high premium. You feel what I'm saying? So if the
but
people that bought at that time, right now, the housing market is down. Yeah, so it's a good time. I
but
mean,
it's
I don't
not.
want to say a good time, but a
But
better
it's not
time to
though,
buy.
brother.
But their values are lower. But go ahead.
But it's not though, because let me give you an example. Like, say I bought a house just last year, right? That's not that long of a time period. 12 months from now, right? 12 months from now, I occurred a 20 or 30, let's say a 30-year mortgage payment, right? My 30-year mortgage payment is going to be less than I'm currently paying in rent. That's just the fact. It doesn't matter the interest rate, right? And that number is locked in for the next 30 years, which is probably the worst mortgage you should get, which is a 30. You should at least start off at a 20, in my opinion, because you're going to pay less rate. You're going to pay less in the overall term of the loan. right?
Less
And you have
interest.
more security. You have more less security because you're gonna get into the principal of the loan quicker. So let's say you're saying emergency actually does happen. You're not just paying interest for the first, let's say, 10 years. Of a 30-year mortgage, you're gonna pay interest for the first 10 years at least, depending on how that loan is structured and depending on the interest rate. So if you got a 20-year, within the first couple years, a couple things is going to happen. You're going to get into that interest immediately. So if something does happen, your house payment is going to be what you paid for it. You're going to immediately get into the principal of what you borrowed for the original amount of that particular house. So if something does happen, you're right away into what it is. You're not paying that much interest on it. And what also happens is that, like I said, you're locking in that monthly rate every single month over the term of whatever you decide on, 20 or 30 years. Rent, and what happens with rent is that goes up according to inflation every single year. And if you look at the rent, the amounts of rent that has went up over the last 2 years, it's went up over a ridiculous amount in every locale. You can go through them all. The rent has went up ridiculous. It's crazy over the last 2 years because they know a lot of people have lost their house and they know a lot of people don't have options. So when you play on that rent game, you're gonna lose and you're gonna lose big. And at some point, if you don't make enough income, it's hard to get out of that because now you're just keeping your head above water. You don't even have enough money to put the down payment to get a fucking house. So the longer you play that game, the worse it gets with inflation.
Yeah, and I see the chat saying a few things. 93 Octane said home equity line of credit. He says, what is this? Mick Tassie Devil Tabor said long-term investment property is the way to go. And then 93 came back and said tax deductible too. I wanted to come in and say, like I told you, my son is looking, and now where I'm at
So
now,
you're gonna pay
I've been
more
working
in
and moving
escrow.
around. I'm looking too. I'm gonna be. So what he was saying, of course, I'm listening. I think somebody fell off because I was gonna ask him something.
Yeah,
But
see, that's what I was talking about, the home equity line of credit. Yeah, he must have said it
okay,
when I
there
was
he
talking
is.
about it.
Because
And
we
then
both are
long-term
going to be
investment
looking.
property.
Because I relocated for, like I said, a position. So that's one of the things that, especially now at this time, because mine is not going to even be mine. Once I'm finished, it's going straight to my kids anyway. That's the main reason.
So
why.
you are going to let them inherit it? I was actually having a
Oh yeah,
conversation
everything.
yesterday.
I'm going
Like,
to do the
a
trust.
lot of people don't
I've
inherit
been
anything.
I've been like, because I say a lot of this stuff, like I said, making the money. I keep saying making money was one thing, keeping it. I'm going to do the whole trust thing. Like we share a name and all that type of stuff. And I want to make sure that there's no, that I don't leave anything on them. One of the biggest thing I tell, like I said, everything going on with me now is just to make sure that I don't leave any debt. Nothing goes on with that. And that I can transfer whatever I have, because I don't want nothing, man. You know, the main reason why I want anything while I'm here is just to be comfortable. Like I don't have any outside aspirations. My big thing is quality of life and freedom. And what I'm trying to get to now, to make this money and to have the money, because I don't care about showing anything. I'm gonna look broke. I told him eventually I'm gonna be probably having afro dreads, climbing coconut trees with cut off shorts, man. When I get finished, you know, I'm not gonna be around nobody. I'm that type of cat, and I just want to make sure that whoever comes behind me is gonna have a head start, like we all say now. Because
that's
my
exactly
mom
how
did
I
her
feel,
best, and I never want to make it like I just suffer. Because my mom kept the house clean, haircut, every room got a TV in it. You know, we didn't really go hungry, but we knew what broke was, and we knew what having money was. But the biggest thing is that she always made sure we kept our dignity. So always act like you've been there before. You see what I'm saying? That type of stuff. So it wasn't just so hood to where I didn't have like civil training. I had good home training. So anywhere else I went to, whether it was the military or whatever job, I always make sure I tell people that it was my mother that made me the way I am now. Because she even has her own little business that she started way later in her life when she started working for other people. She's doing that right now. So when I say the home and I'm talking about the trust and I listen to you brothers and get on here, I really do be taking all this stuff in, because this is something I want to make sure I can do over a short period of time too. Because the biggest thing was just being overwhelmed. Information, I always felt like since I was a kid, every time I would learn something new, y'all, you always right around like the next step to be able to change your life, but you just got to be able to get this information. You know, you just got to get around the right people. And I know I always kind of sound maybe mystical, but it ain't that. It's just kind of hard to explain now, because I started being overwhelmed as I got older, when you sometimes feel like you wasted time. And it was just, I keep going back to your ego and your insecurity. So even now when he asks about the house or maybe switching to another trade, the biggest stuff is just, like you say, that internal conversation. Just don't let it overwhelm me. because you got to at least see it first. You got to try to do something else first. So my bad, Pittsburgh, because I wanted to hit you rap more about that.
Hey, have you looked into the
what I was trying to
construction
get the
burn
brother
loans?
to understand. Let me ask you a question. How do you get underwater? What's your perception of underwater? What will underwater look like for you? You purchase a house today. What's underwater?
And again, I'm not talking from a perspective of, personal experience or knowledge. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about what I've heard and someone's about to fall over there. And you know what I mean? And what I've been hearing and what I'm trying to do is learn from other people's mistakes and not make any mistakes. So like with my clothing brand, right?
Brother,
I see.
but with respect, let's stick on. I don't want to get past what I'm trying to
Okay,
understand
no.
what you're saying. I
Okay,
understand
okay.
what
So
you're saying.
underwater. What is
What's
underwater? What I'm trying to say is underwater is if you buy a house for 250,000 at peak market, and then the housing market around you goes down, and your house goes down. So now you owe more money. The house is you paid more money than the house is worth. So even if it only drops 20,000 or 30,000, you can't even borrow against it. Like they were saying, the homeowners, home equity line of credit. That's what I was talking about. So that's what I mean by being underwater. Like if you buy something at too high of a price point and
Yeah.
then the value drops, you can't even borrow against it. That's what I was more saying. So it's like I'm trying not to make that mistake because I'm in one of those type of cities where you could, where it's like the property is hella high, then the interest rate came in, and I don't want to buy at peak value. So that's why I'm trying to let it drop so I don't get in a situation where I am underwater in case there is a situation. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen, or it is not possible to get a home in the value increase. That's what I would hope and assume. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just like listening to all these people on the internet that are supposed
But
to be
remember,
more
but
knowledgeable
remember, you
than me
don't.
in the field.
But remember, you don't. Nobody has a crystal ball to know what the housing market is, right? So you're never gonna know if you're at the top end or the bottom end of the market. Only thing that's gonna tell you that is time. But you got to remember, like if the housing market, whatever it does, once you got your house, you're in. That's your house. That's your loan. Like
Okay, so let me ask you this:
you really
two
shouldn't be
two months
touching the
ago,
house.
2 months
Go
ago,
ahead.
can we admit that 2 months ago a 2 or 3 bedroom, no, a 2 bedroom was going for the price of what I'm now seeing 3 bedrooms going for, and that's what I mean. So it's like if I would have
But
bought a house a month ago
the
when
goal
everything
is to
was
pay
at
the
the
house off,
high,
brother. But remember, the
yeah,
goal is to pay the house. But remember, the goal is to pay the house off to give to your family to pass on the asset. You don't
yeah,
Just
own
had
the
some
asset
drunk.
until you get the deed back from the bank. That's the
yeah.
goal. The goal is to pay it off. It's not
Well,
to
I'm talking
borrow
about
against it.
what
If
I'm
you borrow
paying
against
for
it,
it.
you're starting
I'm
over.
talking about what I'm paying for. Well, I understand what you're saying, and I have a different goal in mind. My goal isn't to get a home and own one home and then pass it on. I'm gonna have multiple homes. I'm gonna have investment properties. So this isn't my forever home. So I hear what you're saying. But and then even if it is something that I'm going to be passing down, over the generations, I don't want to pay the high for it. I want to be a smart investor and get it at what I would consider to be a lower a price point. You get what I'm saying? Because like I said, some of the same houses I was just looking at 2 months ago are at the same price point that I'm now seeing 3 bedrooms with 2 baths. Before I was the price point that I was only able to afford because I wasn't able to add my fiance's income on there. I could only get a 2 bedroom, 1 bath. You know what I mean? So now I'm looking out here. I'm like, damn, they got 3 bedrooms with 2 bathrooms. So that's now I'm seeing like, oh, that's why people are like, damn, you paying that much for a 2 bedroom? Now I'm not trying to do that. So I'm trying to wait on it to come down. And I guess I'm gonna
Right.
wait for it to get to about anywhere from 3 to 5 on the interest rate. So y'all saying it's at 5, I may need to hit my realtor up, see what's going on, and but
But are you
from
paying
what I
rent now?
seen,
Let me ask you this:
um,
are you paying rent now?
yeah, for sure. But again, my disclaimer is already put out there. I'm not saying that renting is better than owning. I just said
No,
that
no, 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 no.
over the
That's
last
not.
six
That's not
months.
what my
That's what I was
question was
trying to
based
do. It's
on.
all.
And I
Yeah,
wanted to
go
ask
ahead.
you,
Okay,
Pittsburgh,
let's go ahead.
are you talking about, because I wanted to ask that, are you talking about some money up front? Or are you getting a loan from a bank, whenever you initially purchasing the home? Or
Well,
You
both,
said
because
what?
you gotta you always got to weigh you got to weigh like your current situation. So like in my instance, when I bought my house in '08, I was renting. And I had noticed that like as you move up and making more money and you're doing more things, you start moving in better neighborhoods. And that rent bill start getting real high when you start getting in certain neighborhoods. And you're
I'm
paying
in
more for
agreement with
rent
y'all.
than you can for a home. So I was kind of forced and based on the lifestyle that I wanted to live into a home. Now I couldn't buy the same kind of house that I was renting. I had to buy a lesser house, but that was mine. But what I
Right.
noticed is at that point where I was throwing away, let's just say I was throwing away $16,000 a year in rent. I'm no longer throwing that money
Okay.
away. So at some
Okay,
point
I
of me
see what
sitting
you're
there, I
saying.
was trying to wait and time the market at one point,
I see.
but I'm throwing away all this rent money because I'm
I hear you.
paying rent. So even though I'm waiting for the lowest part and I'm waiting, every year I'm throwing away. Most people average out about $10,000 to $20,000 a year and throwing away money in rent. They just don't. It's just gone.
Okay.
You're not getting it back.
I agree. And I agree if that was the situation. But that isn't personally my situation. You get what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna
No,
put
no,
all
I'm not
my
talking about you
information on the
personally. I'm
internet.
saying me
No,
personally.
no, no,
That's what
no,
I
no,
had to
no,
balance out.
no. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm catching everything. I'm tracking you. You get what I'm saying? What I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
if I was here in Nashville paying $2,000, $2,500 worth of rent instead of buying a house where I could have had a mortgage of $2,000, then that makes perfect sense. But I'm not in that situation. I've had this apartment since 2015, so I'm still on that rate. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm in agreement with y'all. Definitely, I'm trying to own a house. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying again to not rush, to not just be just so, like I was telling Steph earlier, like don't be so hyper focused that I can't even take suggestion or be willing to learn. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I know I want a house. Believe me, I was mad as hell when I couldn't get that crib, and then the interest rates start going up and going up and going up. It was going, man, it went up 3 times in 1 month when I was trying to buy the house. I got so irritated, bro. I just stopped looking. I said, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely trying to get back in the market. You know what I'm saying? And it is the best route to go. And I do agree that it's definitely better than throwing away money every month on something that you don't own. Even if it is overpriced, I own it, and eventually I will own it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I
It's
was
not
just
Bro
really
saying
Gotti
that.
said,
overpriced though. It's only overpriced
Gentlemen.
for today. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's only
No,
overpriced
I
for
was
today.
Okay.
Not for 5 years from now. It's not overpriced for
oh,
3.
yeah,
It's
I
probably not
agree
even
with that
overpriced for
too.
3 years from
Yeah.
now. It's probably not even overpriced for 5 years. It's in a very short term. It's not overpriced. It's only
I agree.
overpriced for right now, right here, right now.
But why can't I
Go
get a
ahead,
good deal right here, right now, today? You know what I'm saying?
brother.
I'm
That's the
just trying to
game.
get
That's
the
the game
best
that
deal for.
because you're
No, I
not the
hear you.
market setters. The market setters are the one that know those prices. You're talking about those big hedge funds. You're talking about the Black Rocks that own most of the property. They're the ones that set the housing prices. You have to be one of those dudes because they know exactly what's going on because when they
Yeah.
offload houses, they're offloading billions of houses. So they know the market's going down.
I'm
When
I'm
they
not
buy
saying
up,
I'm
they
not
buying
saying
up billions.
I'm just trying to
So
make
they're the
a
ones that would
knowledgeable
know. We
purchase.
don't know that.
And
So
those
we
rates
can't.
that you were looking at before, you're not going to see again. Those rates were historically low. Like we're never going to see
Exactly.
that. And I think that's like a lot of Americans, a lot of us, we set back and we
What
seen
was
those numbers and
historically
those
low?
rates,
What rates?
the rates,
2-3%,
interest
the
rates and stuff
twos
like
and the
that.
So
Yeah,
three.
threes.
So I'm never gonna see
yeah.
three. I'm never gonna see any threes again. So I might as well jump on this five. Is what y'all
We
saying?
going up.
It,
The rates is going back. It's starting. Things are starting to reset, right? And we're starting to get
And
back to where they're going to want it to be. Because, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no. I was just gonna add like because I'm always coming from a point of learning. I'm always the person saying I really don't know. I'm just learning all this shit. I'm just learning about politics. I'm just learning about mortgages and all of that shit. I'm gonna buy my first home. I'm hella late, so I don't have no problem with saying I don't know and I'm willing to learn. You know what I'm saying?
So,
So that's why I'm like, okay,
so
3% low shit. I thought I was gonna try to wait till it got to like 4. Like he said, you don't know. You're not a person that do that type of shit. You trying to guess. But yeah, I am trying to guess, but I'm trying to make an educated decision based off, the limited amount of research I've done on
you
YouTube.
by
So
I
you know what
mean,
I'm
are
saying?
you not too much?
and yeah, hey,
Are you by
somebody
yourself?
going up?
It's like
Yeah, I'm gonna read the
around
chat a little bit because we starting to get a little group, man. I told Kyle when I'm in there, I'll try to what you call
Yeah.
it said, of course, long term. That's Mick right there said, oh, well, I read that when he says tax deductible. He said underwater is owing more money than you actually pay for. And then he said that's a bad investment. And then he comes back again. That's 93 octane. The interest rate decreases your purchasing power. Then Mick, I read him earlier. Mick Tassie Duff, he said, I purchased a property 20 years ago, and we struggled for the first couple of years with the young family. But now I have paid it off and have set my family for life. All West says, salute to Kyle and the panel. Salute to you, All West. And then 93 octane came again and says, take your concerns up with Jerome Powell.
Everything they say. So they summing up what I was trying to say, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, so I'm communicating what I'm trying to say, right? You know what I mean? But and like again, I'm not in disagreement with y'all. Like I definitely feel like purchasing a home is the best route. I'm just trying to, you know what I mean, learn from others' mistakes.
You trying to get the best deal.
Smart people do. Yeah. I'm, you know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I ain't trying to get my
head.
That's
why I asked.
I do want to buy something.
Are you buying with somebody else, or you buying by yourself?
But see, that's what I was asking earlier. I was like, what do you do up front? Are you going through a bank? I'm asking. That's why I asked Pittsburgh earlier about.
But if you're tracking the rates, remember you're tracking the rates through. You're tracking the rates. If you're going to track the interest rates, you're going to track those through the Federal Reserve. That's going to be Jerome Powell. That happens every single month, and he's already laid out the plan that they're raising those interest rates again this month. They've raised rates last month at 0.5%. They're going to raise them again. Another probably quarter or 0.5% coming up.
When did they go from 7 to 5?
Hold up. Let me finish. But that's the money. That's the interest rate that the banks borrow. So the banks that they borrow from the Federal Reserve, that's the interest rate that they're going to pay. Now that rate can be passed on to you. Now they sell those loans, so it's all about supply and demand. That determines the rate. That's how the rate was able to drop over the last month. It's all about supply and demand. If it's more demand for something, it goes up. If it's more supply, then it goes down. So it depends on supply and demand with those rates on how those loans are being traded based on the interest rates. That's what happens. So if you're worried about the rates, you need to start tracking Jerome Powell. The first Thursday of every month, they do an unemployment number. Following that unemployment number, you'll see Jerome Powell come out on that Friday where they'll do a CPI number, which is the Consumer Price Index, which shows you everything from you buying butter to toilet paper. They'll break it all the way down. Then
shout out you, bro. You dropping knowledge. Keep going. My bad, bro. I'm just really impressed. I appreciate this. Keep going.
Now, also that week, you'll also see, which is the PPI, which is the producers' numbers. So that'll show you the numbers that the producers were paying on the other end. So you can start really tracking out the economy. And if any of this stuff you want to look up, you go to Yahoo and you look up the economic calendar. They have a calendar. It'll tell you when Jerome Powell speaks. It'll tell you when all these numbers come out, and you can start tracking all this stuff if you really want to know. Not looking at no boogeyman on TV. These are the real people who really doing it. There's an actual calendar.
Let me speak up for my boogeyman on TV, because there is some real, financial analysts and different little people that I'll be watching on there that really be having some informed information. That's why I knew the rates, and that's how I was keeping up with them through YouTube people. But they inform people. But go ahead.
But you know what scares me?
But in Pittsburgh, you said you kind of got into a rent to own. That's why I said you were touching on some stuff earlier, and I keep going back to actually making the purchase in itself, because I got a couple of things going on too. Of course, some of this stuff that you're sharing, like I say, I know it's relevant because hell, I've been on it. But how did you kind of get into what you had going on? Were you already at the place, is what you're saying? Because you said you couldn't purchase the home that you were renting, so you had to go elsewhere. So was that with the same place? Did you just find another house? If you don't mind me asking.
No, so I had a rent to own set up where I was supposed to be renting from this person, and then part of the rent was supposed to go towards the closing later. They didn't honor that. They told me that, and then it's like, you're a good renter, you're paying your rent, and you're renting I was renting a townhouse, and I'm assuming that this person's word is what it is. At the end of that, it wasn't that. But I didn't have any recourse because I didn't have any lawyer money or none of that. I'm just basing this off of this person telling me that, and they got multiple properties. So at the end of that, when I figured out that's what the game was, that he wasn't even going to give me back my security deposit, because this was also during the time, right about then, the housing market started crashing. Housing market started going down bad. So when the housing market started crashing and going down, I think he was suffering all over the place, and he just didn't want to say it. So in the middle of that, it kind of worked out good for me because the housing prices happened to fall into my lap. It wasn't like I was just great guru. So we ended up getting a foreclosure. So because of the houses had fell down so much, I scraped up every nickel I had, and I went and took that money and put a down payment on the home. That's how that happened. So it wasn't. It just happened that it just worked out. Life just worked out for me like that.
No, because I know, like I said, I was in Houston in 08. I moved around. I'm originally from Texas, but even though I told you I'm from Port Arthur, I haven't been home in a while. I mean, I go home, but I haven't lived there in a while. So some of these places that I've been seeing, and wanting to see where I might wind up purchasing if I do decide to sit still, which I'm doing now. So that's why I was asking it, because when you said that earlier, it's something similar going on with that, and I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Because I've watched my mom get burned, and she
I
had a nice
think
place, and she actually even helped fix it up, and everything was supposed to be going a certain way. I
Yep.
left and came back, and she moved. I'm like, well, what happened, Mom? She said, well, baby, and my mom is the type to have something for recourse, paperwork in place. She eventually had a lot of associates and this and this and that, but even in that case, she kind of took a L. Where she's at now, she's fine, but that made me be like money in a way, to where in certain things I was like, well, hold on, man, let me make sure, because I've heard both sides of the argument. To own something, because my grandmother passed and she wound up eventually letting everything go. She didn't have any debt. She's married to a military man, so blah, 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 to say that I've heard both sides, to not leave something or to have. So, but in my case, I just recently said I'm gonna go ahead and do that because, of course, like you said, for other reasons. And as he said, it doesn't have to be an end all, be all home. It's not along those lines either, because I've learned not to become attached. But just like you say, for the sake of the investment, and instead of just spinning your wheels, because at this point in my life, I don't want to spin my wheels. I need some type of residual, some type of investment. Even when I was saying something about the contracts on jobs too, and I know Pittsburgh, I think you said before, the union stuff, of course, I know you may know more about, because recently with the stewards and even seeing how that stuff, I've learned quite a bit more. So just to jump back on mute and say thank you for kind of telling me that, because I think I'm gonna do something similar here soon.
So but real quick with the housing market,
Mm-hmm.
I think like right now it's going to be. I'm just looking at the landscape. The numbers is going to go up drastically because the federal government, they just gave us a huge ass pay increase for cost of living this year. Like extra, I got like an extra $3 to $4 grand. So the way they do that, they reflect that on what's the national cost of living and expenses for a home, family, all that shit. And if they're giving out that type of money, which of course they don't just give out money, so if they're giving that type of money to their employees, I got a feeling it might be something going up or coming down the pipeline, and numbers is going to be crazy expensive, or these prices
those
are going to be
numbers,
pretty high on some things.
But wait, you're incorrect. You partially right. Those COLA numbers, those are usually tied into the second quarter CPI numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in your union, those CPI numbers are contractually binded. If you're in the government, those are also in there where they look at the CPI number, and if it reaches a certain level, then you do or you do not get that COLA increase. That's what those
so
same
this comes
CPI
down.
numbers is.
So this comes down from
Go ahead.
Congress. So Congress sits back and they look at the fiscal year and they pay you for the fiscal year, and they take everything, they fund every agency on the way.
No. Those are based off of the CPI numbers, based off of a certain quarter of a year. That's how they come up with those COLA numbers. They don't just pull them out the air. I'm telling you where they come from, bro.
No. I'm not saying they pulling them out the air. I'm saying so maybe I need to explain this differently. When it comes to when they talking about, not even just recently talking about the shutdown and people gonna get shut down and all that, right? And they going back and forth about numbers and how much they want to spend. So when the government sits down and they go over what they're trying to spend, and they talk about pay increases and let's just make it simple, basically on pay increases, right? Cost of living. Every year we normally maybe get 10 cents, 10 cents, right? This year we got 3 cents to offset the expenses that's either here or coming. And I just think it would be more of expenses coming, because I don't see an extra $3 grand a year being enough to cover, or being what's needed to cover the gas prices that's been here for this year.
No,
That's what I'm
man,
saying. Like, I just feel
inflation is
like
crazy.
But you're missing my point, brother. What I'm telling you is that that number that they're coming up with, they're not working that number out now. They're putting a lever in, and that lever is the CPI number. That lever means if it reaches to this point, you get a pay increase. If it doesn't hit that point, you don't. So that's what they're basing it off of. They're not basing it off anything
And
else.
what is
The end of the
CPI?
year
Is
is when they do
consumer something index? What does that mean though?
consumer price index. It's what you pay for your milk. It's what you pay for
Yeah,
your eggs.
Exactly.
The
That's what I
price
gasoline,
of
was saying.
gas.
That's what
yeah,
I. So we saying
yeah,
the same thing. You just saying it with the real technical terms. I'm saying
yeah.
it like 3,000 is a reasonable number for what's going on currently because shit, I just
You
had to
think
spend
so?
damn near like man shit. I
I
know
figure three
so because
thousand
I
is way too much. That's
bro
why I'm assuming
listen.
it's
Let
about
me tell
something
you
that's
why.
coming because
Let me tell you why, bro. I just sent my fiance to the store with $275 and I went in the refrigerator and I was like, where the fuck is the food at? She was like, I just spent $275. I had to send her back to the store with 108. That's like 500. I never had to spend $500 dollars on groceries, bro. That shit's crazy. That shit,
I
that
don't think the
is,
inflation was that bad this year.
I'm telling
Maybe
you,
that's
Well,
bro.
just
to be
me.
honest, I gotta agree with that in certain instances because I got a guy, he give me fresh eggs and he always be on that type of thing.
Telling you,
But in the
eggs.
stores now, yeah, they've almost doubled because they used to be like $3, now they're $7 to $9. So
I'm
that is
telling
kind
you,
of big
bro.
jump. Yeah,
Yes, it's gonna
yeah,
keep
they
going up
have
because
jumped.
Okay.
if you listen to the last time Jerome Powell got up there and talked, the one thing that they're hyper focused on is labor costs. So even though
Mm-hmm.
what the material costs might not cost you more, labor has
It's
went up,
costing more for
and
labor.
that's
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
labor costs have went up. So if you look at like all of the big companies, the big tech companies that never lay anybody off, they're laying people off. They're cutting people. So if you look at Amazon, they're laying off 11,000 people. You look at Google, they're laying off another 10,000. You look at Facebook, they're laying off 10,000 people. And the stock, as soon as they did that, the stock went up. Because why? Because of the labor costs. So even though like the price of whatever we're speaking of is going up, the labor cost is what's truly going up, and they're working that into the price. So it's not
And
that
we,
it's taking them more to produce it, it's taking more for them to get it to you. And that's what they're
Yeah.
passing that
mm,
price on to you.
yeah, that's what
okay.
93 Octane keep hitting it on there too. He's agreeing with everybody. He said consumer price index and he said cost of eggs, milk, and gas.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
costing you
yeah,
more
yeah.
to get it.
Maybe I
And
need
you
to
got to
pay more
remember too,
attention to
the
what I'm spending
Ukraine
out
shit.
because I didn't even
Go ahead.
notice it.
Man, I'm telling you, you probably got a female shopping for you or something. Because I when I was shopping, I noticed. But when I send my girl to the store, I'm whatever. I go in there, she cook, whatever, whatever. But now
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to look in the refrigerator. I'm physically seeing less food. I'm physically seeing less juice. I'm physically seeing less shit. I'm like, hold on, you spend more money, and there's less shit in my refrigerator. I understand inflation now. No, I really didn't understand inflation
so
until like I opened up my refrigerator.
so another question. It's these loans I've been looking into when it comes to the home purchases, right? Construction, what is it like construction perm loan or something like that where you get the loan for the land and then you can start building on the land. They'll once the house is built, you could go out and get the second loan, or they'll absorb the whole loan
So
together for the price. You know what I'm talking about? Things
no,
like
see, yeah,
construction perm
Yeah,
from
loan
what
or
I
construction to
from what I
yeah.
understand, you can't do both of those at the same time. You can't get a loan for land and get a loan for construction and try to like what
No,
I'm saying. But I'm
they
not
have them
sure.
built in. They have those loans. But remember, the barrier with those loans is once you take that loan out, you're responsible for that note. So
yeah.
the issue would be once you get those type of loans, now you got a timetable where that house has to be built. You still have to pay for that loan, and the house isn't built. You still got to live. So you got to be
Okay.
careful with those. But you got to,
Because
So
you got to
yeah,
get the
you can.
so
you
what
got
my
to get the
coworker tried
papers.
to
What is
tell
the
me,
papers called? The blueprints. You got to get the blueprints, and the blueprints is only good for two. Because I was looking into this when I was thinking about buying a house. I'm like, well, why don't I just buy land and then build a house? Because it's like you got to go get the
No,
blueprints approved by the
you can get
city,
them
and
done,
then you only
but you
got a certain amount of time to use the blueprints, or else the blueprints go bad. And I guess you got to use that to get the land and the land and the construction loan, or how does that work though?
no, but
so
it's different. Like every place is different. So remember, okay, so the loan market is different. It's not like what we think it is. So you got certain banks, like you got Quicken, which online I did a couple. I did a loan with Quicken. Quicken has their own money. You go to them online. They do pretty much everything online. Somebody comes to your house, or you go for the final closing, but you're borrowing the money from them. So they're able to set up their own structure that they have. They do 10, 20, 30-year loans. They do the adjusted rates. They do that kind of loan that he's talking about. But when you go to your traditional bank, usually they're going to give you a federal housing loan, which is a 30-year traditional loan. They're probably not going to do that. So you're limited to who's going to give you that loan. So when they give you that type of loan that he's talking about, you have to go by their terms that they're coming up with. The IE, be it contractors, approved
Yeah,
contractors, and
he did
plans
say
and all
that.
of that. You have to go through them on what they deem is necessary in order for them to give you the loan, because they have to feel comfortable that they're going to give you the money for this land, and this house is this actual house, and this asset is going
Is
to
that
be
me?
built. That you're not going to give this money to some contractor and
Oh
he's going
shit.
to run off because they're giving you the money for it.
So the way that because you know what I'm saying, I'm listening to what you're saying. Just the way my coworker explained to me that he did it, he said that he purchased the land and he was already paying the mortgage on the land. And then he said when him and his wife was ready, he went to whatever bank. I can't remember what the bank was. I wrote it down. But he went to the bank and they gave him a construction build, whatever that thing is, construction to build loan or something like that. But he did say he had to use the bank's approved builders.
Contractor.
And yeah, he said he had to use their like he had to use his own their own. They have their own people that they want to use to. But he was saying what the catch was that he didn't have to make a full payment on he only made payments on what money the bank gave out to the builder. So he was like, if they wanted to lay the foundation and it was $3,000 to lay the foundation, then he's only making payments on that $3,000 that was laid
Yeah,
for that.
Pittsburgh do sound like a banker. 93 Octane said Pittsburgh must be a banker. Pittsburgh do got some knowledge, like he in the finances, because he's too confident in the information that he delivering. You know what I mean?
Nah, I'm heavy in the stock market, bro. So being heavy in the stock market, you're gonna read a lot. You're gonna have to dig deep a lot because you're taking your real money. So you're gonna learn anything directly tied into finance. You're gonna know enough about it to be competent enough to point somebody in the right direction. I'm not gonna be able to tell you the details of a lot of shit, but I know enough about it to point you in the right direction because I done read some shit. I done invested in some shit that may be a bank or some shit like that, and I done came across some shit and talked to some people that I know that do that kind of stuff. Because you're talking about a different realm.
But one thing he said that you know kind of piqued my ears was that he already had the land. Like I was saying, like, you know what I mean. He already had the land and was making payments on the land. So boom, he had already secured that with a separate total loan. But you were saying that you could do them both in one loan. How you do that?
Can't do both.
He said what he did was after the house was built. And this could be just a guy talking shit, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But from what he explained to me, was that after the house was built, he went to the bank and the bank took and looked at the value of the home, the equity and everything, that and the land, and they pulled it into one thing. So I don't know if they bought his loan out for the land, plus
That's what
added
I'm
into
saying.
whatever was being a home and rolled it in. I don't know. But that's what he said. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He could just be a dude.
I was talking to my
just
realtor,
spinning
man.
bullshit to me.
See, I was talking to my realtor,
That's why I was
right?
asking because I want to know.
Man,
Well,
it was
for those
a
type of
plot of
projects, you
land.
had to get to the bank. You had to talk to an individual bank and see how they do that because they all do different and they structure that stuff different. So that's a bank question. That's more of a banking thing.
Before I walk in the bank, I like to know a little. Like me personally, I like to do some research before I walk into, so I know what I'm walking into. Like, okay, is he this guy? As we say in DC, is he spinning me, or is he just, or is, whatever? So I'm gonna ask, like you seem informative, so I'm gonna ask you. You know what I'm saying? I might ask another person, or I might Google. I'm gonna keep doing things like that so I can get, the truth in it and get a better understanding before I sit down with a professional. Because a professional or pro can tell you any damn thing, and you go, okay.
Remember, you have a couple levers that protect you, though. You got in the real estate market, you have what's called the truth in lending. Anybody's had a mortgage, they sign those papers, which are the truth in lending, which they have to disclose to you the rates, the terms, the pay structure, all that stuff has to be disclosed to you. So you got certain protections that's already baked into that pie before you even sit down at that table that you're not gonna get run game at. Now, when you get in problems, a lot of times with loans like that is when you go through a broker. The broker is the middleman that's gonna find you the loan that you got to pay this person to supposedly find you the lowest rate. And some people go through brokers, but now you have a direct line, like I said, with Rocket Mortgage, I forgot the name of the Quicken, which is Rocket Mortgage. You can go direct to the lender, so you're cutting out the middleman of a lot of those things.
I bought my first house back in like 2012 2012, and I walked in there blindly. You know, I think some of the things I might have, I probably should have shopped around. I probably should have. Like, I just walked into a place one day. Like, I want to buy a house. It was like, you got some money? I was like, yeah, I got some money put down. And I went into it was this place called like Realtor. I don't know if they have it where you guys are, but it's like Realtor 21, some big company that sells a lot of houses. It's like, well, this is where you're supposed to go. But man, I got hit from you got the buyer's fees. And I didn't know nothing about closing costs. I didn't know nothing about. If I get my credit score up, I'd have got a different loan. Like, I didn't know nothing about none of that. So now, moving forward, I want to kind of be a little bit more informed about what I'm walking into.
Kyle, you got motherfuckers in the back, Kyle. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, people come in.
Yeah.
So remember, like, really, if you can do it, your first house really should be like a triplex. If you're a young person and you single, your first house should be a triplex or a quadplex where you got 4 units. Reason being is if you got a house, let's say you got any unit, we got 4 units in there, right? And I buy that, there's a high chance that I'm not buying that thing empty. It's already got tenants in it. So I'm buying income immediately as soon as I move in. And when I get ready to sell it, I'm gonna sell it the same way. It's not only the value of the house, I'm also selling the unit with income. I'm selling it to you saying, hey man, out of these 4 units, 2 of them are already in here, and I got a lease for these folks for this amount of money. And it becomes commercial property.
What's the average cost of one of those units?
It changes based on your state. That's the best thing. Exactly. Like Pittsburgh is telling y'all, that's the best thing to do, because when I bought my house, I'm just giving you an idea. Hold on, slow down. You tripping, bro. This is what's gonna happen. They're gonna approve you for a certain number. That approval number is gonna be a number that's bigger than you think. Usually they approve people for way more money than they think, and then they go buy a single family. Because that's what we taught to buy. So they're gonna approve you for 200, 300, 400, whatever your numbers is. What you're gonna find is you're gonna start looking in your area and you're gonna find quads and duplexes for that price. And when you find them for that price, what he's telling you is they're gonna count that as stated income. So when that counts as stated income, that's an asset. I cannot write down stated income right down on my single family house. And I didn't know that when I bought my house. I learned it afterwards. But the best thing for you to do is to find out where your local real estate meetings are happening. There's white people and black people and Asian people going to these meetings every week that's planning and developing your city. And you don't even know. And I've went to these meetings, and places that's by my house is being developed right now because these people have been meeting for years. And they getting it done right now. They moving shit out the way. They knocking shit down, and people are being moved.
The shit is online too.
I wish I would have known it.
I was looking that shit up. Look, these meetings is online. These council meetings and shit. These project. I forgot what they call it. I know what you're talking about, though, KB.
No, but just look. Just go to your Facebook groups. Just go to Facebook and try to find your local meetings. Find out your realtors in your area. Your realtors are going to some of these meetings. So, because like there's a lot of wraparound mortgages that they do for rehabs too. There's a loan called, I'm gonna give you an idea. Like Pittsburgh just told you about the duplex, quadplex, or tri, right? There's a loan called a 203K loan. The 203K loan allows you to buy a quad or a duplex and get the rehab wrapped around in the price.
Yeah.
You have to buy it right though. And when you buy it right, they allow you to wrap that price in the rehab into it, and then you have to get your contractors to sign off every time they get a draw to do work for you. That's called a 203K loan.
You gotta have that interest rate, and you gotta have that down payment money though. Yeah. But yeah, you right.
Remember that quad or that tri?
No, chill, bro. You're killing yourself from the jump.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
bro, you're killing yourself from the jump by saying you gotta have this or that.
No, what I'm saying is that you giving information, you giving good information, and I'm just piggybacking off of it. letting people know that don't just hear this information and say, oh, boom, yeah, we can do that too. I'm just giving them additional information that I found out as I was like, oh, what about this? What about this? Oh yeah, the 203K is cool, but you gotta have a certain interest rate. So know that going in. Don't think you coming in with a 580 and you gonna get that 203K. And if you're gonna
Well,
do
you
the
shouldn't be walking in
203K,
nowhere
make
with
sure
the
you got that had
580.
that
You need to
10
at least
that
get up to a
10%.
6.
But that's what
But
I'm
the interest
saying.
rate
I'm
don't
just trying
matter,
to
though,
give
bro.
them the
The interest
full
rate don't matter because
perspective.
remember
That's
you're
all I'm
getting
trying
I
to do.
understand. I understand.
I'm not trying to
Look,
talk you
yeah.
money,
down or
money.
nothing. I'm just giving them
No,
more,
no, 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 no. This is
context.
what I'm saying though. A lot of us as African Americans get blocked away by thinking about all the things we gotta have. Listen,
I
bro. Let me,
agree.
let me tell you this.
I
These
agree.
down payment programs that they offer these people, man, these people is getting down payment assistance by making 30. Because the average U.S. American only makes like 40 grand. So
Shit.
all the cap that's going on online, people like they making 100, 200, 300. Most people ain't making no money like that. Look, bro, when I bought my house, I didn't make 50 grand. Man, I make double the triple. Man, I make substantially more than what I made. But what I did do is by buying, I locked in the pricing of my housing. That's the problem with black people. They never lock in their housing price. They always moving. And as it goes up, their money gets smaller and smaller. And then they complain about the raises that they don't get because they didn't buy nothing.
All right.
Inflation kills their income.
Can I
Yeah,
Inflation.
respond to you?
and
Before anybody jump in, just let me respond to him by saying this. I hear what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is this: like you saying, down payment assistance. I've literally been going through this for the last 2 or 3 months. I've been trying to buy a house, so that's all I'm saying is like, boom, down payment assistance. You gotta have, a 5.8 or what is it, a 640 or 680. So all I'm saying is yeah, there is these things. I was just approved for the down payment assistance loan. I was just approved for the FHA. You gotta have a 580 for the FHA. You gotta have the 640 or the 680 for the down payment assistance loan. So I'm not saying that these ain't options. And yes, I do agree that people do get discouraged when they hear all these different things. But I'm saying information is power too. So it's like, boom, so long as you know, okay, yeah, these are options. But hey, let me add this in. You need a 640 though. You need a 680. Start working on that. So coming in the
Yeah.
door, don't get smacked, don't get blindsided, and then be like, oh man, this nigga made it sound like it was so easy. He didn't even let me know about the 680. You know what I'm saying? Woo, woo. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to
Yeah, I
do the
got you.
DPA,
Nah,
do the FHA.
once your credit score hit that right number, then that's when you open up more doors. That's when they be like the last thing they're gonna put on the table is the FHA. They're gonna be like, well, you can do where you at. You can probably do a USDA rule. You could do a conventional. You know what I'm saying? But you can
Yep.
fall back on the FHA because then you got in the FHA they got that built-in insurance, so it costs a little bit
I'm
more.
Yep.
hey,
The
another
homeowners
part,
insurance,
another
that's another
part.
thing.
But
You
when I
know
bought
another
my
part
first
of the
house, all
game.
I had was credit, bro.
Oh, go ahead. You know another
My bad.
part of the game though that we don't play is this. If you married, buy the house in your name on one of
Yeah.
one of
That's what
you,
I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
because the
I
second
don't think you can
person.
do that when you're married, though. Can you do that when
No,
you're married?
money. Let me explain it to you. The second person will be able to use a FHA or down payment assistance program on your next investment property. Or you can refi out of the FHA and go to another plan, another program, get a conventional loan at a fixed rate, and then still use the FHA on the next loan to get another down payment assistance on the next property. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of ways that you can play this
Yep.
game. I learned this by being around white folks at these meetings, bro. I didn't learn this by sitting under some people that don't know what the hell they doing. I
And
learned
let
this
me
by Bob that looked like a bum that drive a van and he owned 40 fucking houses.
let me
And
piggyback off
closed
that.
house
And
don't
don't
You
get
get
gotta
hung
paid.
stay.
up.
You gotta
Now
live in the
remember
house for a year.
too,
Cause
now
I'm trying to do
don't
that
get
same thing. I'm trying to
on
do
FHA
short-term rental.
though.
So I'm like, you gotta live in the house for a year, and then you can go do another FHA. You feel what I'm saying? You can get the FHA, boom, live in it for a year,
Hear me
then rent
out.
it out, and then you can go do another FHA.
Look,
What?
I realized just had a
But
conversation
here
with a
what I'm gonna tell you
coworker,
about the
and I was
FHA,
trying to
because
buy
the
this house.
FHA is conventional. You don't want to you don't want to get caught up on that conventional stuff too tough, brother. Because what will happen is depending on those interest rates, it's
Yeah.
not
Oh
a
yeah, yeah,
trace
yeah.
or a
You're
duplex.
paying way
Those
more,
interest rates can run you up out of what you think you gain as potential. They can run you straight
but you
up out
gotta.
of it if you don't purchase it correctly. So don't get stuck on
Y'all
that
talking.
FHA. Sometimes you might actually need to wait. You might need to
We
wait like
talking about
5 or
a
6 months to get
necessity.
your money up to get a 20 year
Yeah.
loan. to not have a 30-year loan. Because what happens is once you get past the point. But hold up, brother. Let me explain it to you now. You talking? I explain it to you. You get away from the 30.
You breaking up real bad, Pittsburgh. We can't get you, man. You breaking up bad, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was me or what. I didn't know if my shit was fucking up
Nah,
or
that's
what.
Pittsburgh. He going through a bad area, probably.
Can y'all hear me?
You good now? Go
Can
ahead.
y'all hear me? Hold up. Okay, so if you get your money up for your deposit, you get away from that mortgage protection insurance, which is based on the amount that you're financing, based on the amount of the house. So if you put a bigger down payment down, you're automatically into the equity. You're automatically away from that 30-year mortgage. You're into a 20-year mortgage, and you don't have to pay an additional fee, which the lender is going to make you pay another fee, which is called the mortgage protection, based on your low amount of money that you put down for the
I'm
mortgage.
so eager to respond to you because it's like you're talking from a perspective of respectfully privileged because everybody does not have
brother.
10.
No. Wait.
Hey,
Hold on before. Hey, hold on one second, John.
Let me
Wait.
finish.
Hey, I've been trying to be quiet. Hold on, money.
Dang, let me
Hey,
finish.
I know, but
All I want to say is I got 2
money. You don't
seconds.
have
I
to,
got 2
money.
seconds. All
Say,
I'm
brother,
saying
I
is
ain't been
that
saying nothing
everybody
at all.
don't have
This is
10 or
Shape
20.
Street Fighter.
10 or 20%. Nobody has 10 or 20%.
I
Go ahead.
understand. I understand.
I'm
No,
done.
somebody does. I'm trying to hear him say something, brother. I know, but I'm on here. I got something going on, and that's why I bounced something off him earlier. And they both hitting on something that I'm kind of currently on, and they really spitting something I'm trying to get. And as they going along,
I'm not telling him not to say that. What I'm saying is that
brother. But I
is
mean,
not
you
an
keep
option for
trying to set the
everybody.
tone, and I just wanted to let him finish so I can hear what he's saying because you kind of stopping something while I'm doing something.
Okay,
I know you're trying to get the perspective of those who, babe. Look here, I told you earlier. I come from, you know what I'm saying. So some have and some do not have, but I didn't really want to keep having that going on because you kept saying, well, about the interest rate and about how people's credit need to be a certain amount. Yes, we know that, Ken folk, but I just wanted to kind of let him finish because he really cooking right now to where, as far as like, I already got the duplex. You feel me? I don't talk about my business too much, but like I'm on like getting a blessing right now is what I'm saying. This really is weird that everything that I kind of got going on all the way with, I just told you that I'm gonna be somewhere permanently as far as my gig and everything. These boys here is just like, I'm like this unheard of. So I didn't mean to even come at you like that, Money, but he really was just on something. And I'm gonna jump back off if you don't mind. Pittsburgh, go ahead. I do apologize.
But what I was saying is that sometimes, like even when I initially wanted to buy, I couldn't buy a house right away. I had to save. Sometimes you can't buy right away because it does you more good to wait 6 months and save that money. Because what ends up happening, if you put more money down, then the lien holder, whoever owned the bank, who actually owns the lien, now you're away from that threshold where they don't have to put a mortgage protection insurance on you. So that's another fee that goes on top of your mortgage. You're gonna have escrow. You're gonna have your actual note itself that you're gonna pay every month, and then you're gonna have a mortgage protection on top of that, which is another fee until you get below a certain threshold that falls off based on the way that your loan is structured. If you get a 30-year, you're gonna carry that a lot longer because you're not getting into the interest. Because you're not getting into the interest, you're gonna carry that a lot longer than somebody who's got a 20-year or 15-year. You might not even have it, depending on how much you put into it, your down payment. So those are things that you have to look into. It's not about privilege. It's about you having the right perspective of when you're doing it and what's actually happening. And even though it might not seem a lot, an extra $200 or $400 a month is a lot in your household. So these are things you have to look at and attribute towards.
All right, I just want to
Yeah,
say
that's what I was saying about the
response.
budgeting earlier. When you said that earlier, when I kept asking you, are you having a bank or do you have a certain amount up front? Or are you doing both? That's what I meant because with everything, we know that the more money you bring into it, the better your rate's going to be, the better your note's going to be. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times how people look at you and even talk to you. So that's one of the things I was saying outside of some of the other, everything else you were telling me overall about the prices. And one of the things I have now is that when I moved where I was at now from an apartment, when I first got to a place, because I had to find somewhere because I was working, but that job didn't go through. It's supposed to be a contract. Well, while I was out here, I started learning about the property. And one of the guys that I meet, he buys homes. And he's a little bit older than me. Kind of find out we kind of was related. He's back from down off the coast, blah, blah, blah. he's really giving me the game on certain stuff. But at that time, I wasn't where I'm at now. So whenever I get where I'm at now, the woman that I'm buying from, like you said, was a white person. She offered me the home. And the people next door was even kind of like, whoa. So for her to do that to me, I was like, well, damn, I ain't never really considered it. But when you started finding out, like you said, about these loans and being able to wrap the redo, and like you said, to be able to fix stuff, because the home itself is solid. Everything is good because I've been here through different types of whatever, but it did need some work done to it. And I've gotten some stuff done to it, just like you say, through basic stuff with the power company and certain little hustles that you find out from talking to certain folks. Now I'm thinking about the purchase part. And of course, having an LLC, like you say, my wife do something, boom, I have income coming in. Like he say, all these things are happening to where I can just wrap it up into this first place I get. And of course, see about other ones that's that, because different neighborhoods are built different ways out here. And this block has a certain amount of duplexes on it. And then the next block is like just single parent or three. And, so I've been thinking about that in myself, to where eventually I would like to have a certain amount of homes, regardless if I'm keep them or not, or use them or rent them out or whatever, just for, like you say, for income, and to have as against if I'm going to, borrow against it, or you see what I'm saying. And I'll have these three and they'll be here, but I'll also be able to fix them, get money off of them while I'm trying to just do everything from the bottom up. And I know that's still all through education. That's why I said I didn't try to cut him off earlier, but some of this stuff, like you said, I had to learn the hard way, and seeing my mom go through stuff and then being around folks, because I've always been around everybody. I can't say that. So I do learn these things. And what he was saying about even making it to these meetings, yeah, something I learned early too. But whenever y'all were talking about some of this last parts of it, I was like, yeah, no, that's what I needed to hear. So once again, I didn't mean to get on here and get long-winded. That's more or less
Nah,
what I
you
was saying,
good.
just to clarify. Yeah.
You good in shape. We just try to share information.
It's
I just
crazy
don't
that we
like to.
talking about this, because I literally was having that conversation with the safety lady at my job, and she was explaining. It was a sister who explained it to me about, she got her first house without her husband, and she did like what she was talking about. She was able to get it without her husband, and then put it on Section 8. And she was like, depending on where you're renting it out at, Section 8 gives you a certain amount of money. And she was like, there's certain keywords that the rates is different and the fees that
Yep.
they give is different. And she's like, she makes
Yeah, we was
triple
gonna do HUD. You
what
talking
she
about HUD?
pays in her
Yeah, HUD or something.
Yeah. She said she makes triple. So she said she bought her house. They lived in it for like a year, and then she went and started renting it out on Section 8. Her husband bought a bigger house with an FHA loan, and after they lived in that for a year or two, then they put that on Section 8. And what makes it crazy, like, one of the houses that she was talking about was a house that I was so pressed to try to buy. I was like, man, I want this house. I want this house. I want this house. It's in a good area. It's going to be good money. But I thought, like I said, closed mouths don't get fed. And I was like, man, I don't know if I can afford it. I don't know if I can do this and do that. And I talked myself out of it. And when she was talking to him, she said, I just sold one of these houses because my son's going to college. And her son has autism. She's like, our son's going to college and we spending this money. So we're going to buy him a condo in this state. And he gonna have all this and that, right? And she showed me the house. I said, but damn, that's the house I wanted to buy it, but I talked myself out of it. She was like, yeah, you would. She said, she told me what she sold it for, and I was like, well, damn, that's lower than I was gonna offer.
Right.
So don't guess yourself out of it, bro. Don't.
Well, let me say this too.
Respond to that privilege statement. I just want to say this one thing, and I'm about to hop over here. I just want to clarify this privilege statement. You know what I mean? Because what I was trying to say is that everybody isn't in a position to put down 10 or 20 or even save. Y'all don't know what everybody's position is. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
that's not
all I'm
brother.
saying
You always
is
able to
that,
save, brother. You always able to save. That's not true, brother. You always able to save. You might not be able to save as much, but you can save. No, you can save. That's not true, brother. You can always find some money that you can save. You might not be able to save as much, but you can save. That's a cop out.
All right, bro. Well, I'm gonna respectfully disagree because I do this. And I'm gonna say that, and I don't say too many things with definity on here because, I tell you when I know things and when I don't know things. But what I do know is vocation. I do know race and pay. You know what I mean? I am a vocational counselor, so that's what I do every day. I see, the levels that people are living at, and what they're making and stuff, and what certain people are making. So Everybody ain't in the position. And I understand when you know what I mean. You don't see these things daily, but I guess I'm more sensitive to it because I see it on a daily basis. I know people that are eating old women that are eating cat food. So it's like everybody's not in the position, bro.
Oh yeah,
So
I know what you
So,
mean.
so,
Like you
so,
said,
but
that
I
means
know both.
disenfranchised. Yeah,
and,
I
I was a
understand. I
caregiver,
understand
kinfolk.
from both
and
sides,
you,
but
Yeah,
you know the saying, man. Stay down till you come up. You might
oh
have to
for
be a little
sure.
uncomfortable.
No,
You know, you
and
might
I'm
have to
not even
rent out a
saying
basement and not get your own apartment right now. You might have to, you know what I'm saying, move out of that
nah,
good area or decent area into a little, you know, lesser
nah.
area just to
I'm
get
doing
your
it
money
right
up to
now.
save. You could save
I'm
some more. No, that's what
personally
I'm saying.
doing
Like
it,
you
but
might
I'm
have to
saying
move
not
around it.
everybody can. And I
Yeah,
feel like, you know, to because if you like you saying you could psych yourself out of it, right? That's what I heard a couple people saying,
yeah.
right?
I said it.
And
Yeah.
that's why I feel like it's important for the motherfuckers that don't have the 10 and the 20 to know that you can still buy a house. Sometimes even zero money down. That's all I'm saying. Like, and yes,
Hey,
that is a more expensive way, or you know what I mean. That's a way that's going, you know, maybe in the long haul put you in a you know, worse off position than if you can save up to 10 or 20%, you know, percent, because over the long haul you will pay more. And I understand that, but some people don't even have that option. So it's like at least give them, you know, give them
Bro,
that game and
but
give them the
wait,
game
man,
where they can
but wait a
get
minute.
in with nothing.
But wait a minute, we all men on here, right? Men always take accountability for what we do. When we F up, that's on us. Like saving and budgeting, that's on us, man. Like that's truly something that you can control. Like the brother was saying, sometimes we live above our means, be it the cars, be it the places we rent. Sometimes you got to take a step back, and it might take you longer than you thought. It might not happen the way you thought it happened, but you can do it. Your time frame might be different. So a lot of things, sometimes we don't want to make adjustments, and we make excuses for shit that
mm-hmm.
we can actually
Yeah.
do in our day to day. So it's all upon how important it is to you and what kind of
yeah.
self accountability you have.
It's
What's
Everybody
your
gotta.
has the
goal?
ability
Yeah.
to
It's a
save.
compromise. Not like some people think it's suffering. It's not suffering.
Yeah.
You're just making a
Nah, it's your
compromise.
goal.
Yeah.
It's about that goal, man. That goal means more
I think y'all
because
missing the
let's
point
say,
though.
no, we not missing the point. Let's say this money. Let's say you make the sacrifice. Damn, we ain't talking about nobody else. We talking about money. Money make the
Oh,
sacrifice. He
money.
get the no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Because we do this all the time. Like as black people, we do the surrounding people around us that don't do shit or ain't gonna make the exception. Like we start talking about those people instead of dealing with our own personal self. Because usually what happens is once one person in the family do it, you get to get information from that person in the family. And then the people that don't want the information that ain't gonna use it, hey man, ain't nothing you can do about that. Because at the end of the day, usually what happens, I'm looking at it right now, money. I'm almost 40, and all the dudes in my family pretty much is married, got kids, and then we all own a house. Most of the girls are renting apartments. Do you think that most of the girls make more money than the dudes or they make less? And since they do make less, I guarantee you their rents are more than what we pay for our mortgage. See,
Yeah.
that's
Facts.
a
I
choice
agree.
that they've made because they've made a choice not to buy shit. So at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is their rents is gonna continue to increase with inflation, and then they're gonna keep trying to figure out a way to make this rent, and then it's gonna continue to be a struggle. Because why? Because information. Some people took information and they used it, and some people made an excuse. That's basically what they coming down to. Because in Shape Street Fighter is saying he bought something that now he has. Now the whole world opens up to you once you buy shit like that. Because you start talking to other people that got shit like that, and then they start ringing bells on you. I'm gonna give you this money. I learned this from the white folks. They taught me about contract for deed. Basically, them doing contracts for the deeds of houses instead of them even going to the bank.
Come on now.
They do that too.
Yeah.
And they do it all the time. And then
Come
they
on.
don't even use that on paperwork. But later on, once the house is paid off, it becomes an asset in their asset class, in their portfolio. And then they use that to get some more equity money
See,
out.
I was gonna say earlier when y'all were talking about people needing certain people to do jobs through the bank, I was like, see, I've been on the back end of that. I've been with the contractors who do these jobs all the time. So that's basically what they do. They just be at certain banks and they just get jobs on that. So besides the union stuff that I found out about, because some of these other larger companies that I didn't always get a chance to work with is because they only work with union. and these other companies only work with these banks. You see, so from the back end, I started seeing how to see that too, besides just the place that I wound up in now. So earlier I keep saying the same thing. Yeah, man, I don't want to always do the pity party like you were and always associate like a less than with my people. But yeah, I done been down as low too. You make mistakes. When I said earlier, you have to live in it. And you make agreements with certain people too. I heard somebody say that earlier also, and that falls through. You start to understand that a person can really stand in your face and not be honest with you, and you take an L. So
Hey,
of
I'm
course
pissed.
you
I'm
need
pissed.
to have.
Whoever said that, I'm still pissed for that. That pissed me off.
Yeah, you
I
really
want
need
to
to
pull
make
up on that
sure,
person.
but you do kind of, when I said negotiation from a point of desperation or thinking something's going to be easy, and of course all those things when I'm younger, and then you realize you are competent. That's one of the things that they kind of saw too. They could have taught you, but instead they took advantage of. So all that is good, but the stuff that y'all saying now is what I basically want to make sure I can pass on to mine when I be rapping with him. Because now my boy had an LLC. He even started like, damn, Papa, and now they speak to me about the tax idea. I say, yeah, because they see you on something else. So now you can do this. That's one of the things I want to do to where I employ my people. I said, hell, even
tell them get that Dunn's number.
Say again.
Tell them make sure they get that Dunn's number.
Yeah, it's Dun and Bradstreet number. That's what he's talking about. Dun and Bradstreet.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying.
Get his business credit profile up.
Yeah,
but no, that's what we use in the government to find you, man. Make sure you get the Dunn's number, and wherever you at, man, you can get in contact, man.
Yeah, because I have certain stuff. I'm telling her now, these accounts that need to be set up outside of our basic. She, as soon as I got married, and she's like, "Well, you'll see."
I tell y'all one key I learned too, and Shay. I learned this from a brother that's a realtor. He ended up taking business credit classes, right? This is what he taught me. You never, ever put your LLC as your home address. Never.
Nah, that's public information.
Never. It's public information, and they automatically kick it out the business credit system because it's still listed as a single family home. Yeah, right. A lot of people do that on an everyday basis, and then they get denied credit for business credit because they put that fucking home. They put the home down.
Damn, I appreciate
so if
that,
it's
bro.
not your forever home, and you do have a business, you don't buy that home. The business buy that home. And that's just your forever home, and you plan on leaving it to your children or your significant other, or whatever. Because like whoever was earlier said, like everything I'm doing now, and I'm just trying to do it for my kids, man. I'm trying to do it for them.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of local places that you can use as business addresses that you can rent for like $35-$40 a month, and it'll be used as a business address, and they'll give you the address and access to it and everything.
Yeah, they call it satellite locations. But if you purchase the home in the business name, then that's a business expense. When you know what I'm saying, it's a business expense. It's not going on your personal taxes and all that. That's not against your personal debt to income ratio. That goes against your business debt to income ratio, and it's on your business taxes, only not your business credit. And unless you're trying to live in it forever, then of course you want to put it in your name, and then you put it in the deed and trust, and your family and your kids can get it, and they can inherit it and do whatever they choose to do with it.
Well, we also got to remember, since Trump came in office, we got to remember, like, the LLC doesn't have as much power as the S corp. They kind of moved everything into the S corp right now. So if you have an LLC, you got to move it into an S corp. So those who have just straight LLCs, you got to get with an accountant. You got to look it up, find a competent person, to a tax attorney, really, to explain it to you of what an S corp is and the benefits of an S corp. If you just got a naked LLC, you're not getting a full benefit.
And make your kids your board members, because in S corp you got to have a board structure, right? So my security company I have a security firm, right? And we're at S corp,
right?
And I'm kind of that's why I'm a little pissed with Tank Davis. I was literally trying to make some money off the hotels in the area for giving him security, and he's fucking my money up. But that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, you get an S corp, and you get your kids, put your kids on the board. Because you got.
Well, you can have multiple LLCs. You can have multiple LLCs under an S corp, but the S corp will be the umbrella that all of them sit up under. So the LLC by itself doesn't. Yeah, but the LLC by itself does not give you a tax haven. or a tax benefit. The S corp is what's going to give you the tax benefit, because
Yes.
you can use it as a pass through to pay yourself through the S corp and defer the taxes and
Because you're
give
an
yourself a
employee.
salary through the S corp. That's how you
Yeah.
use the S corp in order to defer the taxes and make it viable for it to even make sense. You cannot do that with an LLC. LLC is just for you not to be sued and not to be liable if something
You
happens
sat
as a
down with an
result
accountant.
of that business. Yeah,
You just
you
sat down with
need
an
to be
accountant because it was an accountant who told me that because I was getting fucked in taxes. And I was like, how am I? I'm
yeah.
going to lose my job because I'm on IRS and, all this and that type of crap. And he was like, do an S corp. I was like, what the hell is that? I didn't know what it was, what it meant. I banged my head trying to read it. And it's something like, I was like, man, whatever. And I did it, and it's been a lot better.
Yeah, I think too, like the biggest thing is sometimes in the Black community, we let people's fears like talk us out of shit, and we end up not doing stuff because of fear. And people's fears will talk you out of stuff, and it'll just be nothing that you really thoroughly research. You just heard somebody's bad story, or people scare you. I'll give you an example. Like somebody buys a house, and I'll get my own example. When I bought a house, and I told people, man, I'm gonna get me a 15-year mortgage because I got a physical job at the time. I'm not going to do this for 30 years. And I don't typically pay more for my loans than I get. That sounds good in the sky that you can pay extra money, but that's not what I'm going to do. And then when I really did the numbers, they have a mortgage amortization chart. Amortization, that's what it's called. So if you go to the amortization chart, you can put in how much money your mortgage is. You can put the term of how much the mortgage is. And you can actually put, if you want to make a one-time payment, or if you want to pay extra every month. You want to pay extra once a year, you want to pay extra every month. So if you do that for a 30-year mortgage, it's never going to catch up to the pace as if you did the same thing on a 15-year because of the amount of payments that you have to pay. You're not going to catch up. So for a lot of folks were like, oh man, that doesn't make any sense. What if something happened? If something happened, I'm going to be fucked either way. And what are you talking about? It doesn't make a difference. Why would I stretch out something that I don't have to stretch out? And the goal really for most average Americans is to pay the house off. It's not to stretch the payments out, just so you can have more money. And especially if you're not financially responsible and you're just buying bullshit. You're buying more cars, you're buying more expensive cars, you're taking more trips. And that doesn't make any sense. Because the thing that's an asset to you is the house. It's not the trips. It's not the car that you got a better car. It's not that you got better clothes on. It's the house. The house is the asset. No matter what happens, the house is the biggest piece of the pie that most people have. Most people won't have successful businesses. Most people won't have viable stock portfolios, but they will eventually. They'll keep paying their mortgage because they need somewhere to stay, and eventually they'll pay that damn mortgage off. So that'll
And you know
become an
what? That's
asset.
what I'm learning now myself at 30, 34 years old. Like, I got all these cars and stuff, and I'm like, dude, you know what? I don't need I don't need it. I just need one home that I can just pay off. Like, granted, when you're doing the way that you're talking about, you're gonna be spending much more on the mortgage. Let's say your mortgage is gonna be $2,600, then you're doing it in 12 years, it goes into 3 something, 4 something, and I'm like, man, that would kill me, or not kill me, but it'll put me in a tighter bond. But then if I take away, I got fucking
sell one of
3 car
cars.
notes.
Yeah,
I got 3 car notes at
turn a
$800
car
a
in.
pop.
Yeah.
Quick, man.
Like my father said, he's like, dude, you spending over $3,000 in car notes. Get rid of those fucking cars. You can only drive by one.
Hey, real quick, y'all. I really appreciate y'all for holding it down, man. I really appreciate y'all, dog. Y'all don't understand what this means, man. Shout out to my boy Pittsburgh T, man. My boy Stash, G Money. You know what I'm saying? Intellectual bully himself. You know what I'm saying? My boy
intellectual bully.
Combo, what's going on? KP, what's happening?
Say, Kyle, you gonna get up off that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you didn't see the banner I put up earlier?
Man, you out of line, bro.
No, I appreciate y'all, man. Hey, I had y'all in my ear the whole time, man. Hell of a show. This playback is probably gonna be one of the best playbacks anybody could get, man. I'm telling you. Y'all was putting out a lot of game, man. A lot of game. Especially with them trades and shit like that.
Yeah, but these brothers here, I'm talking about, bro, some of the stuff that I have been doing here and there, and then all of a sudden they got to going. I was like, okay, so you make your little prayers and you hear little stuff here and there. Not to get too religious for those who may not be, but I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I was like, God, okay, slow down. When you start saying slow down, like they say the bounty start to come, yeah, it came, man. So for real, Kyle, I feel you on that. I appreciate these brothers because it's been some dotted I's, some crossed T's real quick that I can go and roll back on because there's always another side of something. And whenever I didn't want to go too much into it early when I was pressing them about the actual getting into it because I mean I'm already on that, but I just wanted to kind of bounce that off of them because I was kind of getting that vibe. But I didn't think it was going to be that deep. Like they say, the rabbit hole kept going. And literally down to, like you said, the duplexes and traveler, because I saw that. And that's from like working out, living in one, and then I got some apartment. Like, bro, what the hell? And then you get to talking to folks. And he kept telling me that because we in the refinery together then. This is almost 8 or 9 years ago what I'm talking about with that when I first started with. And he rapping, he telling me about he purchasing stuff. So I already know about that. You know, everybody buying this and that. I've been around folks that do that. But the way he was doing it, I was like, man, this dude here really is like grabbing these cribs. And most of the time he's saying it, man, I'm just at meetings over here. He said, you'd be surprised. It's going to be about 20 of us in a lot. It's going to be cold as hell outside. We're going to say who's going to show up. And you know, I'm peeping game and I saw what he meant. So I might be able to get these two. If not, because this dude might show up. And this one white girl, she always be the, so like you said, you started getting around folks doing something else. And besides just, I'm damn
It
near.
changes everything in shape, don't it? It changes everything.
And I don't spend money anyway. Everybody say I'm boring. Now my mom and them said, you know, if you'd have known me when I'm younger, completely different. But when you start to appreciate and realize how much time you wasted on just bull. So not to disrespect combo, the cars and all that, like I keep something clean. I can't help it. But I stopped that. And you know, I purchased this. You know what I'm saying? I had to slow down on all that because when I was saying my ego earlier, that's what it was about. And you can only drive one, like Pop say. But the amount of money that I'm able to keep, just from not having all these other little habits, man, I'm straight now. But a lot of folks think you weird, but I want to be like the old white man. I walk around with the sweats on, baby. I don't want to look rich at all. Yo, you know what I'm saying?
Bro. Like that's a bad thing that black people have. Like wearing everything. Because a lot of the times, bro, when I go to them meetings, boy, them white boys be looking like bums. They look like bums. Bro, my biggest white connect is an older white dude that's like 60 something, bro. He brings like I used to wholesale a bunch of stuff to him, like houses in this area. So he taught me so much about how people be screwing people over in the game and all of that. Man, I started looking at all the houses he had after we was doing business. I'm like, damn, Bob, you own this too? Yeah, man, I own this too. I own this. He said, man, he done wholesale some houses like multiple times and made money off the shit. Sold it to another person that invested in it. They rehabbed it, or they rehab stopped because they ran out of money. He done went and got it back, flipped it again. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, you start learning all the insurance companies that you need to do the remodels. You start learning all the good contractors you need, the bad ones. You start learning all the banks that be there at the meetings. You start learning everything, bro. Planning and development of the city. You start to run into all of that. Like a lot of black people just don't know how big that thing is, bro.
But what the gentleman was saying about the ego, like literally, when I was having that, like the lady I was telling y'all about, she drives an old, like 2000 Honda CRV, like the box joint is still like a box shape. And I'm like, how you?
She don't give a damn.
She like, man, my property portfolio. She was like, I got a multi-million-dollar property portfolio. And I was like, man, I don't know. She was telling me, like, you make enough here, you can do this, you can do that. And I was like, man, I don't know. You know, I got my cars. I got, you know, if I want to take a girl out, exactly what she said. She was like, man, that sound like ego and stupidity because a grown woman don't care what you're driving. And that shit really hit me a little different. She said, hey, the grown woman don't care what you're driving. It ain't about what car you
Because Vaughn, you know what it is? I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the culture of African Americans believing that what you drive means you got money. That's the culture.
It's deeper than that. It go back to peacocking.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's part of that.
And then that whole peacocking shit is just come forward into cars and jewelry and fucking bullshit. It's come to bullshit. And I give you another example. Like look,
how those one of yours.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Because look, like recently I paid my house off a couple years ago, right? So when me and my wife go on vacation, we go on vacation. Like I don't have no bills or nothing to really worry about. But I'm able to do that because I paid my damn house off. Like I struggled through that and paid extra and got that. I got a 15. I had a 15 originally, and I got a 15 at a little bit of a lower rate than I would have got at a 30. And I just happened to buy it at the time when rates was dropping. So rates dropped in half from what I went from 6 to like 3. They dropped down to 3, and I hurried up and refinanced again at 3 years. I had 12 years to go. I refinanced down to a 10-year, and refinanced down from a 10-year. I was paying the same note for that 10-year that I was paying for that 12-year mortgage. It was the same fucking number. But the problem is that if you listen to negative shit in our community, why you gonna do that? You can save that extra money. You can do something else with it, invest it.
Or they make it sound like it's impossible. Or they make it sound like it's impossible to do.
Yeah, it sounds impossible, right?
With the 15-year mortgage, how much
you
do
can't
you gotta
do
pay
that.
a month? With a
Say
15-year
it again?
mortgage, how much do with a 15-year
It depends on your interest rate, Cal. Your
And the
interest
house,
rate,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
credit
So
score, your closing costs, and all of that, bro.
yeah.
If
So
you,
at that
a lot
time,
of
I think
people, a lot of us wrap up our closing costs and our escrow and in our payment every month to where we
and that
don't have
inflates
to
it.
pay it separate. So
But that inflates your
right.
monthly payment. But another thing is, like, my first house I bought, man, was in a bad neighborhood. And I wish I knew about the duplexes, right? Because I bought a I don't know if y'all know what a row home is, where your house is kind of connected to another house. You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about?
that's
in
East
Philly,
Coast, right? That's
Yeah.
East Coast. Yeah, row home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in
Philly.
DC. Yeah, like Philly. So I bought one of those, right? I bought it for like $100 or something thousand. Me and my ex-wife, separated, and I let the neighbors run me over because the neighbors had roaches and it was nasty. So the house, things went left, right? I looked up the house the other day. That house is for 700. It just sold for 700 something thousand. That means to tell me if I would just sat in that house and got the fuck out of my own way, I could have been sitting on what 600, 500,000. I would have paid the house off by now.
500,000 worth of
Yeah, at least
equity,
a
bro.
half. That's what I'm saying. At least a
500,000 worth
half.
of
Yeah.
working capital.
And I'm like,
But
dude,
that
I put
goes
the
back to that
refrigerator
brother that
in
we were
there.
talking to earlier that kept saying he waiting on the interest rates. The interest rate's too high and I'm upside down and all that. That goes to that whole mental makeup of you thinking that like I gotta wait on a certain interest rate and I gotta wait because the house is gonna be upside down. No, if you don't own nothing, you're not in the position to be waiting. If you don't own anything and you're
Yeah,
paying rent, you have no position to be sitting there trying to time some shit out
Oh,
that you
bro.
can't time.
yeah.
Yeah,
Some
bro.
people
Somebody
get
asked
to
if
Hey,
I
Pittsburgh.
should have bought a
Buy in a
house
bad
at
Pittsburgh.
8%.
neighborhood that's going to gentrify. Buy in a
Somebody
bad neighborhood that's
somebody
going
a
to
house at
gentrify.
8%.
Listen. You gotta think
Buy in
about
a
it.
bad neighborhood that's
If
looking
you
to
buy,
gentrify. I'm telling you.
if you buy, yeah, like he's saying, the planning and development, like about those meetings, you go over
I
there,
wish I
right?
would
This is
know.
what listen to this, bro. This is what they told me 3 years ago. And they start doing the shit now. I'm in a neighborhood that's not that far from the airport, right? So the white folks in the meeting said, yeah, we're gonna knock down this apartment building over here and we're gonna run a road right through that to get to the main road. I'm like, damn. They just said this shit like people don't live there, right? So I'm like,
Yeah.
damn. So I go back home. I tell my wife, like, hey, they about to knock these apartments down in the cup. Man, they already start working on the shit. The people in the apartments is about to got to move, bro. Like,
That's what they do.
hey, bro, they don't give a
And the
fuck who
property
live there.
values go high. The property values
And
go
look, and
sky
I'm not
high.
that far from the apartments, right? So my value going up, and everybody talking about
Mm-hmm.
they wait. If you buy at whatever percent you buy, when the rates drop, you can refi to the new rate.
Yeah.
That's all. It's a game.
And
Ain't nothing but a numbers
and
game.
once you
But
got
if you
that,
don't
like
never
this,
get in the game, you're not in the game. You're on the bench watching all the cars go by, like when we was little kids talking about bingo and shit. That's what you doing.
think
Hey,
about it like
bingo,
this: when you
I
buy a
want that
house,
car, but you ain't never gotten the game.
think about this: when you buy a house, it's like somebody fronting you. Let's just say it's like somebody fronting you 20 bags, right? Everybody know that you just got fronted 20 bags. So the nigga that's walking around that got 3-4 bags, and he fronted to you because he already knows somebody that trusted you with 20, and you done went back. So why would I not trust you with this 3 or 4? Once you buy that house, they already see that big purchase. I'm talking about your mailbox is gonna get flooded with loans, offers. Everybody, you can't stop people from wanting to give you money. You won't be able to stop people from trying to give you money, man. It's crazy. It's like, no, when I needed it, when I'm trying to get the loans, I'm trying to get this money, you ain't want to give it to me. But now I done paid this 700 or 600, 700,000 for this house. Now everybody want to give me this car loan. Everybody want to give me this, want to give me that. You know what I'm saying? because they know that door is open, and they say, all right, well, we got one. You just gotta hop out there, bro. Like me personally, I just gotta stop what you call it peacocking. Like I'm gonna have to give up maybe one car, maybe one car, maybe 2 cars, and then I
Yeah,
can
but
keep my family
whatever
happy.
you give up,
We
you gonna
running
gain
green.
back in equity. You gonna gain back in equity of whatever you buy, and you can
Yep.
let one of them goofy motherfuckers buy your next car. Shit.
Yep. And but see, the
I,
problem is
bro,
that
I don't care nothing about no car. I don't care nothing about no cars, dog. I don't give a shit about them.
Yeah, but KP, we running red too much. We running upside down. If we was running a corporation, we'd be running. Black people run that corporation of whatever said
And the
black person
black,
last name is. You running that corporation. You run that. They run that bitch in the red all the way to the ground. No company in America runs in the red. They all trying to get to the green. But some kind of way, when we run it down to red and we finally get to green, we go get some more bullshit. We gonna get some more bullshit on credit and run that bitch back in red. We never get to green and stay in green and live comfortable. It's like you always drown and you finally get to the boat and you jump back in the fucking water. We can't get away from our own way when it comes to credit. Like we use that shit so fucking wrong, and it's because of all this stuff that people have been told. Like what I was saying with the paying the house off. When people telling you, oh, don't do that. You need that. You need that tax money. That's a write-off. That ain't no fucking write-off. Like, why you trying to, like, the shit that
Yeah,
we carry
the
on and
interest
we
write
keep
off ain't
doing?
even that much, man. You don't get that
No,
much back. You don't get shit.
no. You don't get nothing. You don't get nothing. I give you
yeah.
another
I heard
trope.
the last
Like
couple of
stock
years that
market.
there hasn't been enough to get. Some people haven't got nothing back the last couple of years.
You get something back, but it's not enough to keep a mortgage. It's not enough to run a mortgage.
It's
It's
not like
nowhere
it used to be
near.
where you
Yeah,
get a
right.
nice little check.
It's not
It's
enough for
not
you
enough.
to continue to be on that mortgage shit. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
No.
Pittsburgh T's right, man.
And stay
Them
away from
numbers, man.
FHAs. Stay away from FHAs while you're looking. At least me personally, you don't want nothing but not FHA. You don't what is it?
You talking about
HOA.
the
No
adjustable rate?
homeowners. No. I mean homeowners association. You don't want me personally.
Oh yeah, I don't
I don't
fuck
know
with
where
them
you at, but
HOAs. Nah, I don't
Oh
fuck
anywhere,
with
yeah,
them.
that's
stay away
different.
from
That's a different
HOAs
nightmare right there. Yeah,
and
that's a different problem.
condos. Watch condos because condos are normally just
Condos and
cash purchases.
townhouses and
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
townhouses.
the
but
problem,
a
bro.
lot of
Yeah, you don't really
condos are
want
normally
that.
just straight
But
cash
I mean,
because a lot of banks
on
don't want
the
to
caveat now, if that's all in
finance
your
that.
neighborhood, if that's all in your area, and that's all you can afford to get, just jump on it for now. And when you build up some equity, you sell that joint and go and get you something
Man.
else. You keep
But
it
if
for
say you
four,
get a
5 years
condo,
and
say
tough
you
it
get a
out.
condo, say you get a condo. I know some condos, like especially here in DC area, where you can't get a loan for it. It got to be cash purchases because banks won't do loans for condos sometimes. So, me personally, which I had to do, and I'm trying to learn to do, just get out my comfortability, dude, and just move away, move somewhere a little bit further out. You may have to commute an extra 30 minutes. Dog, I know people that work for the government, bro, that's commuting an hour in every day. But when they
And
go
another
home, they got
thing,
everything they want.
well, another thing we need to do too, as far as building up capital, we need to have a retirement account. You need to have an IRA if you work independent.
Yeah.
If you work on the job, you really IRA is your best unit no matter what. It's not going to be a 401k. 401ks are nowhere near the same benefit as a 401k. 401ks are structured in a way where they're so safe that they're too safe. So all you really
Mm-hmm.
you're paying. What ends up happening with those things is they run off the indexes, and the indexes are the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, the Dow
Yeah.
Jones, where they have this basket of stocks in there, and you get the average based on the performance of the stocks.
Yeah.
IRAs
Or
let you
you can
pick
gamble.
individual stocks, so that's the
Yeah.
complete
See,
different, and they don't have all those fees attached to it. So an IRA, a regular Joe Schmo can get an IRA. Anybody walking in the face of America
Yeah,
that's
that's
able to
more or
get a
less
bank
what I'm
account
on. Yeah, because that
can get an
401k, after I
IRA.
started getting older and started talking to
That
some
shit
of, like you say,
bullshit.
tax
yeah.
people, yeah, it's not
So
It's
even
so
really,
bullshit.
that's
when I realized
but
it's
that's
not
what they
even
give
like a
us in the
real
government, and I'm
retirement thing,
scared,
it's just
man.
like a tax,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
trip.
It's
the
like a
Yeah,
IRA can
tax
I
break
still
just
to
get
want
the
to say that,
anything.
same
yeah.
It
tax.
feels more like a tax break to anything because like in the government, that's what you have to get, and they be like, oh, you can play this play band what you can do with this band of stocks, or you can do this band of stocks. And I'm looking at it
No, but
like, dude,
you
I got to work
get the
forever to
same.
even make anything paid off, and you're not really getting no
No,
interest. Like it's not.
no, but that's why we
Yeah.
losing. That's what let me tell you, because I work in a corporate environment where we have a 401 and they push this dumb shit. And I try to tell dudes all the time how this shit go. They'll listen to me, walk away, look at the white man, listen to him, and sign up to the shit because the man came to the job. and I just shake my head and walk away. The difference is, it's like when you get a 401, what happens is 401ks, those funds are managed. Those funds manage that fund, and they'll usually
We
like a
losing you.
direct
Hold on,
draw out of
Pittsburgh.
your check.
We losing. We losing.
We
You
losing
breaking
Pittsburgh.
up.
You
You
got to say
breaking
that
up,
again.
Pittsburgh.
Hold on,
Yeah, you got to
Try
can
again,
repeat
y'all
that.
hear me?
Pittsburgh. Say it now.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you
Testing,
got you.
Yeah,
We
you
can
testing.
hear
Y'all
good
you.
hear
now.
me?
You good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you good now.
Okay. Okay, so a 401k, what happens with a 401, those are super safe. So those are managed funds. Those are usually through like they do a direct draw out of your bank account, out of your check rather. I'm sorry, not out of your bank account, out of your check. So you tell
Yeah.
your employer a percentage or a dollar amount for them to take out per check, and they buy that basket of funds. Be it the Dow Jones, which is 100 stocks, the S&P 500, which is
S&P.
500 stocks,
Yeah.
and within that
Yeah.
index, they'll average out that index for the quarter, for the month, and for the year. Now, you're not able to get that money out straight up unless it's like a natural disaster or it's usually some kind of medical catastrophe that they qualify as one. Not what you think is one, what they qualify as one. So that's a very
No, you
big
can pull
distinction.
out, but it's a hell of a penalty. Because like I
No,
pulled mine. I
no,
hate to say
no,
it. I
you
pulled
can't.
mine out to
No,
buy
you
a car.
can't,
Dude,
brother.
I just pulled mine out. I pulled mine out to buy a car. But
That's
sounds
not.
stupid. I probably shouldn't say live. And
That's not.
literally, I paid a hell of a fine.
But that's not always the case. It's not always the case because it depends. The 401ks are regulated by the employer and the broker. So a lot of
I
those you
understand.
cannot pull it out unless it qualifies under what they feel like goes up under that umbrella. So you can't just
So
call them up and say, "Hey, I'm going through hard times. I need some money." You have to prove that you qualify for what
they
they're
did
saying.
not
A
ask
lot.
none of that. I'm telling you, they didn't ask none of that. I literally contacted.
No, but that's yours. I'm telling you, for most
Okay.
of them, that's how they work. That's your particular one.
Okay.
For most of them, that's how they work. And what ends up happening too is they'll easily let you borrow against it. But as far as you pulling the money out and not paying it back, that is a completely different thing. Now, if you want to borrow against it, yeah, they'll give you the loan. So now what'll happen is they'll stop your contribution that you're giving forward. So now it's stock in place, and the money that
Right
you
there, that's my
contributed is just paying back the loan with interest with what you were already paying. But in the meantime, what happened is you're paying a fee for them to manage that money every month. You're paying a
yeah.
fee for them to manage that money every quarter. You're paying a fee for them to manage that money every year. And already your performance is
You
lackluster
good?
because it's averaged
Okay.
out
No, I'm
over
good.
all these different stocks. Now, if you do an IRA in contrast, you're buying individual stocks. So let's say you bought just straight Apple. You're buying Apple. There's no fee to buy stocks through an IRA, through E-Trade, Charles Schwab, or even the big brokers. There's no fee to buy stock. So if you got $100 in this in cash, you convert that $100 in an IRA into Apple stock. There's no fee in the middle. Nobody's charging you a maintenance fee monthly. Nobody's charging you a monthly fee, a quarterly fee, or an annual fee. And when you get ready to get that money back, there's no barrier. If emergency actually hits and you need to take that money out, you could take the money out. You're still going to pay the tax penalty, which is 20%, I believe. It's an early penalty of 10%, and then you pay 20% taxes on the money if you did it pre-tax. So there's a less barrier
So,
for it, and you have a better performance because you have an individual stock that's not over all these stocks that are averaged out. You got an individual stock. So the likelihood if you pick a stable stock of you having a better performance is way better than you picking a basket of stocks. It's not even close.
so when you say take the money out, so like me personally, I'm just speaking about my personal thing, right? And I only took it out of my full time with the federal government. They didn't let me take everything that was in there. I was only allowed to get a certain percentage. So like, let's say if it was 10 grand in there, they gave me 6 grand or whatever. Let's say some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, who was that?
Was it pre-tax or after tax? Did you contribute the money pre-tax or after tax?
I took it. I don't want to lie to you, bro. I wanted to buy that Maybach so bad. I just was happy to be able to get the money for the down payment. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just know they said that I had to pay them back every check. So let's say if I was putting 3% in of my salary, 3% goes in per check. Now I had to put 6% in, but their max doesn't go up.
But are you contributing the money pre-tax or after tax? You know?
Oh! You told me when they take it out my check.
Yeah.
I want to say that's after tax. It's after tax
No.
because
The spending thing comes pre-tax. No. I think that's pre-tax, and the spending thing comes after tax. I need to pull it
Okay,
up. I
so
wish I could pull it up right now and look at that. Look for you.
yeah, so
Pull up
so
my
double
pay
check.
stub.
So you want to check on that because the difference is like pre-tax is the whole sole reason why you're putting money in those retirement accounts, especially 401k, because that's your
Let me
tax
see.
benefit. After tax, there's no tax benefit for you putting that money in there, right? There's
Yeah.
no tax money. There's no tax benefit. It's very minimal for you putting in after tax. And then if you want to, what you really want to do with a 401k is if your company matches, that's what you want to contribute and only that. Anything outside of that, you really don't want to contribute that. You want to open up an IRA. Like I said, you can open up with Charles Schwab, E-Trade. It's quite a few of them that let you do it.
I ain't giving
And you
them
can
no
buy
money, man.
individual
Because
stocks.
I sat down in those little meetings they give you, because they bring somebody in and they'll say these are the bands that we had, and these different ones made this amount of money, and you can move it around throughout the year. But I'm not gonna sit there and look at it. And I ain't gonna lie, my retirement plan is this security company I got, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a gambler myself. That's why I pulled the money out, because fuck it, they not giving you nothing, man. That 401k, I would literally have to have, because they like on your printout it would tell you how many years you got to work to retirement and how much you will receive on a is it monthly or yearly? How do you get your retirement money? Is it monthly or yearly? Whatever that is.
Yeah, but that's because of the plans that they're putting them in. That's what I'm telling you, brother. Like if you look at those plans, you're in indexes. You're not in individual stocks. So if you look at the performance, like look at if you pull up Google and you look at Apple or Microsoft, for example, those stocks on average do 15 to 20% annually, right? Some years more, some years less, but on annual, that's what you get. You're not getting that in the 401k. You're not getting anywhere remotely close to that in a 401k.
No, you get
And
maybe
you're
1 or
paying
2%.
fees.
It was like 1 or 2%, dude. So
Yeah,
screw that.
you're
I'm a
paying
gambler
fees.
myself.
No, but it's not a gamble. This is what I'm telling you. Retirement ain't no gamble, brother. You're investing. We're talking about investing. So you're investing into your future. And you have a better chance of investing into your future with our individual retirement account. Because you're gonna buy one of the big stocks, and you're more than likely, if you're buying not no penny stocks, if you're buying Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook,
Nike,
Walmart, if you're investing in those products, you're on average, you can look at the average for the years, you're going to get 15 to 20%. So every 4 years on calendar year, your money should double, if not sooner than that, by your initial investment. So you're investing. You're looking at it wrong. You're not gambling. You're investing. So when you do a 401k, you're putting your money there and you're not thinking about it because you're not involved in it. When you do an IRA, you're going to have to put this money over here and you're going to have to go over there once a month or once every quarter to buy Apple or buy Google, whatever the hell you buy.
yeah,
You keep
you're
on
right.
buying
That
it
is the
over and over
benefit
again.
that I just put it in there, and some people put it in there and they don't ever touch it for their whole career. It just goes and they let the people that do it just do whatever they're gonna do with it.
Yeah, but that's why they're not getting the benefit that they should get. That's what I'm telling you. That's why they're not getting the benefit. I have a 401k that I canceled. When I had the opportunity to get the majority of that money out, I don't put any more money in there. It was over there. It's a trap. I can't get it out. When I had the opportunity to get some of that money out, I got it out. Because I do a better job of investing than they do. It's not even close. And you do a better job of investing than they do. Because it's not complicated. You're not day trading. You're investing. So when you get away from that trading mindset that you got to make money every day and you're investing and you just once a month, hey, I've been putting money over here. Let me go buy some more Apple. Let me go buy some more Google. And over time, it's just like a house. Over time, that price of that stock or that company is going to rise. And your initial investment is just going to keep going up. It's just not that complicated. I think sometimes our fears are what do it to us. And our lack of participation because we want everything on autopilot except for entertainment. That's the only thing that we want to participate in is entertainment. Anything outside of entertainment, we don't want to have nothing to do with it. It's complicated. Leave me alone. I ain't no banker, so leave me alone. But
And that's
you
exactly how I
want your
feel.
money at
That's
the
exactly
end.
how I feel. That's why I said
Yeah,
I
but you
just go
can't be
ahead and
like
work
that.
for
You got to
mine.
participate, brother. You got to participate. If anything worth having, you got to participate.
Yeah, you got to get to that insurance too.
Yeah, 93 Octane. That's when the folks say, when to be quiet. He say Pittsburgh is providing free consultation, and then all West
Yeah,
say
he
that's
is.
great advice.
He is.
Yeah, you got to participate, brother. So what my advice to you would be, You want to go Charles Schwab, E-Trade. Now, you don't want to put any more money than what you owe for that loan because you have to pay the loan back. You can't get out of that. No matter how much you try, you have to put
Oh no, I
in that
tried, and they
loan back.
told me they was like,
You
"Nah, that's
cannot
coming
get out of
directly out
that.
your check,
So
sir."
that's
They
so you're
said
going.
that's coming directly out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay that. So once you pay that loan out, they're gonna give you a date of paying that loan back. So you can do one or two things. You can either keep paying on that loan like you've been paying and just let it ride out, or when you get your taxes, you can put a little bit extra with it because they'll accept money. They ain't gonna turn down no money. You accept money, and when you get that loan paid off, you want to take and open up an IRA. An IRA is a free financial instrument. You can open up one right now with Charles Schwab. Open up with Charles Schwab and E-Trade. You open it up, all it requires is your banking information and your basic information, your name, address, social security number. That's all it requires. And within a couple of days of them transferring, making those micro transfers from the bank, you'll have an IRA open. With that account, you can purchase any stock on the U.S. stock market that you would like. You can also buy indexes if you don't feel comfortable buying stock. You don't have to buy stock. You can buy the index. You can buy the S&P 500 still. You can still buy the Dow Jones 100. You can buy ARK, which is you can buy anything you want to buy. The difference is that you're not going to pay a monthly fee for that. You're not going to pay a quarterly fee for that. There's no filing fee for that. There's no fee for them with the 401k. They even charge your ass a fee to send you the paperwork for you to fill out to get your own goddamn money. That's how crooked that shit is. So when you do with the IRA, everything is done from your phone. Most of that is done through an app. So the only thing you have to do is put a reminder. You'll remember because it's your damn money. Once a month or quarterly or annually, however you want to purchase it, you can set it up where it transfers money out of your bank account. The difference is it's going to transfer the money out of your bank account into that account. It's not going to come from your check. It's going to come from your bank account. So it's going to come from your bank account.
I'm looking at mine now, and it says I have a mixture of investments from short-term U.S. Treasury security to index funds made of domestic and international stocks. See, right there, they got me lost. I'm done. That's just too many words. I just leave it in there and just how do I know what man,
you tripping?
Man, fuck this, bro.
So
how
what
do I
you
know
do
which
is you
one's
look.
the short one, which one is not the short one? What if I?
Okay, so what you're gonna do is if you click on the fund itself, it should show you the stocks in there. It should be a mix, mostly bonds, because it's a U.S. Treasuries. So most of that is gonna be bonds. So it's gonna move really slow. So you're probably getting like 1 to 4% annually on that. It's really safe.
The letter I got in the mail, I think it was 2%. I got 2% this year or something.
Yeah, so you're not getting. There's no risk involved in that. It's mostly bonds. But if you
see,
look at it,
that's why I say I
I
might
gotta
as well
make
just
sure my
keep pulling money
clean
from
too.
it. But that's why I might as well pull my money from it. To buy
No.
cars and stuff I
You don't
like,
need
and
to
just
pull
keep
your money
investing my
from it,
money
brother.
in
Listen. You're not pulling no money from nothing. Listen what I'm telling you. You're not pulling no money. This is investment. You're investing for your future right now. So you gotta. To me, this is my humble opinion. You're gonna have to change your mindset from pulling your money and when you need to be in. This is an investment for the future. So this is not money that you're looking to get right now. You're not looking to get this money 5 years from now. You're not looking to get this money 15 years from now. This is an investment for your retirement. This is money that should be there later. That you're saying, I'm gonna give them $1, and for this $1, I'm gonna get 10 later. That needs to be your mindset going into this. So this needs not be money that you're looking for right now, that you need right now. That's the way you got looking at, and you have to approach your IRA for that. So
but
don't look at it
says
like you're
that
losing
if I
money.
stay in it, it says that if I stay in this, I can retire at 65 years and get $900 and something as of my last year's thing, what was going on. So that's
but
$900 a month. That ain't enough.
Yeah, but that's just something that they're calculating. Remember, you're how old are you right now? Are you 30s or 40s?
20s? 34.
Okay, so you got another 30 years of working, brother. You got a lot more money to contribute, right? So if once you get this loan paid off that you owe, right? Let's say you put 10% of what you owe and that your future earnings are into your IRA, just 10%, right? So if you make $50,000, that's $5,000 a year. If you make $100,000, that's $10,000 a year. Let's just go where you make $5,000. You're gonna contribute $5,000 at $50,000 a year annually, right, into an IRA. That IRA money that you contribute, That's all. That's all. You're gonna get a tax. You're gonna get a tax credit at the end of the year, right? For that 5,000. Not only that, you're gonna get the benefit of it making money inside of whatever stock that you buy, right? So let's say you do this. You got 30 years, right? So that would gross you about 100 and what is that? Like 150, just your money in there, 150 something like that, at just $5,000. That's not a whole lot of money. Let's say $5,000, 150.
Man, that is nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So no, that's just your money. That's besides what it made. We're just going off over 30 years what you made. Now, if you do the mathematics behind compounding, and you also do behind these individual stocks at 20%, at 20%, let's say 10%, let's say 10%, let's say you only make 10% a year. Let's keep the numbers really simple. So you're making 10% annually, right? So if you're making 10% every year, every 10 years, you should what? You should make your initial investment back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 30 of them. So you done tripled your money in there by just putting that $5,000 in there. Forget the measurements to compound. Forget the years that the stock went up, and it was very simple. That's how you got to approach this. Now, if it comes higher, and if it goes lower, high, that doesn't matter. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to make this as simple as possible and as automatic as possible and over a long period of time. And there's no fees attached to that. And you're getting a tax benefit of putting that $5,000 into your tax. So when you file your taxes, say you made $50,000, now you put $5,000 in IRA, it automatically reduces your income down to $45,000. So you're only getting taxed now for $45,000 instead of $50,000 because they're deducting that $5,000 from your income. So you're getting a tax benefit every year, plus you're investing and you're getting 10, 20%, whatever the hell it is for that year. So that's the way you got to approach that. And over the long time, if you do that, you're going to be a millionaire easily without any effort, just by that. Not to mention if you get a home and now you got an IRA, I mean, it's hard for you to lose at that rate. And that's not something that's real crazy. I ain't talking about no crazy numbers. $5,000, what is that? That's like
no. You're right. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to do something like, but to be honest, my thing is I'm not trying to wait for 60 something to retire. I don't got another 30 years of working. I tell myself every day I'm going to do this for another. I'm trying to be retired at 55. But I don't know how I'm gonna do it. It's not 55, 20 years.
But the IRA has nothing to do with your job, bro. IRA has nothing to do with your job.
That's my individual money putting it in there. So what I might start doing is taking the money that I make from my security company and throw a little bit in there, some of my profit, and throw it in there, and that might offset something. So I might be able to do that and it'd be a little bit more aggressive. That's what I'm saying. Like I would probably try something like that. But as far as this 401k, what they offering, I don't give a fuck about that joint, and I'm just gonna let that just.
Yeah, but take the same money. You're taking the same. So what you want to do with the 401k money? You want to get that loan out of there. You want to get them people their money back. That's what you want to do. And then you want to take that money and roll that over into an IRA. You want to be putting.
So you think so I can take from the? I can go to them and be like, I don't want y'all retirement. I want to go another way.
No. So you can stop contributing. You can't take the money out of it. The money that's in there that's locked up in there. Okay, so you have to pay them back. You're gonna pay them back. Once you pay them back, stop giving them fucking money. Then what happens is you open up an IRA
somewhere else.
Yeah, now you're in control of it. Now you're taking it out of the man's hands and you're putting it in your hands. So now you're gonna do a much better job of stewarding your money, and that's where it happens. So now you're in control. Now you see what's going on. Now you're gonna start picking up on some stuff because now you're in control. So you're not running with blinders. Because at 1% and 3%, you're losing money because the inflation rate is 7%. So you're giving people money, and the money that you're giving them is not even keeping up with inflation at the rates you have. So what you probably want to do is you want to move, and within that 401k, you should see like the S&P 500. You should see the Dow Jones.
Yeah, there's different ones. Like the L band, it's more aggressive, but more chances of loss. The one I'm in is supposed to be a steady. It's just. You here and you ain't gonna lose, but you ain't gonna get a lot.
Yeah, so you might want to take a portion of that and buy because right now the S&P, the market has been down for over a year. So you might take a portion of that and buy some of the S&P 500. You can take some of that and buy some of that because it's been down for over a year. So take 20-30% of that and buy the S&P 500 because you're getting at a discount. It's 30% cheaper than it was last year. So over time, the stock market usually doesn't stay down 2 years in a row. Historically, it's been down for an entire year. Historically, it doesn't stay down for 2 years. I mean, it could,
Yeah,
but
we're
historically,
due
that doesn't
for
happen.
we're due for a resurgence within the next year. Sometime I say mid next year, mid
Yeah, so
2023.
you can take a portion of that money. Now you don't have to contribute any more money. You can take that money out of that fund that you have it, that 1% fund, and you can take 30-40% of it and buy the S&P 500 or buy the Dow Jones. Those are the major indexes, and you're going to get them at a discount. So that didn't require you to do anything but click a button and transfers, just to buy one from the other. That's it. But going forward, you need to get out of that loan, and you need to get you an IRA. But first, you need to open the account. So you need to contact Charles Schwab. I think
I have an
E-Trade
account with
does
them.
it.
I have
Yeah.
Home Swap because when I
So
was working there before, I had that. They gave us that. Starbucks gives you that
yeah, so contact
because they
them.
give you
Open up
Starbucks
an
stock,
IRA.
and I had stocks from Starbucks.
Yeah, open up an IRA with them, and then you're gonna do everything through your bank. So it's gonna require you to do something. That's where the barrier becomes for people. It's uncomfortable at first. It's not gonna feel right. Keep it to yourself. Don't tell these negative ass Negroes what you're doing because they so goddamn negative. They don't even know they negative. They just don't even make any sense with the stuff they do. But those
Yeah,
type
I
of
had to. When
moves,
they
those
say
are
don't tell people your dream, yeah, when you just said it, I'm listening. I was like, yeah, I had to start learning that one.
negative, man. But keep that to yourself, brother, and then you'll see over time, and it'll be pretty quick what happens.
Okay.
So we talking now. So 4 or 5 years from now, if you take that same money, you'll easily double, if not triple, that money that you were initially putting in. Now it's still going to have the same premise of the penalty if you take it out early before retirement. So that's not a rainy day money. That's retirement money. So rainy day
Okay.
money or money that you need in the short term, that is completely different. That's not what this is. This is for you to retire. This is for you when you don't want to work no more. When you get to a certain age, that's money that's just sitting there for either your kids or whatever the hell you want to do with it. That's what this is. That's what that's supposed to be at. So it's supposed to be money that you're not missing, money that you're not feeling. In the middle of that, you probably still need to have some kind of rainy day money. Now that can be in a regular stock account. That can be in cash. It can be in a lot of different
Yeah, I
instruments.
keep a minimum operational fund. So every year I look back and I see what I'm spending, what it looks like, and then I take a percentage of that and say I need to have this just for 3 months or 4 months of expenses of whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but even that, you can kind of do. You can do. Look, I give you another. One. One more thing you can do with as far as a financial instrument. There's something called a municipal bond. You ever heard of a municipal bond?
I heard it and I was reading into it, but it was a lot of words. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay, so a municipal bond. If you have an account with Charles Schwab or E-Trade, it's a regular brokerage account. You can buy a municipal bond. When cities, states, counties, municipalities, they want to build roads, they want to build bridges, buildings, different projects, they borrow money from the public. They sell it out in rates of 100 at a time, and they give you interest for it. They give you 2 interest rates. They give you 1 interest rate every 6 months, and then they'll give you another interest rate at the end or the maturity date, whenever that date might be. So let's say what happens is usually you got let's say you got $15,000. Nice round number, right? All right, 15 grand. You're gonna take, let's say you take $5,000, you're gonna buy this bond for Florida Highway, right? Now they're gonna pay you on January and they're gonna pay you in, let's say, June. They're gonna pay you 3%. So you're gonna get a check on pure interest in January and June. That money that you're getting is non-taxable, that interest. And what happens is when you buy that bond, they give you a letter rating. That letter rating is gonna go from AAA all the way down to F. If it's anything, I believe, above a C, if Florida Highway don't have no money and they go bankrupt, they say we cannot get this man his money. There's an insurer that's going to step in and give you your original investment back. That's something like an AIG. They're going to give you your initial investment back as long as it's rated above a certain level.
So you're not losing.
So,
you're not losing.
No, but your interest rates aren't that high, but it's guaranteed money. So you're going to get paid
but
twice
it's higher than
a year.
the interest rate. So the question would be: is the interest rate higher than that, or is the interest rate higher than the CD account? Because the CD account interest rate's been so low that it's really, unless you're putting it in and locking it in for a very long time, you're not really gonna make anything back.
No, that's
so
not
that might be an alternative to a CD account.
No, that's not necessarily true. So let me finish trying to break it down to you now. So now you got these, you're getting twice a month, right? twice a year rather. They call it the coupon rate. So the coupon rate you're gonna get twice a year, right? That coupon rate you're guaranteed to get on, let's say, like we said, January and June, right? For 5,000. Now I want to buy it. Now at the end, it's going to give you a date, which is the maturity date. On that maturity date, it's going to give you another interest rate. So let's say you were getting 3 or 4% in January and June. When that bond expires, like 5 years from now, it's going to give you're going to keep getting that every 6 months. You're going to get those 2 interest rate payments that are tax free. At the end, it's going to give you another tax payment free. It's going to give you another payment at a lower interest rate. So the lower interest rate might be 1%, right? So you might get another additional 1% at the end of maturity, and you get your original principal back. So what people do, the dude who put me onto this, he'll have one in January and June for, let's say, 5,000. Then he'll have another one in February and July for another 5,000. Then you have another one in March, and you see what I mean? So he's laddering them out, so he always getting, almost always through the year, he's getting that money. And that money that he's getting, that could be like your safety net money. Because that money you don't have to worry about it going anywhere. And you know you're getting paid back interest free, tax free. I'm sorry, not interest free, tax free. You don't have to pay any taxes on that money that you're getting back. It's just that you ladder out, you pick the maturity date. So you can literally pick one out that's a maturity date for next year or 6 months from now or whatever. You can keep renewing it and buying new shit. And what happens is the rate that you pay for the bonds, the more you pay, the better the interest rate. So example, it starts at usually $100. So if you pay $106 for each bond, you probably get a better interest rate than if you pay $100. So the more you pay for the bond, the more you're going to get as far as interest rate. So you have to kind of play the game and balance that shit out. So that's another instrument that you can do with Charles Schwab. Is a municipal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, I got an account with them. I don't even use it. I get the little letters in the mail. You know, they send you like a little thing saying this is what you got or whatever. I treat this shit like junk mail.
Yeah, but I mean, Schwab is good because you can call them up and you can bounce the idea and they'll get you to the.
Because I had them at Fidelity.
Oh, Michael Fuller said, "What is the cap on a municipal bond?" It depends on the fund. So it depends on the fund what the cap is on a muni bond, and there is an actual physical cap on it. I'm not exactly sure. For that, you'll have to call whoever your broker is to get the information for what the cap
is. Hey, yeah, right quick, Pittsburgh. What's called said you should be a panelist on the on Earn Your Leisure podcast.
Say it again.
Nancy Octane said Pittsburgh should be a panelist on Earn Your Leisure podcast, and he's talking about municipal bond. I'm just reading the chat.
No, I know about real stuff. I don't know about no podcast stuff, man. I learned this some hard knocks and me doing my own research, and I know feel good what I'm trying to say. I ain't got no.
Hey, that's what I be feeling like a lot of those podcasts are, man. Like that thing. I don't watch the Earn Your Leisure, but I feel like it's. I don't know, I feel like it's a crackhead trying to show me something. You know, when the crackhead come up and say, I got this for you, you got to walk away because, you know, I don't need a Jack in the Magic Bean stop. That's how I feel when they get to talking on the Earn Your Leisure. Not all of them, but some of that stuff, I'll be like, nah, it don't make sense.
But see, if you got a Schwab account, you can pick up the phone and call them 24 hours a day, bro. Anytime you have a question.
That's what I say. I can call them. I can just call a dude. I can call the number tomorrow and holler at them.
Yeah. Call them now if you want to. They open right now. They'll never close. Schwab never closes, brother.
So which one would be better to use them or the Fidelity?
Schwab never closes, so it depends on your hours. For me, Schwab is good because they don't close, and I got odd hours. So for me, Schwab don't close. I need somebody when I need to talk to somebody. If I want to call them right now, they're gonna pick up the phone. Yeah, no, and it's not like they have the same products. It's not like they're giving you something better. If you buy stock, you still buy the same thing
either way. But do some of them get them at a different rate because you're buying in a different batch?
That's not going to change though.
Okay.
The only thing that changes with different brokers is if when you start day trading because of the software that they use. Some of the software might be a little bit more better to your suiting or liking and the speed and how you get it set up and all that. But if you're investing, it wouldn't make a difference. You day trading, that's completely different. Investing, it don't matter.
Okay, because I know
But
when I bought my Starbucks stock, I was told the way they did it was they take a little bit of your portion of the money every whatever, and then they go and they buy all as much stock as they can at one time, and then once it hits a certain rate, it does this thing called a split. So let's say one share becomes 2 or 3 shares, however the fuck they explained it. But that's why I was wondering, is it the same type of thing like that? Like if Fidelity's buying, I
no,
don't know,
that's a little
100, got
different.
100 calls. Okay.
Yeah, that's a little different. I think you're talking about like, did you work at Starbucks? You talking about you worked at
Yeah, when I
Starbucks?
first
Or,
did that, I was working it. Yeah, yeah.
okay, so when you work somewhere, like say Starbucks, UPS, Coca Cola,
Disney did it too.
some of those
That's how I got one
companies,
for Fidelity and one
yeah.
for Disney.
So they'll
The
take
one
a,
is
a,
because
a
Schwab's and
piece of your
everything.
money and then they'll hold it for you, and then they'll buy stock. When they buy
Yeah,
the
yeah,
stock,
yeah.
they don't buy like when you buy stock through your IRA or if you go buy stock right now through Schwab or whatever, you're gonna buy common stock, right? When you buy it with an employee, you're buying preferred stock. The difference is that when you buy preferred stock, if the company goes belly up, they pay out the preferred stock first. And also you get a voting interest with preferred stock. So you always see the
Oh,
CEO,
really?
he got X amount of stock, but it's preferred stock. It's not common stock. So that preferred stock is what the CEOs and all of those guys get paid out in. When they get that as part of this benefit package, they're getting preferred stock. So when they want to sell, they sell those. Warren Buffett's and all those, they don't buy common stock. They buy preferred stock. That's what they're
Preferred
buying.
stock.
But when you buy
Because
the common, so what happens is they will hold your money until they can accumulate the stock. So if it's $100 and you give them $10 a week, they'll hold it so you can accumulate to buy that one share. But now you're buying preferred stock. Now, when you get ready to sell it, they convert it back down to common stock, and then that's what they sell. They sell it and they
okay.
convert it back down to common stock. But that's what happens usually with the companies. That's how you're able to hold it. But you as a person, usually you're by your individual self, you're buying common stocks, and usually you can buy partial shares of a company. A lot of times, depending on the company, as long as it's not a penny stock from $0 to $5. So if it's a $100 stocks, for example, and you only got $20, they'll give you 20th of a stock of a share, something like that. A lot of times, a
So
lot of
so
companies.
so question: would it be better for me to take and sell my stocks with Starbucks and Disney, and then purchase it again on I guess the regular purchaser side?
Are they charging you a fee for it? You gotta look into if they're charging a
I
fee.
never sold. I never sold them. I just let that. It's been sitting there forever. I've had
Yeah,
them
look
stocks
into
since
it.
like 2008 to 2010.
Yeah, look into it. If they're not charging you a fee for it, then it's not gonna make a difference. If they're charging you a fee,
Okay.
then that's different. If they're not charging you a fee, I mean, it's still Starbucks stock, no matter where you purchase it from.
Okay. Thank you, man. That's very informative. I really appreciate it.
We didn't turn into the stock market section.
Yeah, no, just saying earlier I was going to tell you Pittsburgh. I just try to keep most of my stuff clean. So whatever investments and stuff that I've been thinking about was going to have to be along the line, like no firearms, alcohol, stuff like that, and to whatever interest and whatever gain I make from it is going to be funneled into something because that's another thing I have to deal with. But of course, the investment is for the future. I was trying to say it earlier, but y'all, like I said, you kept going, and I didn't want to cut you off. So as far as like when y'all diversify, he was telling me he got different stocks. When he pulled it up on his phone, that app, I was like, see, I'd have to be a little more, like you say, even more hands-on to make sure that my money's not going towards anything that eventually when I'm not on this planet no more, it'll be dirty, just
Hey,
according to
Pittsburgh, how do I get preferred stocks?
Say it again.
How do I get preferred stocks?
Sometimes they offer them. So that's something you had to call your broker up and offer. Certain companies offer them, and some of you are allowed to buy. Some companies do not allow outside people unless you work for the company to buy preferred stocks. So it depends on the company. And then it depends on the broker too, because some brokers have access to them, some don't. But it just depends. There's a lot of variables when it comes into that. But preferred stocks usually cost you a little bit more than common stocks too. I mean, there's really no advantage of people on our level buying preferred stocks because really and truly we don't have the money to do that. Like those people who buy them, they buy millions of dollars of that crap at one time. and they're doing that for leverage. They might buy it just for. They might let's say Warren Buffett, for example, somebody on that level. They might buy a aircraft fueling company. He might buy 20% of the company just today, and he'll keep it for a couple months just so he can manipulate that price because he owns Southwest Airlines, and then he'll drop that shit because when he owns Southwest Airlines at a preferred rate, and he's got those preferred shares. Now he's got a voting block on the board, so he gets to persuade the price and what happens in those activities. That's that big boy game that we ain't playing right there. That's a different kind of situation right there.
Hey, those municipal bonds. Hey, good evening. I guess it's morning to everybody, man. But those municipal bonds you were talking about. What's the cap on those? Do you know?
I'm not sure that the actual max is. There is a max in a year. I'm not sure. You have to call your broker to figure out what the cap is. I'm not exactly sure. I know you can lateral. So I mean, I don't know if the maturity date has something to do with them because, like, if you buy multiple ones, they probably more than likely aren't going to have the same maturity date. So it might not even be the same year that they mature, and that has something to do with it too. So I'm not exactly sure.
What do you think about the predictions right now with another stock market crash? Yeah, the market crash that's predicted right now.
Well, we already had a recession. With the beginning of we already had a recession. A recession is 2 negative GDP quarters. We already had that at the beginning of the year. So going forward, you have to listen. That's what I was trying to tell the brother earlier. You have to listen to the data that they have, which most of that stuff runs off the CPI and the PPI, which is done at the first Thursday of every month. They do the CPI.
The Consumer Price Index. The Consumer Price Index and what else?
The PPI, which is the Producer Price Index.
Okay. Well,
so those two things run everything, and those are put out monthly. And then you'll get a statement from the Federal Reserve Chair, which is Jerome Powell, and he'll give you a statement as far as how much they're cutting or adding to the interest rate for that month, and how much they're cutting or adding for the next month. They're anticipating adding going forward, but it won't be very blanket. It'll be something along the lines of hawkish or dovish. It'll be a different language. So you'll have to listen to them, and you might have to watch some kind of channel to get that type of lingo to understand what's going on. Because they speak in a different kind of language than us normal people, that you might have to do a little research or watch some stuff to figure out exactly what Buddy's saying. But he does come out once a month like clockwork.
Yeah, well, the Consumer Price Index sucks right now. I mean, with the Consumer Price Index sucks. Now, in regards to, I was going to ask you the 2008, 2009 stock market crash. I think that scared a lot of people, man. Because you had people losing like losing 50 to 75% of their retirement during that time.
Well, I lost quite a bit of money this year. I mean, I ain't gonna tell you the number I lost. You probably, I mean, it'd be jaw dropping as the amount of money I lost this year. So that happens. That happens a lot.
Right. What you said about they talking different. Like
they got a little feedback, man. Somebody got some feedback.
Yeah, somebody. Hold on.
I don't think that's me, though. But the way you said they talk a different language, man.
Can you hear him? Can you hear Mike? I can't hear him. To me?
That wasn't me. That was someone else.
Okay.
Say it again?
I say the way you say they talk a different language, man, it's so true. Because I actually got a buddy whose father used to be like the governor of the Federal Reserve, and he'd be sitting down and talking about that stuff, and I would be looking at him like, "All right, Mr. Livy." Can you
well,
say the same thing
it's good to understand.
Talking about the way the stuff come out and the way that the system works. It's like it's a machine, but it's how can I explain? It's like a well-oiled machine, but it's really, if you know the system, then you know it. You can't lose.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, you can lose money, brother. That's not true. Even in the years that the market goes completely up, people were losing money. People lose money no matter what the market circumstance is. People always lose money and people always make money. It just depends on what side of that coin you are. Because the stock market works off supply and demand. So somebody would have had to sell you that stock and then you buying it at X price. So somebody's making and somebody's losing always. It doesn't matter. As far as the language that they speak, even if you don't have a dollar invested in the stock market, these are things that are going on with the economy that everybody needs to know. Because what happens is people get on the internet and they say crazy shit that's unrelated and they just make up shit because they don't know what they're talking about. But there are these people who actually make these moves, they're telling you what they're doing. They're not keeping this shit in a secret. They're not hiding in the room. They're telling you. And what Powell has been saying is that they're trying to do reduction. They're trying to do reduction on the economic force as far as employee, how many people are employed. They're trying to make the unemployment rate go up. That's what they're trying to do. That's exactly what they're trying to do.
I mean, with AI coming, like a flood, that's not going to be difficult to do. There's going to be a lot of jobs that are replaced by artificial intelligence. I mean, it's moving now like never before. So there's going to be a lot of even complex jobs, but definitely the menial jobs are going to be replaced by AI. That's in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Easy. Hey, so here's the thing with that I've done, and I have not been risky. I've been risk averse in my time working. I put a lot of money in like low interest return that really hasn't kept up with the inflation rate. And then I tried to pay off my properties. So the my money's not in the stock market. It's in I've got some money in there, but it's very low yield. And then the other part was just, paying off my houses. So those are the things that, because usually that's, that tangible asset is something that you can grab hold of, and it doesn't, property values go up and down, but for the most part, as long as you have it, you'll never be at risk of just losing everything like you can in the stock market. So unfortunately, I just kind of stayed away from. I mean, I probably hurt myself in the long run, the long game, but instead of investing a lot in that, I put a lot of money in just paying off my homes, things like that. So I don't know, probably the wrong choice, but I was blessed enough to be in environments where I had pretty good, retirement and everything. I'm 53 now, but I was blessed to have pretty good retirements and so
yeah,
I don't have to worry.
I don't think it's no bad way of really doing it. It's really what you gotta whatever you can tolerate as far as risk. Everybody different. Everybody's different. Like people will tell you what they made, but they won't tell you what they lost. Like I can tell you some obscene amount of money that I've made in a month, and I can also tell you some obscene amount of money that I've lost in a month. So if you can't tolerate losing it, don't be trying to make it.
Right.
That's what goes with it. Is what your risk is available to take.
Yeah, they say, and you know what they say, if you're not willing to take risks, then you're gonna limit your amount of gain. It's just for me, man. I was like, hey, I always thought that the stock market was something that if I did engage with, I was going to engage with with low risk type investments.
Yeah. That's how I approach it. Like I don't really want to,
Yeah.
I don't really want to jump all the way, 2 feet in and you see the movies and hear the stories,
Yeah.
But at 30, brother, at 30, you should be both feet in, bro. There's no reason for you at 30 not to be both feet in.
I feel like I'm too old and too late, man. I feel like
you're not. No, you're absolutely not. At 30, let's say you got 10 years of investing, right? And you start today. You invest money today. And you buy nothing but Apple, Microsoft, and Walmart. In 10 years, do you think you'll have more money or less money than you invested?
Yeah, I got a question for I got a question
I
for
got what you're
you,
saying.
Chris
You know,
Bird.
I just when I look at time and look at, this might be the issue with me, but I look at myself at 34 years old. I'm like, dude, half of my life is gone. I'm
Yeah.
already behind the eight
You got a
ball.
lot of living to do, my brother. You got a lot of
That's
living
why I
to do.
said I gotta retire by 50, man. I gotta do like, I'm
Hey,
like really
Pittsburgh.
Man, you
progressive.
don't have more time, brother.
Hey, Pittsburgh.
What's
Now,
happening, bro?
now I got a question for you. Could we start the same IRA for our kids like right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, earlier the better. And that could be anywhere from a 501c to like your state. Most of your states have college programs that are prepaid. That could look like it depends on which way you want to do it and what your financial situation is. It could be anything from a 501, I think it's a 501c if I'm not mistaken. You had to get with your broker to get into that kind of a program, and that defers the taxes on that. Or you could
Thought that
get
was a
like
nonprofit organization.
is a 501c. It's something with a kid. I can't think of the actual number, the name of it, and it's some numbers. So I don't want to misspeak. You had to get to your broker, but they have they have something that you can pay for your kids, and that defers those taxes out when they actually pay for it. When they finally get the money out, they're not stuck with this big ass bill as far as taxes because you never paid the taxes on it, and they're just stuck with money with like 20% of it gone or some shit. So for that, you have to get with your broker. You can buy. It's a way you can buy stocks. Where it's a minor account where you're not hit with that big ass bill. If you're not doing that, then you can also do the prepaid funds where your state would have a prepaid college fund and you pay X amount of dollars, and that's based on how old your children are. You could do that as well, but most of those are limited to you actually having your kid go to the college in that particular state.
Yeah, I
That's
gotta,
what I was about to
because
say.
I'm trying to put. Because see, what I'm doing right now is I just got insurance policies on me and my kids, right? So that part of their future is cool. It's set, right? Now I'm trying to do like how you talking about this IRA. I'm saying if I get them started right now, and shit, by the time they get older, shit, they'll be good to go. Shit, they can retire by the time they're 30 damn near. Shit, if I do it right.
Yeah, but for them, you probably more likely you want to get the college situation. If not college, you want to have some money for them to go out there and be entrepreneurs. So
No,
you
that's
kind of
the
got to
plan.
pick
That's the
which way you
plan
want
though.
to do it.
Hey,
Yeah, you got to kind of
here's
pick.
I may sound like someone that's out of touch when I say this, but don't let your kids go to school and major in something that does not pay, man. Like,
yeah,
because
No,
right
you ain't
now,
out of touch. You're not out of touch at all. You're in touch for sure.
this whole college game right now, it's all
yeah,
about debt. They're trying to get you in debt. I mean, so don't let your kids, if you send your kids to college,
One.
don't let them go to college and major in basket weaving, or
yeah,
English. You know what I'm saying? You make sure that when they get out of college, that 4 years of college can be translated into a means of making a very good living. So some of the things you can talk about, really, pharmaceuticals,
yeah,
anything dealing with medicine, pharmaceuticals, obviously nurses, med school.
IT.
Med school is probably, but 4
And
years,
that IT.
yeah, IT,
yeah.
there you go. Things that translate directly to, I don't know whether that's me or not, but that feedback.
No, that's me. That's me. That's me clicking. That's me clicking. Let me click
Okay.
off.
So that's what you want to do. Make sure that your kids get a good education that's not going to just get them debt, because
None of them sociology, psychology degree shit. Yeah,
stay
none of
away
that
from
shit.
that. Stay away from that.
That's
No,
more. That's more
econ
like the
is good though.
conversation
Econ
that
is
you got
good.
to figure out if you want to invest in like prepaying for college. If that's something that you want your kids to do, if that's something you don't want your kids to do, if you just want to have money at the end when they turn 18, those are like decisions. Those are like the complicated decisions, because what happens with college, unfortunately, most of us make too much money for our kids to qualify for any of that financial aid shit. So that shit looks like loans. That ain't no financial aid. That's just straight loans. You just straight borrowing money because you make too much money. like after a certain threshold, which pretty much I'm pretty sure everybody on this phone gonna make too much money at the point at which their kids retire. Even if or their kids go to college, even if you're not doing it now. So if you don't retire, if you don't plan for it, what ends up happening is when they go and they try to apply, they're gonna get, based on your income, they're gonna end up with loans that's gonna be attached to you because you make too much money based off of their nonsensical charts that they have. So if you kind of not prepared for that, it's a real eye opener how much those colleges cost.
I literally had that happen to my first wife. Like we was married and they wouldn't let her mother, before we got married, they wouldn't let her mother get a student. She couldn't get money for school because her mom's made too much. And I was like, how does that make sense?
Feedback.
Like you don't make the money. But me personally, I'm just trying to save some money for my kids, not for college. I don't think their ass is going to college. I think they're gonna go to fucking jail. I'm gonna need like lawyer fees and shit.
Hey,
I'm gonna need bond money.
Hey, is everybody in a good spot? Ain't nobody like gonna go through a bad area?
I'm good right now, you know.
Yeah, I'm good for now. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, listen.
Good for now.
I'm taking my ass to sleep. But
all right, Cal. Appreciate you, brother.
Y'all can hold it down.
Real quick, Cal, before you go, you think we gonna get that fight or not?
Which fight?
Javante.
Tank's not fighting, is he?
Is it Pin?
Well, we already got the fight.
I don't think so.
The fight is still moving forward. I got tickets already.
Hey, Gloria already gonna be at the fight. Gloria already.
Oh, wait a minute. Which fight y'all talking about? Him and Ryan, or you talking about his fight on the 7th?
No, this
next
weekend.
The fight. Yeah. Nah, he gonna be fighting. He gonna be fighting for his freedom. That's what the fuck he's fighting for.
He's fighting
that fight is
happening. I need that fight, man. I need that fight. I need that money. I need that fight.
Listen, that fight is happening, bro.
It is? Okay.
All right.
Hey, Cal, KP said it's called a 5. KP said it's called a 529 plan. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my financial advisor tomorrow, bro. And I'm gonna because I'm about to really get into it because I need to do Nike because I'm about to buy a lot of Jordans and shit this year. So I need to make sure that my stock in Nike is good because I'm be reselling sneakers this year. I'm getting back into the reselling business. So.
Oh, you about to resell? Yeah, that resale business makes good money.
Yeah, I thought he was I was gonna say, Kyle, what are you talking about? And yeah, I was gonna read the chat, but y'all was cooking so good, man. So yeah, I was gonna get to that because
you ain't finna
look here, man. You know what? If you doing it, that means you the bully, bro. You bullying me.
No, I ain't the bully. This is just my show. This is a difference. But listen.
Hey man, if I don't get that much sleep, Michael Fuller, you can't be sleeping that much, bro. And Kyle, I don't know how the hell you be sleeping with all them damn kids, bro.
Hey, I'm
because Michael, you on the East Coast, right?
Right now. And
Mike, you on the East Coast, right?
Nah, he in the Midwest with me. Yeah, Mike don't be sleeping. Mike sleep 3 hours.
Oh, so it's a different time zone.
I'm insomniac.
They be calling me off.
I won't lie.
Because you be on there. Hey, Mike, when I get up and go to work in the morning, I'm listening to you. I'm like, how the fuck did you stay up? Y'all don't come on. Like Fred don't come on till like 12 o'clock at night on the East Coast. I'm like, man, fuck him. I can't stay up this late.
I can only sleep 3 hours at a time, man. That's it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But Bud, you know we do a 10 o'clock show.
Mike,
I mean, it's 1 o'clock your time, but we do an earlier show.
Mike.
Oh really? Okay.
Did you? Hey Mike,
nah, but that's still crazy. 1 o'clock my time is crazy.
1 p.m.
I'm heading out there. Soon.
Oh, you talking about you doing 1 o'clock show?
Yeah, I'm heading out there soon.
Hit me up when you.
Yeah, I was doing it one time, but I know it was a consistent thing.
Transition that way.
Yeah, we gotta hit that notification.
Okay, we'll do.
Man.
We'll do.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, let me.
I'm gonna put my phone number in the chat. In the
beautiful.
Hey, look at Kyle up and shit. Look at Chico, Kyle.
Oh shit! There goes the party, Kyle. Kyle, you gotta take him down. Kyle, you gotta take him down.
Was this the Black Panther party? Did I disrupt y'all?
No, take him down. Nope, take him down, Kyle. Kyle, you gotta take him down before you leave, Kyle. He about to bring the property value down. And all of that.
I'm degentrifying that shit.
It's all right, man. He gonna be on his best behavior, man.
He ain't got no best behavior, Kyle. He don't got a best behavior.
Yeah, he do. We talk about money, so he good. We talk about money.
Hey, we talking about money. Hey, I'm always talking about good best behavior and money involved.
Yo, trying to get over, man.
Yeah, man. Let Pittsburgh teach this class, man.
Hey, I was at work listening to this joint one time. and my headphones came out, and Max was just saying, "Bitch, bitch." I was like, "Oh shit!" My cue. I said, "I'm about to be fired."
Oh, was that night? Yeah, yeah. Be careful. If you see one of them lurking around, yeah, you gotta be careful.
Let
I said,
Pittsburgh,
"God damn,
hey,
man."
let Pittsburgh T get back to teaching this class though, bro. Because I need this for the
Yeah.
playback.
Hey, the boxing section 101.
Yeah, that's what
This
93
but
said. He say
that's a
boxing,
lot of the stuff I
firearms,
learned.
investments. Yeah, he say social dynamics with the ladies, a one-stop shop. I was looking at that comment earlier about
listen,
93.
this is why this is the best show on YouTube, man. No boxing show does what we do. We got Centos Chronicles, we got the White Girl Chronicles, you know what I'm saying? We got Gorilla Max. I mean, dude, we got Pittsburgh T teaching financial literacy in this motherfucker. We got KP teaching real estate. I mean, dude, man, listen, I'm about to cry up in here, man. Y'all got me tearing up and shit. You know what I'm saying? We got
Get the
N-Straight
Kleenex. Get the
intellectual
Kleenex off the
bully.
front row of the pew. Get the
Yeah,
Kleenex off the
man.
front
We
row of the
got we
pew,
got the
man.
intellectual bully teaching us how to do trades and things like that, man. You know what I'm saying? We got nuclear engineers in this motherfucker. We got truck drivers and entrepreneurs. Man, ain't nobody doing it like the boxing section, man. I don't give a damn what they
And you
say.
come to the boxing session, get a truck driver and a crack dealer, man. You get all in one.
All in one.
All in one.
Listen, you can get
Talking about
a
white
nuclear
Allegedly,
girls and
engineer
Bible
and
at
a
the
allegedly,
same
drug
time.
addict all on the same live stream. It's crazy.
allegedly.
Yeah, like we say in the country,
Hey,
I
this is
was in
what
the
you call it's
garage.
called.
When I was in the garage, I was in there talking about trades, and he said something about pipe fitting, and like I said, man, let me jump on here because that's right in the wheelhouse, as they say. My bad. I ain't mean to cut you off.
The fuck?
Hey, Pittsburgh, where you at, dog? Hey, go ahead and teach this class, man. We need you.
Nah, we good. You can't. It's too like at some point. I just think people gotta. I can only go over the surface of this stuff because I've been doing this stuff for a lot of years, and I made a lot of money, lost a lot of money, and some of the numbers I done seen. I got encouraged by my friend's dad that kind of got me started in it, and he wasn't nothing but a school teacher. And I remember how much money, like, I knew he had some crazy money because I remember one time when I first day traded, I was doing options. And I was so excited because I had made like $500. And I called him like, "Yeah, pops, I made $500 in 30 minutes." And he was like, it was a brief pause, and he said, "Well, why so little money? Why you only make 500?" Like you always need that
That's some
encouragement from
OG
somebody
right
telling
there,
you,
boy. That's an OG
yeah.
with some wisdom right there.
He's like, "Why so little? This destroyed my whole little world of what was going on." So I mean, you always need some perspective when it comes to that, but you also need somebody to kind of introduce you and kind of push you into that. But these kind of things are things that people gonna have to individually jump into. They're not that complicated. You can I have a full-time job and still do it. It's not that complicated. It's just that we don't want to do it because it's not entertaining. It's not fun. It's not no shit you can tell. And I can't get on
well,
here and
Pitts,
tell nobody how much money I got.
well, Pittsburgh. You know what it is though. In the community, intellectualism is looked down upon. Reading
Yeah.
books, the whole nine. So like anytime if you notice that all the toys are bought for Christmas. The people that buy the stocks for kids, the people that buy the books for kids, you almost look at as an anomaly. And when you do it, everybody looking at you like it's something wrong with you.
I'm buying my son a
That's what it
vasectomy.
is, bro. That's what it is.
Yeah.
End
And
of the
people
day.
will gamble on football games all day. They'll gamble on boxing matches. They'll do fantasy football. But you tell a nigga to open a bank account that has linked to some stock, and they're, "Oh man, that's gambling. I ain't doing that." Wait a minute. Like it just the logic ain't there. It don't make a lot of sense with our comfort level with certain things and not other things. It don't make a lot of sense. So I think a lot of times we just got to change. That's why I was telling the brother, you got to change the way that you think, and then you'll be able, your actions will follow. So if you invest instead of trying to gamble and trying to take a risk, it's not gambling or taking a risk. You're investing, and if you invest, then you'll always be fine in the long run, no matter what you do. Be it
Yeah,
real estate, be it stock, no matter what it is.
I feel like that was a
you're
shot
right
at
with
me,
that
man. I
because
feel like that was a shot at me too.
nah,
Like,
that ain't a
damn,
shot
man,
at you.
take
That
it
ain't a shot
personal.
at
I'm
you.
messing with.
These
No,
ain't
I'm
personal.
joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know you.
But
No,
yeah,
no,
man.
I know
Like,
you is. I can tell by your voice.
I just used it for
I can.
example, saying
yeah.
our mindset was
Hey,
wrong. Mine was
Nah,
yeah,
wrong.
I can
nah, you
tell by his
good. You
voice,
good, bro.
Pittsburgh. I can tell by his voice. He know he
Only
joking.
thing that make me
But
sensitive is getting hit in the face. Then if it ain't that, I don't care.
yeah, it's a thing though because if you once you start reading those books, it changes your mind about those things, and then you'll start. Once you, it's weird because once I started reading a lot, I started to meet other people that reads a lot, and once I met those people's conversation was a lot different than the other people. So those conversations transform your thinking.
Yeah, and you don't even want to talk to the people you work with no more. Like you don't want to talk to them. I don't give a damn that such and such getting an extra day over here or a couple. I don't give a shit about that. I don't care about no overtime. I don't give a damn. Like it's not. And a lot of times, what happens is once you start building up enough equity and capital, certain things ain't worth your time. So then you don't worry about the overtime, the double time, or the triple time, or whatever time they got going on. It ain't got nothing to do with you because it's not worth the time that you're away from your family because you've built up capital to
Yeah,
spend with your family
that's
because
what
you're
it's
not
about.
on the paper chase no
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
why I'm saying when I
that
say that
time is
freedom to
important.
be able to, yeah, when you say because you basically just trading off your life, like
Yeah.
literally, like I'm gonna give you 3 years out of my life, and you pay me this amount per, hour. Like, yeah, so yeah, that's all, man. I just want to be like, yeah, I try to put that in my kids' head, and of course the people that I'm involved with, like, yeah, now. Whenever y'all thinking like, well, how can you do them? What do you? Nah, man. The overall thing is just your value. What kind of value? What value do you bring to something? Well, then we can set a price to that. But I'm not going to be at the point of desperation or just programmed to think that I just have to work. It's still, even these jobs that I take is going to go towards something else that I have going on. It's not when I've said before, and then when people get upset because they want you to behave a certain way on the job, they see that you carry yourself differently because I don't necessarily need it. And then what I've said before, you ask me, who do I work for? I work for myself. Now I'm employed here, so your whole mind state, like you say, changes. You stop behaving in a certain way and understand that, hey, and when it's all said and done, it's really just for you anyway, so
Right.
take
Man,
that as
I remember like my son, he's 13 now, man. He had to be about 7. And it was the first time I stopped working overnights. I just started working nights again. So the first time I stopped working overnights and it had to be around 8 or 9 o'clock at night, my son goes and he's putting my shoes, my work boots by the door. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, Jalen, why would you do that? He like, Daddy, because you always at work. You never home. So your shoes, you supposed to go outside. And that right there is like, man, dang, the time is important. Like really, especially when it comes to these little kids, man, and when you living in that inner city, you really gambling your time for the time that they need. And it's way more your time for them. It's way more valuable than what it is to you. It's much, much, much more valuable.
You know what? You know what you're speaking on, and you don't realize because we all watched this movie. Do y'all remember the movie The Bronx Tale? Y'all remember that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In The Bronx Tale, remember his dad was a bus driver, but his
Yeah.
main influence was Sonny. Why did Sonny influence him more? Because Sonny seen him
Oh,
more.
I seen that movie.
Remember?
The
Remember?
Yeah,
Italian
yeah.
dude.
Robert De
Sonny.
Niro.
Sonny was
Is
his
that the one who had
influence.
the black
Sonny
dude?
was his influence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dude
No,
down
you're
the
right.
street,
You're right. You're right.
the gangster.
I ain't even think about that. Dang. But nah, that really hit me. So now that I'm working, I'm grinding. Like I said, I'm grinding like this because I'm trying to. Like I said, I got my full time. I got this one I do part time, and I got my business. And I'm doing this because I got to retire by 55. It's no way. But after talking to you tonight, I might have another way where I can probably balance out time a little differently. Because to be honest, that working to
Now,
65, 70, man, that shit.
let me ask
Yeah,
you,
but
bro.
It's got
Are
to
you
be a
still
planning
got
to
bank.
to
It's got to be a
first.
are you
bank
planning
account.
are you planning to retire or just cut back a little bit?
At 55, I'm planning to
Yeah.
retire, man. I've been
Now,
hustling and working
I
2, 3 jobs since I was 15.
I'm
I'm
gonna tell you
34.
something. I've been having a job since I was 8 years old. I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't planning to retire. I'm running the business myself. I'm doing it all myself right now. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not retiring. I'm gonna cut back. but I'm not retiring because
So
if
like
I don't,
the security thing, I don't love. So that's why I would retire from that. But if it's like teaching firearms or stuff like that, I love doing that. I probably would continue to do that. But as far as working for someone else, man, I want to just find. I want to wake up in the morning and be able to go take a walk and not have to go do nothing.
yeah,
Not have to
I
worry
work for
about clocking
myself,
in somewhere.
but I put in more hours now than I did when I worked for other people. What I'm saying is, when I get there, everything the way I need it to be, I will cut back on the hours that I put into my business personally now, but I will never retire from it because this is my personal reason why I will never retire. As long as God gives me the uh, to walk and do whatever I can physically. Um, because I watched my mother and my father when they retired, they didn't have anything to do, and their bodies just dwindled, and they end up leaving here. So
I've heard about that. I've
because of
heard
them,
about that.
I'm not retiring. I'm gonna stay active, keep my blood and juices and everything flowing, stay active, and keep it going. Try to live as long as I can.
Yeah.
That's why I was
I had a
asking you.
coworker. No, I understand. I had a coworker at my old agency, man. I asked him. So he's been working there for so long. He's losing money by coming to work. Like he can make more money by being home, being retired, but he's losing money by coming to work. And I asked him, I was like, dude, why would you still be here? He was like, man, honestly, he had a hot dog. He said, man, honestly, Juan, if I retire, I'm scared I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
That happens a
stand
lot, bro.
around, man. Yeah,
That happens a lot.
I watch other people outside of my parents, leave here as well because they didn't have much to do. That's why you see a lot of older people that are retired from they're active and doing things, no matter what
They
it
be
is, because
everywhere,
they try
boy.
to keep themselves
Everywhere.
active. Yeah, be all over the place, And see, I think the best way for me to keep myself active is to work in my business for as long as I possibly can. As long as I physically can, I'll work at it. But I mean, where I'm putting in, umpteen hours a week right now, I won't do that then, but I'm gonna always be involved and always check. I'm gonna be on top of everything. You know what I'm saying? But I will
If you
cut
don't mind
back
me
so I can
asking, how old
travel.
are you?
I'm 55.
55, and man, I couldn't do it. I feel like 55, maybe I don't know. I
But
just
it
feel like
depends on what you
55 is
consider
so
work,
young.
though.
You, you
It
at the
depends on
age.
what you
You at
consider
the.
work, though, brother. If he don't feel like he working it, he's not. It depends on what you consider work. If it's something you
I call my.
enjoy,
I call my
then it's
own.
not going to
I
be
call my
considered
own
work.
shots, man. I call my own
Yeah,
shots. I
it make
I,
it a
I
lot
move
easier.
like I want
Yeah.
to, but I can't move exactly like I want to because if it was up to me, once a month I probably go somewhere for about 3 or 4 days or a week. Um, but I'm not able to do that right now. Now I do. I catch a little weekend hop every now and then for a day and a half, and I come on back home. You know what I'm saying? But uh, you know, I call my own shots, and I appreciate. I'm not talking about me behind my back. I'm not worried about somebody taking my job and all that because I employ myself. But at
Right.
the same time, I'm gonna get to the point where I'm gonna have staff in place, drivers in place, and I'm just gonna build my business. And then once my business gets running like a smooth well-oiled machine, I can cut back a little bit and just keep on top of everything. And I have people in place to do everything I need that I want done. You know.
Right.
So it's matter of fact, 2023. I don't have to worry about getting divorced in 2023. So y'all hear about me putting trucks on the fleet. You know what I mean? So that's what happened to me last year. That divorce, screwed me up. It wasn't the divorce that started, but all the troubles that I had that led to the divorce. It kept me from getting my business back to where it used to be. I used to have a team of drivers. You know what I'm saying? Well, I got to get back to that. So last year I was going to do that, but things happened. But this coming year, I won't have to worry about that. All I got to do is move forward, smooth sailing,
Hey, dog money.
and
Dog money.
full
You need
steam
to
ahead.
mute yourself.
No,
Yeah.
no disrespect, man, but I pray that happens for you. And I'm not, if you're not a religious person, it wasn't to be disrespectful, but that's just how I feel about, I pray that you can get that to where you wanted it back to be, man.
Oh, I'm going to. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it. As long as I'm walking, talking, and you know, able to think for myself, it's going to happen. Matter of fact, I had a few things happen to me uh, business-wise that is going to, lower my overall overhead coming into the next year. So, the fear of purchasing another truck is not there. You know what I'm saying? Um, but regardless, I would have to do it anyway. But now it's less of a feat to do. So I'll be
Those
purchasing another truck first quarter of the year, and I'll be getting me another driver, and then I'll get me another driver. And once I get two drivers, it's gonna pull me out of the seat.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll be able to manage the business the way I want to, put more jobs on, more trucks on, and on and on and on, and build it from there.
How much of those trucks run, man? How much do they run?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hey, let me tell you something. They are so expensive nowadays, man. You do better buying you a new truck. New truck's gonna be over $100,000 for a box truck. But at the same time, you get your used, you're gonna spend 70, 80. You're gonna spend anywhere from 60 to 80,000 on a decent used truck right now. So why not get a new one that has warranty and no one's
Yeah.
history on
So
it?
you're talking about $100K.
Yeah. It'll pay for itself.
Yeah. You know
Now
what,
that's
man?
now the CEO and well, I title myself as the general manager of the company because some of my white constituents don't like to see me in those type of positions of ownership. But anyway, but I'll drive the new truck, put somebody in this one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I got
Let them beat that up.
Right. I have 3 other trucks that I have to get. I need to sell, but I don't have to sell them to buy another truck. But it'd be in my best interest to sell them before I buy another truck. You know.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm going to sell them eventually. But I'm not going to let them hold me up on getting the next truck. But at the same time, while I like to make sure my trucks are maintained mechanically, inside and out, and the more I stay behind this driver's seat, the less I'm able to do that because driving overnight, I don't have as much time during the day to do everything I need to do, and I can manage my
And
business a
drivers
whole
tear
lot
it
better.
up.
Yeah, some drivers will, but them drivers drive for me. They ain't gonna want to tear it up because it's gonna cost them. I promise you.
Because I know how to tore up some box. I know how to tore up some box trucks.
Yeah, I got some agreements. I got some agreements I created about 2 or 3 years ago. 3 years ago. I'm gonna put them to full use when I bring the next team or drivers on. And I
Right.
let them know you tear this up, it's coming. Look, I'm gonna have $1,000 deductible that they're gonna have to pay
Man,
into. So if they tear it up, they want to. That 1,000 coming out of their money.
Right. I used to be on the beltway. I hear that pallet jack in the back just flying around that thing. Deuce, deuce, deuce. Fuck it, it ain't mine.
You gotta lock that thing down, man. Yeah. See, that's the problem with that's the biggest problem finding good people, man. It's all people, you know. To get I'm gonna tell you, you can get some good drivers out there, good responsible drivers, but it's like you got to sort through some, you know. But I'm gonna let it be known up front, you know. Hey, this is what I'm looking for. If you don't do this, this is an agreement I have that you have to sign, or we don't do business. You know what I'm saying? We'll move on. Now, if you're tearing up my truck, you're gonna have some skin in the game. And then on top of that,
if you can keep it
I'm gonna be
business,
able to offer medical insurance, so I'll be able to get some quality drivers at that point. You know?
Give me some of them sweet.
If you can keep it business, it's probably best to hire women. If you can keep it business, if you can keep it strictly
drivers,
business, yeah.
Well, women are not going to be as rough. Now, see, I will put women in light duty type of. I don't mind a woman driving the truck, but I have to give her, like, she got to put something in the truck or take it out. It's got to be something that ain't too heavy and you know, it's going to be too hard on her body. So this right here, what I'm doing right now is strictly a man's. It's this man work right here. Real talk.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, I don't want to get selfish, man, but since I got a lot of you guys on here that do transport, I just bought a new, and I don't want to sound like a typical NIGGA, you know what I mean?
Oh, sorry.
But anyway, I bought a Mercedes. And I got rid of one of the two that I already had, and I got to get this thing shipped from Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the next few days. Now, a lot of these transit companies that I'm dealing with, you can't believe you believe about 2% of what comes out of their mouth in regards to their ability to deliver, and the time in which they can get it done. So
you better go and pick your own shit up.
You got any recommendations? I mean, in regards to
reliable
company?
If you can catch somebody that lives, if you can catch a driver that lives like in the area that you're going to be transitioning to, but you can catch them out your way, and they need a load coming back, that'd be one of the ways to do it. But at the same time, if it's somebody, if it's a organization that specializes in that, if they got enough, if they get a big load of cars before they head to point B, it's a little bit more economical for you at that point. But if yours gonna be the solo car that they transporting, it's gonna cost you a lot more money.
It's gonna cost you.
And then you gotta consider everything's up right now because the fuel prices are up right now.
Right.
You try Amtrak? Not Amtrak. Train. The train does it as well.
Train? Oh no.
Yeah, you can do it by train.
If you catch a driver coming back, man, it's coming back to your area. Nobody wants to deadhead. So
right.
What was that again?
That's what I was saying.
If you catch somebody coming back and need a load, if you find somebody that need a load coming back your way, nobody wants to deadhead. You call around, and you know what I mean, and try to find somebody coming back your way.
What's a deadhead?
That's what I was talking about, Mike. Well, what I was just talking about,
is
Mike,
when you just go one way and you don't got nothing to come back.
That means you empty, man.
All right. Okay.
I used to run them rigs. My man talking about getting into them trucks, man. I just got out them motherfuckers. Hey, man. I thought the streets was rough, nigga. Them trucks gonna put me in jail. I'm gonna kill a motherfucker. Say, man, I'm driving.
You was doing long hauls.
Long hauls, man. I'm talking about I had some of the dumbest drivers getting trucks towed, breakdowns, tearing up tires. And like our boys talking about this contract, you break it, you bought it. I take care of general maintenance. If you fuck it up, it's your fault. You paying for it, player. You know what I'm saying?
My boy had some of the big ones, man. What's the big trucks? And he said one of his drivers, man, was tearing it up, man, and he was still making payments on it.
Man,
he flew out, man. He flew out and met dude halfway, whipped his ass.
Hey, I had a motherfucker hold a truck hostage on me, dog. I couldn't find him or the truck for like 2 weeks.
Wow.
Man, them drivers are motherfucker, man.
My drivers, I have box trucks. I don't have rigs, but my drivers gonna have to park wherever the job assignment is, whichever warehouse or whatever. Or if I have my own location, they'll have to park at one of the other places. I'm not gonna let them park it at their own personal spots. It ain't working. Unless they're on assignment out of state or in another city overnight. No, the truck parks where I'm at. So I'm at home every day.
Fuck with this crazy ass white boy. We got into it on the road. He calling the people, you know what I mean? He gets pissed off because he got to wait to get unloaded. He calling the people that I'm running the load through, cussing them out, calling the people in the building, cussing them out. And you know, me and him had words, and motherfucker, like, I tell you what, motherfucker, you'll never find this goddamn truck, you motherfucker. And man, it was like a fucking manhunt, man. You know what I mean? I found him before I found the truck. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, that's when I was like, I can't do this shit. I'm gonna go to jail, dog.
Yeah, you did
one. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm gonna go to jail because man, I'm a nice person, pretty easy to get along with. But some old tendencies, some old tendencies will come up. You know what I mean? I you know, maybe I'm like 6'3", 270 pounds. I would lay hands on you, dog. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But because you know, people, it's like you get a bad rep. Either you're a gentle giant or you're a fucking monster. You know what I'm saying? In between, but you don't be wanting to, you know, when you're doing business, it's certain. You know, I come from the streets, man. So, you know, certain shit in the streets will get you
killed.
Get you killed.
Yeah,
you know
no
what
question
I mean?
about it. And one of them is messing with somebody's money.
Messing with somebody's money, and,
Yeah.
doing
No
shit
question
like that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, I got to get out of this shit, man. I couldn't sleep at night. Motherfucker called me 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
He
I'm
said he
out of
couldn't sleep
gas. I
that night.
need this. I need that. Hell yeah, man. Everything, snatch money out your pocket. Motherfucker
Yeah,
stealing gas.
but that's why sometimes it's good for people to work for companies when it comes to these big rigs, man. Because the attraction is the freedom that people want to get into, but they don't get into the minutia of what it really takes to be an owner operator of these rigs. It's very expensive. You got to have a lot of money to capital to keep this shit running, and this shit all on you. A tow might cost you $500-$600 just to get the shit towed. I mean, it's very expensive, and then when you start trusting people with the equipment, it starts
That's the
getting real
problem.
crazy real quick. But if you go to a company, then that's all on them. You just pick up your check and make the hours per day. And if
Yeah.
it's something local that you can get into, like one of the big companies, then all you end up doing is something break, you call somebody. You ain't really got to worry about that.
And you know what
So
I did? I got out of them trucks. I bought me a piece of property. I started charging motherfuckers to park their trucks on my property. You know what I mean? Because
That was smart. That was a smart move right there, bro.
yeah, because them damn
That's what I
trucks,
want.
man.
See, I want to get a location big enough where I have enough real estate to park for people to rent, spots to park the trucks, and also to have enough warehousing that I can lure in some
All you need is about 3 acres. All you need is about
service.
3 acres, man. I got a spot like 3
Yeah.
acres. I got a shop on it where tools and everything. If you want to use tools to do work on your truck, you got to pay. I don't give a damn if your truck broke down, you're still paying.
Right.
Everything costs, you know what I mean? Electricity,
Right.
you know what I mean? And so that's that. I got people out there that do labor on trucks, general labor. You need your tires changed. You need, fucking alternator changed on your truck. Little small jobs, power steering, shit like that. They can do that. I got a motherfucker do a top end. You know what I mean? It might not be the
You're doing the
best
right
top
thing.
end.
You're on the right side of the business. Sound like now.
Yeah, oh yeah. I can go to sleep at night. I ain't getting no phone call 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I parked the truck on the side of the road, and the way it's leaning, all the gas went to one side, and this motherfucker won't crank. Man, you be surprised some of the shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
man,
that's crazy.
My buddy was telling me he had one guy tearing up his rig, man. He said every time he said dude had like 3 tows in 1 week, and the joint was torn up one time. The what you call it, the bumper was dented in, and he was still making payments on it. So he said the last time the dude called him, he was like, man, I'm stranded. And he was all the way out, like halfway out California somewhere. My boy and his wife loaded in a plane, flew over there.
Hey, baby.
He said he whipped that man ass and got his rig.
man, I tell you, with me, I found that first thing I was running 53-foot reefers, man. The first thing I found out was that long runs not always the best runs. Where I live in the Dallas Metroplex. I just started running from freezer to freezer between Dallas and Fort Worth. We got all these damn freezers, man. I can make $600 a day transporting from freezers from Dallas to Fort Worth. You know what I mean?
They come home every night.
Every night. You know what I mean? So it helps when you in a big city like this right here.
Yeah, Texas is perfect for it, bro.
Everything
Texas is
in
perfect.
Dallas is a hub. It sits in the middle of everything. Everything comes through
What the
Dallas,
security
dog.
look like down there? What the security field look
Yeah,
like down
man.
there? I'm trying to get back down to Austin, but what the security like? How's the landscape out there?
Man, Dallas is booming. It's booming out here, dog. I
Hey, man, I
mean,
was in Dallas in April, and I saw that, man. It made me want to move to Dallas, to be honest with you, because I
yeah,
saw a lot of opportunity.
I tell you what, I ain't never had trouble. Like when I was running trucks, I'd have most of my trouble coming out of places like Florida, even Houston, um, coming out of those type of
But
places.
that's because of the humidity, right? The humidity
Hey,
in the water and all that, right?
no, because the motherfuckers ain't nothing coming out of there except seasonal.
Oh,
Dallas
you
is
talking
a
about money wise? Okay.
yeah, Dallas is a hub. Like Dallas is like Atlanta. You catch a load coming out of Dallas anytime, day or night, going anywhere in the country. You know what I mean? You always got a load coming in. You always got a load going out because it's a hub. Everything comes into Dallas, man. If it coming out of
Everything, bro. We got a lot of stuff,
Mississippi,
dog money, that come from KC that go through there, bro.
everything comes
Dallas
from
is
Dallas. I'm talking
Dallas is
about
the spot, bro.
from chicken to fish, chicken out of Mississippi, fish out of Louisiana. Everything come to Dallas, man. Florida, flowers, motherfucking oranges. Everything come to Dallas and go out of Dallas. You know, man. If you running reefer, this is where you want to be. Seriously. You know what I mean? Because it's so much food. You wouldn't believe the type of warehouses. Like, just imagine a 5-story warehouse, a freezer, 5 stories, bottom to top, probably like sitting on a mile worth of property. That's the type of freezers we got down here holding food, man. I mean, Tyson, all the brands that you could think of, like Red Baron, Pizza, Tyson, chicken nuggets, every motherfucking thing, man. I mean, it's crazy. But nah, Dallas booming like a motherfucker, man. This the gold rush right now, man. It's a gold rush out here. Jobs, tech. You know what I mean? Texas is known for oil, but Dallas is a tech company, is a tech city, technology. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of the technology that Missouri got, they connected with Dallas now. Like, so we got like my son goes to like the top STEM school in Kansas City. So a lot of them companies that represent or sponsor the school, they basically go back and forth to Dallas all the time.
Yeah, yeah. And then you got a lot of motherfuckers coming out of Silicon Valley, California. A lot of those companies gonna come into Dallas. You know, taxes and shit in Texas. I mean, right now it's property that went up a little bit, but as far as making money,
Yeah, that's because
shit,
taxes,
you
like you said, dog money, the tax break for the companies, and the money that the people make, and the no, a lot of people don't even know that you don't pay the same sales tax for Texas. Texas don't got that sales tax like most of these states
nah,
do.
food. Just like when you buy food, like you go to the store. If it say $2, you pay $2 at the cash register. No tax. Only thing they add taxes on to is like sodas. But all your food, whatever your price is at your like when you ever go to the grocery store, go shopping, and you pick up everything, and you get through adding the taxes, you be like, God damn. Well, here, if you get a pack of meat that's $15, they say $15. That motherfucker $15 at the cash register, no taxes.
Yep.
You know
No
what I
Hey, they
mean?
state
have
They,
state
tax.
tax in
So
Yeah.
Texas.
No
yeah,
state tax, but no
Kentucky,
tax on food in
Kentucky,
Texas. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah, no
Oh, there's
Kentucky
no
tax
like
on.
state
that
tax
too.
in Texas. Is it state tax
Uh,
in Texas or no?
no, no, no. We
No, they
pay.
don't. They don't have
That's
state
why I
tax.
say, yeah, no state
No,
tax.
no state tax.
Okay.
Texas and
Nah,
Florida
ain't
is
no
like
state
that,
tax
bro.
in Texas.
That's why them
Tennessee,
California people is moving, bro. They moving.
We only pay,
That's why
yeah,
the
only
real
pay
estate is
federal
increasing.
tax.
Tennessee don't have any state taxes either, but we do. They
Yeah.
do tax
Yep,
that
Tennessee.
food though.
Only
They
Yeah,
tax
federal.
that
no, we
food like
don't.
a summer gun.
Man, food is so much cheaper here, man. I got family down in Louisiana and Mississippi. I go down there, I be like, man, god damn, food high as a motherfucker down there compared compared to Texas. Food, alcohol, everything goddamn higher down there. You think you go to a small town, you think shit cheaper. Hell no. The motherfuckers charge top dollar for everything. Yeah, they paying like if you want to put a radio system in your car, they paying like $800-900, nigga. We get a nigga for $200, $300, you get a system put in your car up here in Dallas. You know what I mean? The motherfuckers. I mean, you buy the shit, they install it for free up here. Down there, you got to buy the shit, then pay to get it installed. You know what I mean? So it's different. You know what I mean? I'm small areas of shit is so little competition. Everything is at a higher price. You know what I mean? But you know, everywhere got its places that are, you got this good and it's bad. But I know everything I hear about California, I wouldn't want to live in that motherfucker or New York. None of those damn coastal cities. You know, but where my man that was talking about them damn investing, man. I want to know how to get into it on the ground level.
Hey, the guy that was asking about the boilers, are they still here? This is all you look
Going
at
over.
right here, man. The steak these real joints. Oh, he gone? The pipe fitter?
Yeah, you talking about pipe
The guy
fitting?
that was asking about the pipe fitter? Yeah, the guy who was
You
asking
talking
about
about pipe
pipe
fitter?
fitting and all that?
That was Steph.
I think he left.
Oh, he gone. Okay.
Steph gone. Pipe fitting was Steph earlier.
Yeah, when I
Yeah.
came in, I was telling them that I used to do pipe fitting too. But they were talking about screw pipe and threading pipe. I was like, no, real pipe fitting, you're not really messing with no screw pipe. It's larger.
Yeah, that was me talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
flange to
Because what I
flange.
do
Yeah,
is boilers.
I just got back into the pipe fitting job business, man.
Well,
That's
I ain't a
normally-
good welder, man. I ain't trying to do that, man. You know, the union, they let you take the class, but that ain't for me. That ain't for me.
Centos,
Like-
we ain't trying to get caught up in that pipe fitting you doing, dog. You can keep damn Centos. Centos, hey, y'all, hold on. Hey, hold on. Centos want to be laughing right now. We don't want to see you on the news like Tank Davis up in that motherfucker, man.
Oh man, Tank ain't doing
Talk about. Hey, he gonna be sitting on that motherfucker talking about Brandy. You crazy?
Say nigga
Tank
pipe.
ain't doing anyway.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, I'm a pretty good pipe fitter myself, you know.
Man, my pipes keep bursting. I got 5 kids, man. Shit.
Shit.
I got a leak. I got a leak.
Nigga, you not a pipe fitter.
I need to
Nigga,
throw a fur coat on it.
Nigga, you a procreator, nigga. You ain't. You
Yeah, you sound like you need an inflange on that motherfucker. Yeah, cut it off.
You got that blowtorch. You got that blowtorch on.
You got a flow problem.
I
You
didn't
got
learn how to weld.
high pressure system, goddamn.
Well, they said we just gonna cap it. We ain't gonna use it no more.
Yeah.
Shit. When you got 5 kids, it's cheaper to keep them. That's for real.
Man, what? Shoot. Hey, I got a buddy, man.
AB was crying about he ain't got no damn money. Talking about his money. All right, talking about how PBC wasn't paying him and shit. I'm like, that nigga got about 9 kids. That's the reason why his ass broke. It ain't the PBC.
Who was that? Who got 9 kids?
Adrian Broner.
Oh yeah.
yeah. He talking about AB. He got all them child support cases. Yeah.
He got
that. He got a couple lawsuits too. Remember, he got that one lawsuit where they went to court and he was talking about he ain't had no money. He got rich friends that give money, so the nigga was playing like he ain't got no money.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
That was like a George Tobin or a fight one.
Yeah, but he was,
got a lot of different stuff going on.
He had went on did that interview talking about he wasn't getting paid right at PBC. They'll pay you, but you gotta fight Godzilla and all that shit right there, motherfucker. I'm like, motherfucker, you got all them motherfucking illegitimate ass children. That's why you ain't got no fucking money.
Well, plus mismanagement of the money that he's earned over the years that he has received. That's a big factor.
What tomorrow?
Any other fighter.
Plain bagel, strawberry cream cheese.
Yeah, man.
I did hear it take them a while. I did hear that it takes them a while to pay on the pay-per-view stuff. I heard that a while ago.
I mean, well, if you running your own business, you're a private contractor. You know, you get paid. Sometimes you get paid quarterly.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. So how long is long after that? Excuse me, dog.
Hey, when you deal with them trucks, bro, some people don't pay them but once a month, dog.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes you have to wait a whole damn month.
If that's the agreement you're working about, 60 days or 30 days or 90 days, and that's what it is.
Net 30, net 60, and all that type of shit.
Yeah. I try not to go over 30 days, and but like right now, everything I get is weekly. I try to keep me some of them weekly things around, and every now and then you got to get you a monthly. I try not to do no 60 days.
I used to have to run them.
File bankruptcy or something.
Yeah, the monthly and
it's like Dog Money said. Hey, Dog Money. Like now, you really can't go over 30 days with these cats because they go out of business, man. You crazy.
I did it for about 3 years. I did it from 2010 to 13. Them net 30s and 60s. Nah, no more of that.
What I used to do is
I did it 2 months and that was it.
What I was doing when I was running it with First off, I would take half my money up front for fuel. I never ran fuel out of my own pocket. When I went through a broker, you had to give me, yeah, I needed my fuel money up front. You know what I mean? I need to get paid for half that load as soon as it's on the back of my truck. I want to get
Yeah,
half that money up front. And
I
then
heard of guys doing that.
another thing I would do is depending on how things was, I'd factor that shit. If I was running behind, I'd run it through a factoring company. I'd pay that 3%. I'd get my money off the top. You understand what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah,
so so it's like depending on how everything was running, I never ran on my own fuel. I never ran out of my own pocket. That's the first thing. If anything go bad on this shit, at least I got my gas money. You know what I mean?
man.
'Cause some motherfuckers.
Most
What
See,
were you
I
finna
was
say?
doing those Amazon
I've been
runs.
able to go. Yeah, Amazon pay weekly, but most of the companies I've dealt with in the past, I've always not been able to knock on their door and say, "Hey, where's my money?" If they, things get too funny, and I never use a factory company. But if I'm gonna do some out of state companies, I would be willing to use a factory company. But somebody local,
Well,
nah,
you ever
I'm
run
getting
through
their
a
face.
you ever use a load board?
Broke.
You ever
Nah,
use a
well,
or a
I've got on a,
broker?
I got on a. I've never been able to. See, I got box trucks. I haven't been able to consistently find loads on load boards, so I don't really get down with them. I just go
I
knock
mean,
on.
would you?
I go sell myself to these warehouses that I know doing some shipping and receiving on a regular basis of freight, and I go knock on their door, sell myself to them, and some of them call me, some of them don't. I had
I
nice
mean,
success of that years ago.
What size box truck you running? Like you
26.
talking about?
I got
Okay,
26 now, but before I had this 26, the ones I need to sell, I got 12-foot, 18-foot, and a 24-footer. The
Oh,
18 and
okay,
24
okay,
is mainly
okay.
what I was using.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But I'm
Yeah, yeah,
strictly
yeah.
going 26 on them now, because
Oh,
that's where the
okay. No,
money's at, man.
I was running at 40. What that
Step
was
out.
at 48, and I had probably about five, three, like five reefers, but three of them running at all the time.
Yeah.
Talking
Well,
about
you
trailers.
staying consistent there. Yeah.
You know what
Man,
I
Listen, I was
mean?
running.
I'm getting ready to get.
I was working
I'm
for
about to.
somebody, and I wasn't getting paid. That's the only. I want y'all to think. That's the only reason why I tore that truck up. Because after the second time and not paying me,
Man, but
you don't give a
it's
fuck about
hard
me.
to
I don't give a fuck about you.
Hey,
it's hard to run that son of a gun out your pocket though, man.
I got to make sure my folks getting paid. I don't put nobody to work. I don't put no stress. I no drive. I know I got your money before you reach to the job. I don't play about somebody. I don't want my play with them.
Yeah, that's a golden rule. Don't play with nobody. Like all my employees, they love it. They listen, man. You get paid on time. Like I said the other day, I go broke paying my employees before I go broke paying my bills, because they gonna get theirs. You know what I'm saying? They doing me a favor. If as long as I do right by them, they good. But man, these dudes,
Well,
man, I think it was about the second or third time. I said, all right, I don't give a fuck, man. By the time I got done, I left that thing in Pennsylvania. I left that truck in Pennsylvania, man. And I'm
well, I
all the way
know
in
that.
DC.
Like I say, when I was running, man, I was running off that. I was running off them load boards. I was running, factoring, dealing with brokers. It's you running them damn trucks as hard as when I first started, I was running out of my pocket. I'm like, shit, I gotta do something different. This real shit coming out of my pocket like this, because you know what I mean, them motherfuckers eat your goddamn money, especially, I'm like, why the fuck I'm taking all the risks? You know what I mean? I got $3,000 worth of food, you know what I mean, I done spent out of my pocket. Like I'm like, no, these motherfuckers, here you go, man. You want me to run this load? You got to pay this gas. I need you know what I mean? I need to have that up front, dog. I need that food,
But
man. I
that's a
need that up
risky
front.
job in general, man. Like people they don't really
Yeah.
notice how risky. Like even lying on your resume, like man, I ain't gonna lie, I lied on my resume for that driving thing. Like you got a CDL? I said, yeah. Does you know how to do air brake? I said, yeah. I got to the load, he started the thing up for me. I got it to the spot, and you go do the Amazon runs, you load them up. So I get the truck loaded up. I go to start it, man. I just go turn the key. It ain't start. I called the owner. He said, man, I thought you said you knew what you was doing.
Man, yeah, all kinds of shit. I had a driver got busted in Arkansas, motherfucking drugs on him, man. And I had a fucking $1 million load on the back of that goddamn trailer headed up to New York. You know what I mean?
So
This
that hit your
motherfucker.
insurance, or it hit your insurance or your surety bond?
No, I didn't hit my insurance because I got his ass out of jail. And I charged him back for it. Whatever happened to him after he got his ass out of jail, I don't know. But I got that load in New York City, though. You know, that was all I gave a damn about was getting that load up
Yeah,
there,
that's
getting
what I
that
was
load off
wondering. Do
my
you get?
back.
Okay, so if you don't make a load, do you like your surety bond covers that, or your insurance covers that, right?
Yeah, man, ain't no such thing as don't make a load. What is that? Man, I'm not finna, man,
Like
I
if
don't, you don't, man, you can't lose no motherfucking load in them damn trucks. You got to finish
truck break
3 foot
down and you
reefer.
can't get there in time, or you know what I'm saying, or
Man, yeah, I
I
got a
don't know, the
fucking,
joint flip.
man, I'm running that reefer, man. As long as that reefer got gas in it, it's gonna keep that shit cold. You can't lose no motherfucking load.
Damn, why
Now the
the fuck you walking in the
worst
street,
thing
see me
happen
driving
is
out, hit
worst thing happen, you get too late and they won't take that motherfucker. But
you? Yeah,
generally speaking, whenever you running shit like that, they pissed off because they out of the product. They want it. They may not give you another load again, but hell no. But if you let that reefer go dry and let that shit screw that shit over, yeah, you can lose it, but it never happened to me. That's the worst thing that can happen. You know what I mean? You gotta, man, that shit that'll scare the shit out of me, man. Hell no, I don't want that even go on my insurance. You be fucked, the insurance ain't gonna cover that shit. They ain't gonna cover
mm,
all that. You gonna be liable for some of that shit. You be liable for 17, $18,000 worth of shit. Shit, you
god
wreck
damn.
your car right now, they ain't gonna cover that whole motherfucker. You
Yeah,
think
yeah,
something
yeah.
different with them 18 wheelers? They
No,
ain't
you
gonna
right.
cover that shit. You gonna still be owing some money. Hell
But I
no.
figured by being a business, your business insurance will insure it. So, like for
I
example,
mean, I
when
mean,
I
what
like my
you?
security joint, when I go to certain sites, I apply for insurance for the site and for the risk of it, and then my insurance will be like higher. Let's say if I'm in a high crime area, I got to pay a
Well,
higher risk
I don't
for my
know.
insurance.
This here is me. I've had shit happen. Like, okay, you dealing with an LLC, right? It ain't no big deal for LLC to go bankrupt because you can always open another. You know what I'm saying? But if they come after you, if they come after your motherfucking LLC, you know what I'm saying? All you can do but it costs money to restart shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to buy
Yeah, yeah,
all the
yeah.
same permits,
Your
all this and
licensing and
that.
shit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but nah, man, it's the best thing to do is just don't make sure you're not liable for. Don't leave yourself open to liability, and you don't want your fucking insurance charged no stupid ass, for no stupid ass shit neither. You
Okay.
know what I
I
mean?
appreciate you for asking that, because every time I ask my boy, he act like I'm asking him some hot shit or some funny shit. Like he get a whole attitude.
About what? About
When
what
I be
happens
like,
if you
bro, what
lose a
happened when you
load?
drop a load? Yeah, when you lose a load, what's gonna happen? He like, man, what the fuck you talking about? You been doing too much. Come on, bro. I just want to know what happened.
Man, you can't lose a load, man. You're gonna be held liable for it. Like if you think somebody's like, you're gonna go somewhere and park a truck and let somebody rob your truck or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Something like that might happen.
Yeah, nigga, but
What
yeah,
do you
you ain't
do?
gonna be under all kind of investigation. They gonna put the Fed in your life and everything. That shit
Okay.
serious as hell, dog. That shit.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
when
you
they
can't
put
lose
that
no load, bro. You
when they
you
when
lose a
they put
load,
that
depending on what's on that motherfucker, you won't make it home. Them bitches will be on your ass, man. It's
yeah
too
when
much
they
money
put
on these trucks.
man if that
Damn.
seal broke, you in trouble. When they
Yeah,
close that
okay. I
truck
did
and
hear
they
about
put
that.
that seal on that thing, if that seal fall off, it can. I done had them break them by themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Not
And what do
being
you do?
right. Shit, motherfuckers gonna take it. Did you open this truck up? Let's hear the. May want to make sure the count right. Man, give you all kind of motherfucker gonna call you. The broker's gonna call you. Well, they said that seal was broke.
But
Look,
that only
man.
depends on what you hauling, right? Like if you hauling guns
No,
or
hell no. Don't
tobacco,
matter what you hauling.
regardless.
It
Damn.
don't matter if that seal broke. You got problems. It don't matter what you hauling. You gonna get a phone call. I guarantee you that. Long as
God
ain't
damn.
nothing missing, it shouldn't be that big a problem. But hell yeah, you gonna get a phone call, motherfucker. Yeah, they gonna give you some problems, man. I mean, that shit, you talking about federal, man. Something you don't even know what you hauling all the time. So nah, man. Best thing you don't lose a load. Ain't no such thing as lose a load, bro. All that shit you see on the mafia movies, that shit ain't real, man. Them motherfuckers breaking your truck and steal something. Them feds gonna be up your ass 3 feet.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was like, man, when you get something that that's worth it, bro, let me know. We can come in. He like, man, I'll kill you myself.
Hell nah, man.
He like,
I
I'll
got a
kill you
partner.
myself.
I know
I'm
a
taking
dude
that.
that did a load of them damn what them was them P4s, whole load of them joints. And
Yeah, something like that, man. Get some PS5, man. I pull
man,
up.
them motherfucking
Let it fall
laws
off the truck.
investigated his mamas, his aunties. That nigga whole family was under investigation, bro.
So say somebody come up, right? And this is just, I'm not, just for educational purposes. I don't know what's some. All right, like when people be delivering the beers and shit, they normally just leave the truck sitting there and they'll just go into the store and stuff like that. If somebody took it and drove that truck off, the
Well, you
driver don't
just
get in
the
trouble.
truck, nah, the drive. I mean, you still gonna be under investigation. I mean, they gonna start with the last person that had it.
It,
You know what I
it's
mean?
too
They
many
gonna
cameras,
always
bro.
they
You can't do
Oh,
shit
it's
like that
cameras on
no
those
more, bro.
trucks?
yeah, they gonna
No, I'm
always
saying
start
it's
with you,
you got cameras on the highways, you got
Oh yeah, it's cameras on the
cameras on
streets. Yeah.
you got
man.
cameras everywhere. You talking about this big ass equipment. This ain't no fucking car, bro. You
Man,
can't you ain't finna sneak off and hide nothing with this shit, bro.
yeah, a truck is different from a train. You understand what I'm saying? If you hit a train, that's
But the
different.
train federal. The train
A
federal.
truck
You
is
don't
you
want
get
to
what
play
you
with
think of.
railroad
A
police.
motherfucking truck is federal. That's what I just was
Man.
just telling you, dog. You can't. The motherfucker hit that truck, nigga. That's fed. And that
Train federal
train,
too. It's across state line. That's federal too. It's across state line.
but
That's federal too.
the difference is between the train is that when a train stop, you can hit that train. Nobody know who hit the train. If you hit that truck, your ass is in trouble. You under investigation. If somebody hit your truck, you were under investigation. If somebody hit a train, they ain't gonna fuck with that train company like that. They insurance will cover a damn cart missing. You understand? They
Okay.
factor in a certain amount of loss.
Yeah, they all fall under
They
DOT,
have
Department of
shrinkage.
Transportation. So that is fed.
The
If you mess with
the
anything that's in
railroad does too.
transport, yeah, anything
Yeah,
that's
I know the
they say
especially
railroad
if
got
across
their
you
own
state lines.
police.
State to state, that's fed. Anything state to state,
Yeah.
that's fed.
yeah, but the thing is, anything that's normally heavy machinery is going to be under the Department of Transportation. That's at like they say with OSHA safety and all that. So
Yeah.
that
DOT.
Now
really is
people,
DOT.
fed.
That's
people,
DOT.
a lot of time when you see people like getting them Jordans and hitting for them loads of TVs and shit like that, that shit coming off trains, man. That shit ain't coming off
Oh,
no
for
18
real?
wheelers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they have their own police and everything because I work with the rail too. That's why I was finna say the rail. Yeah, they serious too though. Yeah,
Yeah,
if you,
the
Yeah.
railroad police you don't want to play with. Like that's
you don't.
coastal
Yeah,
police and
Yeah.
railroad police. You stay the fuck away from them.
because
But
Trust
a
me,
lot
stay
of
the
times,
fuck
like you
away
say,
from them.
they be having military stuff too. That be on trains too. So
yeah,
they,
but
if
they,
you
you know what I
see,
mean?
They will
Them
burn you and not give
guys,
a fuck.
they sometimes they run their own little hustle out them trains. That's
yeah,
just like the docks. You understand what I'm
because
saying?
I got a relative. He retired early. He retired real way younger than me. He didn't already retire from them. He worked for them
Yeah,
15 years and they
yeah.
retired. They pay good.
A lot of them docks and trains, they run their own play. Them crews, they run their own play on them things. But a 18 wheeler, that's an individual, man. You're responsible for your truck. You're responsible for what's on your truck. So people don't hit 18 wheelers. People hit like the ports of entry, like New York, Louisiana, New Orleans. They hit these trains, these crews. They have, you got supervisors in certain areas, this or that. Always a team, man. They hit them as
Okay.
a team, and what I mean. They like, hey, they know what they doing. They write that shit off.
It's organized. That shit ain't just. I
Yeah,
can't.
hell
Not
yeah.
me, but a person can't just. Man, I'm about to go hit this
No,
truck
no, no,
and
no,
hop in
no,
there
no,
and back
no,
it up into another truck and be
no.
gone.
You can. You gonna go to jail?
Oh shit!
Nah,
How the
you ain't
police
gonna.
down
Nah,
here?
hell nah. You a man. That's that. No, you know you're not gonna do that. You don't know. You're not because
Yeah,
you
because
you
you
can do
can't
it.
hide a trailer, bro. You can't hide a trailer. The biggest hit you probably gonna hit, which is gonna be like a mystery box, is gonna be a UPS or a FedEx trailer, because UPS use that train to ship a lot of that shit. They use a lot of that
Man,
train to ship a lot of that stuff over the weekend. But you ain't finna
first,
take no UPS
first,
trailer and
Almost
park
everything
it
got
anywhere.
tracking on it
And
now too. LoJack been
yeah,
around, so yeah, they've
they
first,
been having
got
first.
they
tracking.
got
Look, okay. Check
tracking
this
on the
here.
trailer to tell you exactly where that trailer is, and with the tracking on there, they can bump the air in there. They can lock up the brakes on that bitch where it won't move.
Check
Soon as
this
they
here,
figure
man.
out that shit gone,
Hey, check this
you
out
ain't
here. You
going
got
nowhere.
a. Let's say you got a
Man, you had me
trailer, right?
nervous. I thought you was one of the federal agents, man. You had me scared. Parked back here
Hey,
like that in this car.
hey, where you go? First off, if
I
you
thought
hit
you
a
was one of the
truck,
federal
right?
agents. You had me scared.
Let's say you hit a truck with 50,000 PlayStations on it. Where the fuck you gonna put 50,000 PlayStations? And how you gonna move these PlayStations? Because you know they
Yeah.
watching you as soon as you steal it.
Well,
They
that's why you
watching
don't be
you
greedy.
every
You
move
get
you
you get
make.
you a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? Or you hit the alcohol truck and just
That's what I'm
unload the
saying.
bottles with the strip
It's the
clubs and some
same.
shit.
It's the same thing though, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth the for what you gonna get. It ain't worth the hassle, man. It ain't worth the hassle. People do it, but it ain't. It ain't.
It
You
ain't
know what I
worth the
mean?
Then
shit
If
when
you
they
you
gotta
get
finna,
go
them
through.
charges, you can't really. You once you get them theft charges at that grand larceny federal level, good luck on finding a job, bro. Good fucking luck.
and good luck on getting the insurance. Get good luck on getting brokers to hire you
Contracts,
out.
you
He
can't
said
get
good luck. He
contracts
said
with the
good
Everything.
luck
government.
on
You
life,
can't even be an
nigga. Good luck
independent
on
contractor.
life. He
Yeah,
said
you
good luck
can't
on
even be
life.
an independent contractor, have your own company trying to get a contract nowhere. You can't fucking work nowhere. You
Nah,
just X
they
yourself out of everything.
yeah, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth the hassle. Now, if you got somebody like that's why I was saying it's different. If you know somebody that's getting them trains, or you know if it's some organized shit going on, and you can invest your few $1,000s and get you some like that. That's different. But talking about taking it off your truck that you run yourself, hell no, you don't never want to do that. Never, ever. And you
Not
don't want
even
to
let
let
a friend rob
nobody.
you. Not even let a friend rob
No,
you.
no, no. It ain't worth it. If you want them feds up your ass, you don't care about them investigating you, your mama, your sister. You don't care about harassing, having your phone tapped. Then go ahead and do it.
Okay.
But if you're concerned about, if you don't want them people in your life like that, don't do that. Don't ever do nothing like that, dog. It ain't worth. They're gonna come down on you like a ton of bricks, man. They gonna come down and you little black dude individual. You ain't got no money. You ain't got no lawyers. I mean, weight too heavy, man. Weight too
Yeah,
heavy.
it's a lot. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah, that's a heavy ass weight. Like I say, I didn't seen it. I know motherfuckers that do that type of shit, but
And then come and
they no.
go bad. It's bad. It go bad most of the times, huh?
Well, it's gonna go bad if it's on you. Now, if you gonna be the woolly foo foo to let somebody take it off your truck, anybody will take it off your truck. It ain't hard to find people that'll take something off your truck. But
Yeah.
after they take it off your truck, is you the one that you left holding the bag. You
Okay.
finna lose
Man,
your
them dudes
job.
always snitch, man. Them dudes always snitching, man. I see dudes do that kind of stuff. Somebody always snitch, bro. That's always the case. This ain't no movie shit. That shit they be talking about when nobody ain't snitching, bullshit. Somebody tell it.
Mm-mm.
So like you said, they finna show up at somebody mama house, somebody baby daddy, somebody finna snitch. They gonna feel that pressure and they gonna start pointing fingers and naming names. That's how that
See, when
shit
they
go.
when
Who
they
he
when they
who tell
when,
first get the best deal.
when they hit them trains, bro, they don't even know what state them trains get robbed in. You understand? That train, it may be running from New York to California. They hit that damn
Yeah.
train in Kansas City. When they get to
That shit could be
California,
get
it's a
hit over and
damn.
over and over. They don't know.
They don't even know. You know what I mean? They don't know what state. They don't even know where to start looking at. They hit your truck. They know exactly where to start looking at. Would you?
Nah, that makes sense.
You know what
Shit.
I'm saying? So That's why I was saying, like, when you see people, like, I don't know where y'all at, but up here in Dallas, every year you'll see motherfucker got Jordans, like goddamn 1,000 pair of J's. Motherfucker got the, oh, I got them P5s. Nigga got 300 P5s. But they hitting trains. They ain't hitting trucks, bro. They hitting trains. They don't hit them trucks. You don't hit them 18 wheelers, man. Nigga don't fuck with them 18 wheelers, dog. Because ain't nobody, people not gonna accept the responsibility, man, for their truck getting robbed. Once that truck sealed, they ain't, or they stealing out of warehouses. You understand what I'm saying? Once you get to the warehouse, then they steal it out of the warehouse. They steal it out of the train station. But no, they ain't taking off them trucks, bro. That truck is one of the most secure forms of transport it is. That motherfucker most secure than the train. It's more consumed. It's better than the airplane. When that motherfucker loaded on that box truck, that motherfucker is safe. When you get it to the airport, anybody can steal it out of the airport. Anybody can steal it out of the train station. You understand what I'm saying? Anybody can steal it out of the warehouse. But that truck, one motherfucker is responsible for everything on that truck. So nah, don't do that. Don't get yourself caught up like that, bro. There's other ways to steal. I'm like, yeah, I love to steal.
He
So
said some ways to steal.
yeah, I
Man,
love to
I'm just gonna keep
steal.
working. I'm gonna keep working. I'm just gonna keep this little
Hey,
government job, man, to figure this shit out.
I like to work too, but I love to steal too. It's all it's man, ain't nothing like getting away with it, dog. It's the thrill of the chase. It's better. It's better than when you spit game at a pretty chick and she fall for it.
Morning, Cecilia.
Yeah, just like that. But shit, man, I'm gonna let y'all boys have it this morning. Sound like everybody gone to sleep.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I appreciate everybody that got me from one job to the next, man. Shit, this is nice.
All right, take it
Good
easy,
morning,
boss.
Cecilia. How you doing?
The nigga there flirting like a motherfucker already. Morning, Cecilia. That's somebody old lady, nigga,
All
you
right.
speaking to.
It is. It is too. I ain't worried.
All right, take it easy, boss.
I ain't worried. Hey, look. Mexican might get mad, but can't no Mexican beat me.
Yeah, I'm about to jump off
I'm
too,
like Floyd
fellas, man.
Mayweather out here. I'm Floyd Mayweather out here. Can't no Mexican beat me.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm jumping off too, fella. All right then.